Hello, Alicia. Good to see you.
Morning, Kenny. Good to see you too.
This is your agenda item coming up. Very good.
What is the agenda item? Is this, what are we taking up first?
Nothing important. It looks like we're going to go to C5, this Control CD lap, which should go very quickly, I think. A few minutes
Okay.
maybe.
Yeah, you can take the day off.
Okay, now I know where we are. Sorry. Josh, are you a guitar player or is that just for looks?
Both.
We do have 4 minutes before we get going, Josh. The stage is yours.
Yeah, I've been trying to think of a good NPFMC theme song, but I'm not there yet. Give me a couple minutes. Too early.
Hey, Josh, it's been a long time ago, but Glenn Merrill and Glenn Reed put together a whole CD of NPFMC theme songs in conjunction with, I think, one of the meetings out at Dutch Harbor. You got to see if Glenn Merrill still has a copy he can give you.
I'll try to track that down.
I'll send it to you, Josh.
Oh, I'm back, baby.
How was fishing, Andy?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Craig.
Yeah, roger that.
Okay, council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. So we are ready to move into agenda item C5, bearing the Pacific Cod Trawl CV
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
Initial review. So we're going to have John McCracken begin the presentation today, and we'll also be hearing from Daryl Brandon, Stephanie Borpinski, and Dr. Mike Downs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McCracken. Good morning.
Good morning. John McCracken, council staff. I'll wait for the slides to come up. As you've indicated, Mr. Chair, the four of us are going to walk you through the presentation for the COD Trawl CV Cooperative Program. We have about, I think, 105 slides, but I suspect we'll be able to go pretty fast through the slides. There are natural breaks for questions after options, after elements. So I think that the staff will continue to look at the board to see if we have questions as we move through this. So with that, I'll get started. So what we're going to see today is a brief history of the action thus far, just to remind everybody where we're at, followed by a very quick summary of the strawman alternatives in the background section. Then we'll spend most of our time focusing on the elements and options section. While we're walking through those sections, we will include, there'll be highlights, either bolded or we'll talk to them about issues and the staff assumptions that need clarification from the council. And this is sort of parallels table 2-2 on page 47 or ES1 table. Finally, after we walk through all the elements and options, we'll walk you through a quick effects section and then a very brief overview of the EA. So just to remind everybody where we're at, the history of this action. So in February of 19, the council initiated a BSAI cod trawl CV cooperative program to address numerous concerns being encountered on the cod fishery and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Council developed a purpose and need statement, a control date of February 7th of 2019, and then tasked staff to develop a scoping paper that considers methods for rationalizing the Bering Sea Aleutian Island trawl CV cod fishery. At the October 19 meeting, the scoping paper was presented, after which the council revised the purpose and need statement, which is on page roughly 35. My pages may not match yours since I have a printed version. And the proposed elements or alternatives, elements, and options for the trawl CV catch share program, which also begins on page 38. A preliminary review was scheduled for the June 2020 meeting to provide clarifications and adjustments to the elements and options. But due to a curtailed June 2020 agenda, the review for the preliminary analysis was rescheduled for December 2020. With the additional time, staff used their best judgment on issues needing clarification and prepared an initial review to include review of 2 staff prepared strawman alternatives, which we will go over in a few minutes. And then finally, given the analysis needs further clarification to complete a fully developed initial review, it's anticipated that a second initial review is likely necessary for the council. This slide speaks to some data requests from the AP. As we were going through, the staff was going through its presentation, the AP asked us to include additional information in our next iteration of our analysis. And this list is not necessarily covers the motion itself might include additional information. This was just the information that was included as we were going through analysis. So what they're looking for is what is the ownership structure of the non-exempt AFA trawl CVs that are impacted by blend option? What are the impacts of small allocations that do not allow vessels to take a single trip? What is the delivery history of CVs delivering to different processors? Non-AFA sector movement of vessels between onshore and offshore and vice versa? What are the CDQ ownership linkages to the Bering Sea Aleutian Island trawl CV processors? This question was raised because the analysis does not provide a lot of information on the impacts of the program on the CDQ program and its communities. Provide more information on what fishing activities are available in the under 60-foot hook and line and pot vessels if rollovers are not available from the trawl CV sector. Describe growth in the trawl and the total amount of cod that the sector harvests, including guideline harvest and other groundfish fisheries, IFQ, CDQ, et cetera. I think that was regarding the under 60-foot hook and line and pot sector. I think that's what that bullet refers to as. And if possible, expand the BSAI cod catch history groupings for the non-AFA exempt vessels with regards to the Gulf sideboard limits. A little bit more discussion on how ICAs function, and then finally an expansion of other limitations for the trawl CVs as they move between the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska.
Mr. McCracken, Mrs. Campbell has a question on that slide before you move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, sorry that I didn't let you get very far before interrupting, but I have a process question related to this slide. And it's really two things. First of all, I can't recall, and I don't have my AP minutes open right now, but did the AP vote on these requests, or were these just things that people sort of shouted out as you were going through the presentation, or they were going through their process over there? Is this the sense of the AP, or is this just a list?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Campbell, this was a list that the AP just kind of like nice things that we'd like to see in the next iteration, just to expand the analysis to make it a little bit more robust, I think is the best way to describe it. So there was really no voting on this list. Now, there might be some duplication in the motion. I think like the CDQ, I think that one maybe have come up in actual motion itself. I'm not 100% sure. But there might be one or two or three of these that may be encompassed, or duplicated in the motion itself.
Okay, Mr. McCracken, thank you for that. And then my second question, I'm not sure that you're the right person to direct this to, but I'll ask it anyway. And that is, so often we get a list from the SSC of, things that they would like to see in the analysis, and the council will often include in our motion address the SSC comments to the extent practicable or something like that. But I'm really trying to recall a time in recent history where we got, kind of this laundry list of analysis requests from the AP and how the council has dealt with that. And so absent any council action, sort of one way or another on this list, what would you do as staff as you go forward? So if the council were to pass a motion that didn't speak to the AP data request one way or another, what would your default be?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Campbell, we would just go ahead and just analyze or include this information as best as we can possibly do, recognizing we might encounter some confidential issues or some other challenges that we can't perceive at this moment, but we would try to address those requests as best as possible. I mean, these are issues, a lot of these issues were maybe council staff oversight that we would like to include them in the second iteration anyway, and it's better to have obviously multiple eyes on the analysis to make it a better product. So that's how we would address this action or these data requests.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McCracken. I appreciate that. I wasn't, making any comment on the validity of these data requests. It's a long list, and so I just wanted to make sure I understood the process that staff would use. So thanks very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Good line of questioning, and I see that Mr. Witherell might want to respond to that as well. And then we'll go to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had asked John to include this list. Typically during an AP deliberation, there are questions that come up of staff and requests for additional information to be included in the next draft of the analysis. And I think it's important that in a very complex analysis like this one, that the council is aware of all these data requests, because it does have some impact on the ability of the staff to meet a timeline. And some of these issues may not be necessarily directly addressing the purpose and need of the analysis. So it's open for council members to comment on. This is the first time we've actually done that by putting this forward as a full list of the data requests. But I thought in this case it would be helpful. So John put this list together at my request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Kimball.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I thank Mr. Witherell for that explanation, because my understanding is that these were not voted on by the AP. They just came up during the discussion, and they're not included in the AP minutes. So a little different from the list of hopeful analysis that we sometimes get from the SSC, where it is included in their minutes. So I'm understanding that we should look through this list or circle back to this list at the end to ensure that we're not asking anything of staff that's duplicative or not directly relevant to the analysis at hand. And if I could see Dave's face, I would get a nod or not a nod, but I assume that that's the process we should undertake.
I'm nodding.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Witherell. Okay, further questions before we move on? Right, thanks. I think that was a productive conversation to shape where we head with this. So, Mr. McCracken, please continue.
Okay, so the next two slides are just a summary of the staff prepared strawman alternatives, and I'll just highlight some of the more significant bullets in each of those slides rather than going through them all. So this alternative 2A is the two cooperative model, AFA, non-AFA. It uses the narrowest qualifying years, 2014, 2019. It would only allocate A and B season, but C season would remain unallocated and managed by the agency. Cooperatives would not receive not receive a specific halibut or crab PSC apportionment under this alternative. Alternative would allocate 15% of the harvest shares to processors, and 25% of the set aside for the Barents Sea Lucian A season would be required to be delivered to AI short plants. The next four bullets talk to element 4, which is use caps, vessel caps, and processor caps. And the final bullet on the bottom of this slide is the no gear conversion, element 14. The next strawman alternative is 2B. This is the multi-cooperative model. This uses the broadest qualifying years, 04 to 19. It would allocate all 3 seasons under this alternative. Halibut would be apportioned to the 12 CD sector using the 2004-2019 qualifying years, and there would be no allocation of harvest shares to processors under this alternative. It would allocate the lesser of 5,000 or metric tons or 5.5% of the 12 CD allocation to AR short plants. Again, the next 4 bullets talk about element 4 and ownership and vessel and processor caps. And the final bullet here speaks to element 14, in which gear conversion would be included under this alternative. This slide is just a brief reminder that there is a description of the fisheries in the first part of the RAR. This is a reference material for when you're going through the elements and options in the effects section if you have questions about management under the different facets of this action. You can refer back to the description of the description of fisheries in the RAR. It includes a description of management of the cod fishery, reallocations among gear types, an overview of the LLP program, an overview of the state water guideline harvest fishery, an overview of the AI PCOD set aside for AI shoreside processors, just to remind you that process. It has a description of the affected sectors that was lifted from the cod allocation review and updated. It includes product composition and flow of Pacific cod through the world market, and it finally includes a community information that Dr. Downs prepared. So if there's no questions so far, I will go ahead and launch into the analysis of elements and options. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to walk you through elements 1 through 4, And obviously, if we got questions, the staff can obviously chime in if I'm having a difficult time or if they want to echo some additional information on addressing questions. And then Daryl will walk you through elements 5 through 8. And then I will come back and walk you through a couple elements. And at this point, at the very end of where we get to the end of the elements, we'll be passing the mic, virtual mic, back and forth between myself, Daryl, Stephanie, and Dr. Downs quite regularly. But the first 8 elements will be broken between Daryl and myself. So, all right, let's get started with element 1. So element 1 has, just a reminder, has 2 main options. Option 1.1, which is the 2 cooperative model. This is the AFA, non-AFA. Option 2 is 1.2 is the voluntary or multiple cooperative option. So the first couple of slides will speak to option 1.1. So under this option, formation is based on 80% of the total eligible catch history assigned to the eligible license. So we have some bolded language here, meaning that we're looking for some clarification from the council. The motion was specific to catch history and not QS, the wording itself. So staff's assumption is that any QS assigned to the processor under element 5.3 would not be included in that 80% calculation. If this is not in the correct assumption, then obviously we would need a little bit more clarification from the council on how to address this issue. All this information is in footnote 48 on page roughly 125 of my analysis. Under this option, eligible license holders that do not join a co-op could fish in a limited access based on their assigned QS. So it does include a sub-option for a PSC reduction of 25 to 40%. However, there is a disconnect there in that last bullet you can see between this PSC reduction and how it links up with element 3, the way element 3 is currently worded. Because it obviously, there are, as we've all looked at element 3, it doesn't break out halibut or PSC and all of the options, meaning it would stay as a trial limited access. So then obviously having a reduction for the limited access group wouldn't really work very well. But we'll get to that a little bit further in element 3. So this option is vessel-based, AFA, non-AFAs, but the PCTC program is an LLP-based program. So cooperative formation may not be as clean as the council intended. LLP licenses that originated from AFA vessels when the LLP program was put into place can only authorize AFA vessels. So in other words, LLPs that are authorized by AFAs can only be used on AFA vessels. But LLP licenses that originate on non-AFA vessels can authorize AFA CVs. So what this means is that you could have a non-AFA LLP that is eligible and has QS. It can authorize an AFA CV, and thus under this cooperative option, it's possible for that LLP license with its non-AFA originating vessel and its QS to be included in an AFA cooperative. So if this is really not the intent of this option, then council has provided a couple other options for ways to make it such that you could only take in AFA and non-AFA licenses in each of the appropriate cooperatives. So we have 3 approaches that we've talked about in the last 3 bullets down there. So the first approach is the default, which we talked about, which is an annually assigning a license to its cooperative based on the vessel that's authorized on that LLP license. Another approach, which I would group with the last 2 bullets, are a little bit different tack. They would apply a permanent endorsement on the LLP license for purposes of cooperative formation. That middle bullet there would apply a permanent endorsement to licenses at the time of implementation of the program based on the vessel authorizing that LLP license. The third and final approach is to apply a permanent endorsement on a license based on the vessel that originated the license. And that last bullet, that would be the cleanest approach for having AFA cooperative with only AFA qualified LLP licenses, and a non-AFA cooperative with only non-AFA cooperative licenses. So under this element, we put together table 2-56 on page 128, which provides the number of qualified licenses, the total qualifying catch history for each of those two cooperatives, the 80% of the total qualifying history that's necessary for cooperative formation, which, and using 2020 sector apportionment for the for the Charles CD sector. So you can see there that there were 86 corner here working. So there, under the 2014-2019, there were 86 qualified LLP licenses. When you divide in between AFA and non-AFA, we have 68 in AFA and 15 in non-AFA. The total qualifying history for each of the groups is here. And then this would be if you go over to the extreme right here, using the 2020 TAC, you can see here that they would meet about 21,805 metric tons to form an AFA cooperative and 5,230 metric tons to form a non-AFA cooperative under option 2.2.1. The next couple of slides, well, I mean more than a couple, a few more. So this is option 1.2, this is the voluntary harvest cooperative with processor association. This includes, this option includes two ways for cooperative formation. First one is no limitation on the number of LLP licenses or the percent of catch history. The second approach is 3 eligible LLP licenses. And that's sub-option 1.2.1. So harvesters under this option have unlimited discretion to choose any cooperative and move freely among the cooperatives annually. As I've indicated in the title of this cooperative, there is an association with a licensed processor that is required. A licensed processor includes shoreside, stationary floating processor, mothership, and CPs acting as a mothership, which there's a parenthetical here, which basically says which could be limited to those authorized to act as a mothership in the Bering Solution on 12 CD cod fishery. So we've got some more bolded language here that indicates that we need some help from the council. This one, language in option 1.2 only cites FFP, fisheries, federal fisheries permit, which is required for and applicable for CPs and motherships. However, stationary floaters and shoreside processors require an FPP, which is a federal processor permit. And so the motion needs to be adjusted to include FPP along with FFP. Stop there, I see a question.
Ms. Baker. Ms. Baker? Okay. Like she got cut off, so please continue for now. Or Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I didn't know if you were done with this element 1 section, Mr. McCracken, but I noticed there's no option under option 1.2 that requires or allows for a continued limited access option where you're not in a co-op. And I'm hoping that's not an oversight, but I wanted to know if that's required under this type of cooperative style management under option 1.2.
Mr. Chairman, Nicole, or Ms. Kimball, sorry. I'm thinking so you're talking about the ability to not join a co-op under this option, or under this option. it's
Correct. And,
I'm
and my
assuming-
assumption is that unnecessary under this cooperative style due to the fact that there's not a mandated type of co-op, but that you could freely co-op with whoever you want as a harvester.
Yes, that is correct. Since you have the potential to form either if the council were to select no limitations on cooperative formation, you could have a cooperative of one. So based on that, it may not be necessary to have an option for holders of qualified LLP licenses to opt out and to or not to join a cooperative under this option.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. McCracken. Operator error on the phone. My apologies for that. So I'm sorry, I didn't hear Ms. Kimball's question, so I apologize if this is a repeat. But on the last main bullet on this slide, association with a licensed processor, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that the way that this is envisioned at this point is similar to the Rockfish program. The licensed processor is not a member of the cooperative, it's a harvester cooperative, but it would be required in this program that a harvester cooperative would be in association with a licensed processor. Am I tracking that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. McCracken.
Okay, continuing on with option 1.2. So sub-option 1.2.1 requires 3 LLP license holders to form a cooperative. This is one of the ways in which cooperative formation can happen under this option. If the council were to select this option, it is assumed the holder is the license name on the most recent LLP license via the RAM file. Obviously, we know that a single person can hold multiple LLP licenses, and licenses can have different licensee names. So when you put all this together, a single person can hold 3 licenses with 3 different licensee names, thus permitting the cooperative to form under a single person. If the council intent is to have a minimum of 3 unique holders, the council may want to apply a 10% ownership threshold rule. This is something that we discovered when we were writing up this analysis, that the Axton, Mr. Mike Fye, he indicated that to me when I was writing this up, that this could happen. So I felt it was needed to provide this information to you. And we went so far as to provide some examples. So if we were to use the narrowest of the qualifying years, 14 to 19, there were 31 unique addresses of the 86 eligible LLP licenses, and using the broadest qualifying years, there were 35 unique addresses of the 108 eligible licenses. And when you put this together, using the addresses as a proxy and a 10% rule would have, as a 10% rule, this would result in between 10 to 11 cooperatives that could form. Given the number of potential cooperatives under this option, the complexity of monitoring requirements by NOAA fisheries will likely increase under this option. The combination of sideboards, allocation of harvest shares to processors, transferability, and potentially gear conversion options under this under consideration will add to the management and monitoring burden. Sub-option 1.2.2 is an intercooperative formation. This is applicable to both options 1.1 and 1.2, and would allow civil contracts to define how cooperatives work together. We and staff anticipate there would be a similar intercooperative agreement to that of the Bering Sea Pollock cooperatives under the ASA program. What it does is it shifts a large portion of the administrative and monitoring obligations to the cooperatives with agency oversight. If there's no more question, I'll stop here and see if there's any questions on element 1. If not, we can move to element 2.
Okay, Mr. McCracken.
All right. This element 2 is the allocations to LLP licenses. So the first bullet, a couple of bullets talk about the end date clarification. So in February of 19, the council included a control date of February 7th, 2019, but in October 19 motion, it did not include that control date. So for purposes of, at this point, the council should clarify what we're calling the end date, or the end date of for qualifying years for determining eligibility. Element 2.1 and 2.2. Element 2.1 addresses LLP license eligibility, and 2.2 provides 3 different qualifying years for eligibility. Eligibility is any LLP license that authorizes that vessel's legal landings of targeted trawl CV cod during the qualifying years. Targeted cod history during the qualifying years would be assigned to LLP license as QS. Trawl CVs that hold a valid LLP license to use trawl gear in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands but do not have QS could continue to harvest cod as incidental catch in other groundfish fisheries, but could not target cod in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And then we have some bolded language here at the bottom of that slide. It is assumed that the holders of trawl CV LLP licenses without QS could join a cooperative and lease the CQ from other cooperative members unless the council intends to prohibit that activity. So table 2-57, 2-58, and 2-59 on pages 137 and 130 to 139 provide the number of qualifying licenses, as well as showing a distribution of landings by quintile groups. So again, we've taken just a part of the tables in the analysis and included here on the slide. So I'll walk you through it. Choosing the most narrow, one of the narrow options here, 2014-2019. Again, we have 19 qualified LLP licenses, but now we've distributed those 86 licenses into these 5 quintile groupings, and these are groupings of annual average qualifying landings in metric tons. And just make a note that your tables, the column headings in your tables aren't as crystal clear as they should be, and so the table headings in my slide are updated to reflect that. And so in the next iteration, those column tables will be clarified a lot better. So again, back to looking at these 86 licenses. So let's take the smallest quintile group, 0 to 250 metric tons of annual average qualifying landings in metric tons. We have 34 qualified LLPs in that grouping. Their total aggregate annual average qualifying landings is 3,500 metric tons, which represents about 10% of the allocations using 2014 to 2019, no drop with CPs included. The average annual allocation for qualifying LLP license in that group is 0.30%, which is equivalent to 106 metric tons using 2019 trawl CV sector apportionment.
Mr. McCracken, let's go to Ms. Baker for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it just occurred to me as Mr. McCracken started on this table, John, going back to your earlier point about the council's control date in the, I believe, February 2019 motion, but not in the October 2019 motion. The data that you're presenting to us in terms of the landings, did you include all of 2019 in these calculations rather than just up to February 7th, 2019?
Let me, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, let me just check on so in the bottom of my table, of each of these tables, usually you can see my coding or my source code file, as well as my date of when I got the raw data from ACFIN. And here you can see that it was December of 19. So it pretty much includes all of 2019. It might have some very little pieces at the very end that might be included, but I don't suspect that there's much there because at that point the Troll CV A, B, and C season were closed for the Troll CV sector. So I think what you're looking at is an accurate depiction of all the data for 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. Appreciate that. No more questions.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is jumping ahead a little bit maybe, but I didn't want to lose this slide because I think you're pointing us to something, Mr. McCracken, that's in the AP motion without any specifics. And I'm looking at that column you just pointed out, the average annual allocation per qualifying LLP license in the lowest quartile per qualifying year sets. And so one of the things in the AP motion was a potential for some minimum threshold by which you would qualify for this program. So if the council wanted to take that up, is this the kind of thing we would be looking at to determine kind of the smallest potential allocations that would result from our qualifying years and what kind of range we might consider in that case? And if this isn't the right table, I can wait till we get to another one, but I noticed that they had no details on that, and this seemed to jump out at me as a possible place to look.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think that since this is looking at an average allocation for, I mean, obviously, if you're trying to draw limitations, thresholds for that option for purposes of analysis, I think that there's a better table in our analysis that I think, and Daryl might have to help me here on this one. It is table 2-108 on roughly page 230. It's an element 8 section, and it talks about LLP license holders and their allocations, a percent of BSAI trial allocation, and it breaks out the numbers, like for example, 0 to 1%. You have under option 2.2.1 there, you have 19 LLP license holders that are not grandfathered in 24. It would be good. So you add them all together. That doesn't really, I don't know. Maybe this is Daryl. Maybe can you help me on this one? Because I think that I'm disoriented because of what we talked about last night.
Mr. Chairman, this is Daryl Brannon, and Ms. Kimball, I think you're correct that the type of table that you'll be seeing to address the AP's request is similar to what John has on the screen. I think the types of issues that we need to think about as we generate these tables is the minimum allocation at the license level, or is it at the firm level for firms that own multiple licenses? And so that we can look at these types of groupings likely based on the way the AP looked at the issue. We would end up just looking at a subset of the smallest groupings, the quintiles in the table that Mr. McCracken is presenting now. But yes, this is the type of information that we plan on bringing forward in the next version of the analysis to allow you to make those decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and John. And I apologize. I know I thought I saw it in a future table, but I'm not sure. So when on these particular tables that give us these annual allocation per LLP license, do we have a table later on that breaks that down by offshore sector delivery?
I think that if that is included, it would be included in element 5, and Daryl would be the best to provide information on that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, we have not included that level of detail, the information and the analysis at this point. Certainly, we provided some information on the amount of Pacific cod that was delivered, the CPs acting as motherships, in one of the tables later on, and I can point that out when we get there. But we don't have specific information on the amount of cod that was delivered by catcher vessels to the offshore sector in any of the tables that we've provided in the analysis to this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, John and Daryl. I guess when we get to that section 5, we'll take a look at that table, and maybe we will need to go into a little more detail depending on the discussion at that time. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Cross. Okay, back to you, Mr. McCracken.
All right, moving to the next option in element 2. This is option 2.2.4. It's the blend allocation option. So this option is intended to address BSAI cod AFA sideboard leases within an AFA cooperative via civil contracts. This would apply to those eligible LOP licenses affiliated with AFA vessels restricted by BSAI cod's sideboard limits from the AFA program. The blend option would not apply to AFA sideboarded exempt vessels and the non-AFA vessels. LLP licenses would be allocated a portion of the Trawl CV QS using a blend of the AFA 1997 sideboard history and the targeted cod during the qualifying years, options 2.2.1 through 2.2.3. The blending process would use a 50-50 or 80-20 or a 20-80 ratio. The 1997 sideboard history is vessel-based, so therefore the blending process, again, is not a very straightforward option since we're dealing with an LLP-based program. So there are 3 different distinct points in time that you could blend the LLP licenses catch history from the 1997 sideboard history with LLP licenses catch history from the qualifying years. The first one is you can blend LLP license catch history at the time of landing. So in other words, blend the QS assigned to the LLP license that authorized the sideboard vessel when it reports a targeted cod landing as it moves, obviously as that vessel moves through the qualifying catch history. Every time it makes a targeted landing, you do a blending procedure at that time. The second approach would be to blend the LLP license catch history at the time of final implementation, blending the QS assigned to the LLP license that authorized the sideboard vessel at that time of implementation, in other words. And then finally, you can blend the LLP license that was initially issued based on the activity of the sideboard vessel. This uses the LLP license that was generated from the sideboard vessel's harvested activity. So staff used the blended LLP license catch history based on sideboard vessel currently authorized as a proxy for the final implementation of the PCTC program, since this appears to be the cleanest and most transparent approach. Go back, we got a question.
I think that may have been an old question, Mr. Cross.
Sorry.
Okay, moving on here. So what we did with the blend allocation, we had the same similar types of tables that we had with options 2.2.1 through 2.2.3. Tables 2-61 through 2-63, starting on pages roughly 142, show the total number of qualified LLP licenses and the distribution of qualified catch history at the quintile grouping. So let me go grab my pointer here and just walk us through real quickly. So again, using the same qualifying year, 2014 to 2019, but now we're bringing in that 1997 sideboard history We now have a pretty significant jump in the number of qualified LLP licenses. We have 119 now. We've taken these 119 and we've distributed them between the different quintile groupings here. So again, choosing the smallest quintile group, 0 to 250, we now have 70 qualified LLPs in this grouping for a total aggregate annual average landings of 7,600 metric tons, which represents 20% of the total allocations. And again, the average annual allocation for licenses in that grouping is 0.29%, which is equivalent to about 102 metric tons. So now we'll go to the next series. I have a couple more tables that I included in the blend option. So table 2-64 shows the license count by blended and non-blended groupings. And so what we have here is, so this whole grouping here is all the blended LLP licenses. These are the non-blended group licenses, and this is the total of all the LLP licenses that qualify. So in the blended grouping, we've teased out the total number of LLP licenses with blended catch history. So there's 90, but of those 90, 33 are new additional LLP licenses that come in from the 1997 history that have no history between 2014 to 2019. That's this group. So this group makes up, this 57 LLP licenses had history from 2014 to 2019, and may or may not have had history from the 1997 sideboard history, sideboard. So all combined, it's 90 LLP licenses. And here you can see the number of sideboard exempt LLP licenses is 14, and the number of non-AFA is 15. So table 2-65 on page 145 shows the percent of catch history by blended and non-blended groupings now. So looking at an example, blending 2014 to 2019 qualifying history from 1997, sideboard catch using 80%, sideboard history and a 20% qualifying history yields 33 additional LLP licenses, which we've already indicated in the previous table, receiving 16% of the blended history, even though these 33 licenses do not have any 2014 to 2019 history. 57 LLP licenses that qualified under the 2014 to 2019 years would receive 38% of the blended history instead of the 54 they would have received under the non-blended option. So in other words, these 57 licenses receive approximately 54% of the total qualifying catch under the 2014 to 2019 years, absent a blended option. And so they're as a result of the blending process, they're only receiving 38%. Finally, if the council moves forward with the option 2.2.4, it will need to specify that LLP licenses that would receive catch history due entirely from the 1997 sideboard history would qualify for the QS. The language to adjust element 2.1 would need modification, and that language is included in table 2-2 on page 47. So moving to the next couple of slides, or this slide here, this slide talks a little bit about when we were going through the data. The catch accounting data indicates that there is reported catch by vessels that do not have an LLP license listed. So every time there was some of the targeted landings didn't have an LLP listed. Table 2-66 on page 146 reports the retained catch by vessels without LLP licenses listed. What we found was most of the catch is from the Aleutian Islands for vessels without an AI endorsed LLP license, but they did have a transferable AI trawl CD endorsement for use on a non-AFA trawl CD less than 60 feet LLP license. So there's a couple of options for addressing this issue. QS could be issued to the LLP license currently assigned to the harvesting vessel, and the LLP license holder would be required to have a BS or AI endorsement on that license, or they would have to have an AI transferable endorsement to fish the QS in the AI. The other option would be to simply assign the QS to the transferable endorsement. That would allow legal harvest of cod, which increases the value of those transferable endorsements. If history is not assigned to those transferable endorsed permits, the endorsements will no longer have any value other than allow vessels without a trawl endorsed license to catch QS or CQ in the eye when they could not otherwise. If history is attached to the endorsement, then the holder of the endorsement could assign it to a cooperative and fish it on any size vessel. And then finally, any remaining unassigned catch will likely need to be addressed during initial allocation. I'll pause there for a question.
Thanks, Mr. McCracken. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I see what you're saying here in that some of those vessels did not have the proper license or endorsement, in part because of a council action previously that allowed for these transferable AI endorsements on the less than 60-foot sector. But are you saying there is some catch then that is not attributed to those particular vessels, is not kind of special case? And your last bullet says it would likely need to be addressed during initial allocation. I'm just wondering, we're pretty clear about trying to only reward legal catch. Is it such that if the council didn't address the remaining unassigned catch, it would just go into the denominator for everybody else that's eligible for an allocation, or is there some other approach to that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I'm assuming, the way the calculation would go, if there is unassigned catch, it would not go in the denominator at this point, unless it was, from what I understand, unless somehow during the appeals process, the owner of that LLP license can prove that history is in fact belongs to that LLP license, and I believe that then the denominator would be adjusted based on that additional amount that would be included or assigned to that LLP license. And Daryl might have some other words to correct me if I am wrong in my interpretation.
Mr. Chairman, I think Glenn, or Mr. Chairman, I think that John has stated it correctly. There's a very small amount of catch that doesn't have a license assigned that's outside those 8 transferable endorsements. And I think, as people apply for their quota share, if they can prove that it was a legal landing, as Ms. Kimball has indicated, that they would receive credit for it and it would go into the total quota share pool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daryl and John, just confirming then that the council does not need to add this to its list of clarifications, because there is a process to deal with unassigned catch that we've used in previous programs. The one issue you're addressed is based on these 8 less than 60-foot licenses.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McCracken.
All right, so moving to element 2.3. This element addresses stacking of multiple eligible LLP licenses on a vessel. There are 2 options associated with how to address assigning QS to LLPs when you have stacked LLP licenses. The first one is 2.3.1. This would divide catch history equally between the licenses. The other option would be to allow the owner of the vessel that made the catch at the time of catch to assign that catch between the licenses. Table 2-67 on page 148 shows that the trawl CDs with multiple LLP licenses by area endorsement You can see that there are 9 vessels that have stacked LLP licenses ranging from 2 all the way up to 4. And you can see there the number of endorsements. Element 2.4 provides direction that each license will be issued BSAI COD CQ based on its share of the BSAI COD QS, and CQ would not be assigned at the seasonal or the sub-area level. Cooperatives will be required to ensure they do not exceed the annual BSAI allocation limits and do not exceed the seasonal limits for the A, B, and C season there in parenthetical. In October of 2019, the Council requested the analysis include impacts to adjusting seasonal harvest percentages for the Steller sea lion on Steller sea lions. So the information in element 2.4 is parallel and is a summary for the most part of what's included in the EA. So any seasonal adjustment would require consideration of Steller sea lion protection measures and require consultation under Section 7 of the ESA. If changes in seasonal percentages results in no change in temporal fishing patterns, likely there would be no effect on prey availability. However, if changes do result in a temporal fishing patterns, this could result in adverse effects on Steller sea lions. When combined with cooperative style fishing and changes in seasonal percentages that result in greater effort in the winter cod fishery, particularly the A season, higher potential for adverse impacts on Steller sea lions could potentially happen. The same pattern also applies to changes in spatial harvest concentration as well. Overall, cooperative program would likely lengthen the winter cod fishery, but most of the trawl CV fishing effort will likely continue to occur during the A season when the cod are aggregated during the spawning period. Element 2.5 would only allocate A and B season QS, leaving C season as a limited access fishery. The C season is 15% of the trawl CV sector allocation. The C season would continue to be managed as currently by the National Fisheries Service. C season tax and the A and B season ICAs that NIMS projects to go unused are subject to reallocation to other sectors. And we've got a note here that if the Council intends to include unused A season and B season CQ in the limited access C season fishery, Council will need to modify the motion to accommodate this intent. Any impact of in managing the 15% C season as a limited access fishery to allocating it as a C season to cooperatives has the potential for in-season reallocation to other sectors. Could reduce the amount that could be rolled over to other sectors if the C season is allocated as CQ. Primarily, the sector that would be of the sectors that are likely impacted, the under 60-foot hook and line and pot CV sector would be one of those sectors that would be impacted. And I'll pause for a question.
Okay, Mr. McCracken. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I don't know if this is the right time to ask this question, but one of the things that I was trying to evaluate when going through the document was what the impacts on those other sectors would be of potentially not allocating the C season. And a piece of information that I was not able to put my hands on that I'm hoping you can help me with is there's good information in the analysis about the rollovers that have happened to other sectors, but I'm not seeing the information on, what percentage or what part of those rollovers are coming from the trawl CV sector in the A season and B season versus the C season. Does that question make sense? And can you point me to where I would get that information?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Campbell, I don't know if I have that information specifically in the analysis anywhere. I think that the best I can do is point you to Well, you probably already found that information, but in the tables, in the sector profiles, in the description of the fisheries section, there's a group of tables for each of the sectors. So the trawl CV sector and the under 60-foot sector, and I think then there's the ASA CP sector. Those sectors, there's a table that shows what their initial allocation is, their final allocation, reallocation amounts. There's information there talks about, but I think what you're looking for is a little bit more specific, something would be comparable to what we included in the scoping paper in October of 2019, which kind of lists out, the trawl CV sector and how much of it was reapportioned or reallocated to other sectors historically. And I think that there is some limitation on the amount of information that we can provide going through. If I remember correctly, I think that the agency doesn't have, like, for example, how much of the trawl CV allocation went to the under 60-foot sector, how much went to other sectors year by year. I think it's collectively grouped together, but it's one of those pieces of information I think the AP was looking for in the next iteration of the analysis.
Okay, Mr. McCracken, thank you for that. I would just say that I think that piece of information is critical to our decision making because it's critical to the analysis of how this decision about rationalization generally and how we treat the sea season specifically affects other sectors. And that's why I was surprised that I wasn't able to pull that from the analysis right away. So I think going forward, I'm just going to make a note that that's something that I'm going to find to be important to decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Okay, Mr. McCracken.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, looking at element 2.6, this addresses management of groundfish species not allocated. This element clarifies that the groundfish bycatch in the Pacific cod fishery and the Pacific cod bycatch and other ground fisheries rely on traditional bycatch tools to include ICAs and MRAs. NIMS would establish an ICA that would be deducted prior to CQ distribution to the cooperatives. The ICA would be based on the intrinsic cod bycatch rates and other Bering Sea Lucian trawl CV fisheries, tax of cod and other groundfish fisheries, and whether it's harvest specification ICA or an in-season ICA. Given that incidental catch of cod would be accounted for by qualified LLP licenses outside the cooperative, there is some potential that cooperative vessels could intentionally top off on incidental cod while fishing in other fisheries. If incidental catch of cod increases by cooperative vessels, NIMS would likely raise the ICA, which would reduce allocations to all cooperatives. Overall, other than the cod, there appears to be limited opportunities for strategically topping off on incidental catch species. All right, if there's no further questions on element 2, I'll move to element 3. Element 3 addresses apportionment of PSC to the trawl CV sector. This element provides two different approaches for apportioning PSC limits. Currently held at PSC for the Bering Sea Lucian trawl limited access sector, which is made up of the trawl CV and AFACP sectors, is 745 metric tons, and that's in regulation. The crab PSC is also apportioned to the trawl limited access sector. Typically, in other council-developed catch share programs, PSC along with target species are apportioned at the cooperative level to maximize the benefits of the cooperatives. If the council utilizes only option 3.1 without including sub-option 3.1.1, NIMS cannot apportion halibut or crab PSC at the individual cooperative level in element 9 because both the trawl CV and the AFACP sectors share that trawl limited access limit. Option 3.1 would rely on sectors to negotiate via an inter-cooperative agreement, which could provide some flexibility as the cod tax and PSEs fluctuate and change. Holders of eligible LLP licenses that stay in the limited access fishery instead of joining a cooperative under option 1.1 would fall outside the inter-cooperative agreement and would not be held accountable for high PSE usages in a inter-cooperative agreement, as I've indicated in the bullet above. In extreme cases, this could result in a premature PSE closure, thus reducing the benefits of a cooperative program. Sub-option 3.1.1 would apportion halibut PSE limit between the trawl CV sector and the AFACP sector. Sub-option is silent on the years used to define historic use, so the staff used the qualifying years from element 2, options 2.2.1 to 2.2.3. Staff utilized average annual PSE usage as a calculation approach. The cooperative program is one of the benefits of the cooperative program is the expected reduction in halibut PSE usage. Crab PSE would remain as a combined apportionment since sub-option 3.1.1 only addresses halibut. Table 2-76 on page 162 provides the percent of halibut PSE usage for each sector during the 3 qualifying years. You can see there under the top first one, 2004 to 2019, the trawl CV halibut PSE limit historical percentage was 96%, and the AFACPs was 4%. Using those percentages applied to the 391 metric tons of halibut PSE limit as a portion to the cod fishery, that is equivalent to 377 metric tons for the trawl CV sector and 14 metric tons to the AFACP sector. This approach would likely provide sufficient halibut PSE for both sectors. Using this apportionment approach would have limited the trawl CV sector in 2012 and the AFACP sector in 2017. Option 3.2 would reduce halibut and crab PSE apportionment by 10 to 25% for the trawl CV sector for use in the cod fishery. At a 10% reduction, a 391 metric ton trawl limited access apportionment for the Pacific cod fishery would yield 339 to 344 metric tons with the different qualifying years and would have constrained the trawl CV sector in 2012 and 2019. At a 25% reduction, again at 391 metric tons for the Pacific cod fishery, would have yielded 283 metric tons to 287 metric tons, would have constrained the trawl CV sector in 08, 12, 13, and 19. If option 3.2 is utilized, there is the potential for trawl CV sector to negotiate higher halibut PSE limits for the cod fishery during the harvest spec process. To reduce this potential, specific amounts could be utilized by the council instead of percentages. The disadvantage, of course, is that as a result of this, there is inability for the halibut PSE to fluctuate based on cod. So you would lose that flexibility by picking a specific amount rather than a percentage.
Mr. McCracken, go to Ms. Kimball before you leave that slide.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I'm on that the bullet that says if option 3.2 is utilized, and maybe it's just I'm not getting the wording there, but maybe you could expand on that bullet. Once we set a PSE limit, it's in regulation, is my understanding. There's no option to negotiate. Are you referencing the fact that there is halibut PSE limits that are specified for different fisheries beyond that trawl CV cod fishery underneath a regulated PSE limit? And so if we only reduce the amount allowed to the trawl CV sector, there's an opportunity for that PSE not to remain water, but to go to other sectors under the overall regulated PSC limit for the whole trawl sector. I need to understand what you mean by that bullet, and I certainly don't want to give the public the idea that we can negotiate a higher halibut PSC limit that is actually in regulation.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, you are correct. So I was trying to be efficient as possible. Maybe that is biting me a little bit here. So one of the things that when we go through the background section of how halibut PSC is currently apportioned, in your analysis, there is a table 2-70, talks about the final 2020 halibut allowance for the trawl limited access sector. So there's 745 metric tons is a portion of the trawl limited access sector in regulation, but that 745 metric tons every year in harvest specs is split up among 4 different fishery groups: yellowfin sole, rockfish, Pacific cod, and then finally pollock, acamackerel, and other species. So, for example, in the 2020, 150 metric tons of the 745 was a portion of the yellowfin sole fishery. 391 went to the cod fishery, 200 went to the pollock, acamackerel, and other fisheries, and the final 4 went to the rockfish fisheries, I should say. So what happens is that apportionment between the different fisheries happens in the harvest spec process every year. And so that's negotiable. Obviously, the industry comes up with their approach, and then the council approves that approach or recommends a different approach between a different apportionment between those different fisheries. So if you have a reduction of halibut PSC, there would likely have to be some clarifying language in the analysis or in the motion, to indicate that reduction, what you want to do with that reduction, whether it apportions or whether it accrues to other fisheries or whether it stays in the water. And all I was trying to say under option 3.2 is that basically the harvest spec process allows, the way it's apportioned right now, the harvest spec process allows some flexibility for the different fisheries to halibut PSC to be apportioned between the different fisheries. And so if you set a reduction in PCOD, the way it would work right now is that in the harvest spec process, that amount could be increased to obviously to allow for increases in cod, tax, or so forth. And so it's not an absolute halibut amount. You would be reducing it, the percentage potentially, and they would be able to, during the harvest specs, it would fluctuate. And all I'm saying in here is if you don't want that amount to fluctuate during harvest spec process based on percentages of, then you would have to basically have an actual PSC amount as opposed to a percentage of halibut for the cod fishery, or percentages for the trawl CV sector and a percent for the AFACP sector. But that's the way it's currently worded right now, is that if you use the 96% and 4%, for example, and then you reduce just the trawl CV section, that's still a percentage of the whatever is apportioned to the Pacific cod fishery. Does that make sense?
Yes, and thanks, Mr. Chair. This is not who I was anticipating, so I appreciate the explanation, but hope it saves time later. And now I see the conundrum, so we can signal our intent if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John. Earlier in the presentation, you'd mentioned that we looked at this sub option that had a range for prohibited species catch limits of 25 to 40%. You mentioned then that that was a disconnect between what's going to be presented in element 3, and that you would touch on that when you got there. And to the extent that you're going to do that, that's fine, and I'll wait. But I just wanted to ask the question. I think we're close to moving on to element 4. So in your presentation, I wanted to ask that question, John, if you could make that a little more clear for me, what the disconnect is that you're. I think I know the answer, but I wanted to hear from you since you mentioned that you would cover that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm backing up to see if I can find exactly where on the slide I should be. So here it is. So Mr. Down, so putting together the reduction in option 1.1 under element 1, which is I think 25 to 40% for halibut and crab, combined with this element. So this bullet right here, this bullet right here. Where's my icon? I don't think. So this bullet right here is, I think, the answer to your question, Mr. Down. So if the council utilizes only option 3.1 and doesn't include sub-option 3.1.1, NIMS can apportion halibut and crab PSC at the individual cooperative level because of both the trawl CV and AFACP sectors share the trawl limited access limit. So reaching back to element 1.1, you've got eligible LLP holders who do not join a co-op. They would have a reduction of 25 to 40% of their halibut and crab. Well, you really can't, the NIMS can't really reduce that amount to those LLP licenses because the way the halibut and crab are apportioned, they're sharing it between the AFACP and the trawl CV sectors. So as a result, you can't reduce the 1 or 2 or 3 eligible LLP licenses that join the limited access to have their own separate halibut apportionment because they're all sharing it. So that's the disconnect. And the disconnect still happens under this because there really isn't, under element 3, there really isn't a sub-option that apportions crab between the AFACP sector and the trawl CV sector at this time. So that is that crab, that crucial crab element. If the council intends to have a separate crab PSC amount for the trawl CV sector for purposes of cooperative formation, they would need to add an option to apportion crab between the 2 trawl limited access sectors, the AFACP sector and the trawl CV sector. Mr. Brown, does that address your question?
Yes, I believe so. I'll restate it just to make sure I got this right, John. If the council intended to include crab separately, they would add that option for apportionment to crab under element 1.1. Is that right? Right.
You, Mr. Chairman, Kenny, you or Mr. Down, you would just have to have a similar parallel sub-option comparable to sub-option 3.1.1 that talks about halibut. This 3.1.1 is specific to halibut. It does not include crab. So you'd have to have a parallel sub-option for crab as well if you would want to affect a reduction for those who join the trawl limited or the limited access group.
Okay, John. Thanks for that clarification. I understand. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, John, you taking the time to cover that in a little more detail. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. All right, Mr. McCracken. And before you move on, I would like to just remind members of the public to please keep phones muted. It's really helpful to our discussion. Mr. McCracken.
All right, the next element is Gulf sideboards. So this element provides direction on the Gulf sideboard limits for the non-exempt AFA-CVs, the exempt AFA-CVs, and the non-AFA LLP licenses. So this is a difficult element. It's very complex. There's a lot of layering of previous sideboards on top of new sideboards. So given the complexity of the existing already in place sideboards combined with the new sideboards, it may be possible to simplify the sideboard structure under this program. There are a number, I think that there are some potential approaches out there that might be better suited for addressing this very, very complex issue. For example, one idea that the agency thought about is to have sideboard limits for pollock and cod, and instead of having additional sideboards for all the other groundfish fisheries, just simply use the halibut PSC sideboard, since that is the straining factor for those other groundfish fisheries. So then, in a sense, you're only really having 3 sideboard limits rather than a whole host of other sideboard limits. This is, again, just one idea. There are other ideas, and I suspect that you might hear in public testimony some of these ideas. So this slide is just a quick reminder of a description of the existing sideboards, and that is on pages 165 to 172. Just a reminder that there are sideboards from that came out of their AFA program. There are sideboards that came out of the crab program, and then finally there are sideboards that associated with the Central Gulf Rockfish program. Talking first about option 4.1. So this motion is not specific to, in the wording at least, in a sense, is not specific to the non-exempt AFA vessels, but staff assumed based on the wording in option 4.2 that this does address non-exempt AFA CVs only. So this option would limit the PCTC eligible non-exempt AFA LLP licenses or vessels with sideboards in the Gulf groundfish and halibut PSC based on their Gulf catch history during the qualifying years, options 2.2.1 through 2.2.3. So this sideboard indicates the limits on here would apply to vessels or licenses, but not both. Just to kind of point out that most sideboard limits in cooperative programs that the council has developed have limited both. If the intent was to limit both the LLP licenses and the vessels, then obviously the motion would need a slight modification to do that. The option would not include sideboard limits. Oops, that's some questions. I can stop.
Yeah, Miss Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McCracken. At the end of the previous slide, I did want to ask you about the decision to sideboard licenses, vessels, or both. And I was thinking about this when I was reviewing the AP motion. And so can you remind me, the bullet right there says most sideboard limits in cooperative programs limit both. What was the reason for that when the council made that decision in other cooperative programs?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the thought behind that is that to prevent both the license and the steel from utilizing the benefits of the cooperative program to somehow expand their history in the Gulf groundfish fisheries as a result of their cooperative program eligibility and quota shares. And I know that, like for instance, the AFA program, that program only limits the steel. LLP program was just starting out, and so there really wasn't an opportunity to limit LLP licenses as a result of from the AFA program. But all the other FAP programs have limited both. And unfortunately, when you limit both, it does add to a level of complexity that is very hard. It makes it more challenging to interpret and to understand sideboards.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Mr. McCracken. And so you went into a little bit my thinking in that if this program we're contemplating for COD is an LLP license-based program, I'm just wondering, is perhaps the only need to consider sideboarding vessels because there is a crossover with the AFA, which is generally based on the vessel? Or I'm just wondering, I noted your point about it being more complex to track sideboards that apply to both an LLP license and a vessel, but the whole point of sideboards is to prevent fishery participants benefiting from rationalization to negatively impact other non-rationalized fishery participants. And so I guess I'm just wondering, if this is an LLP license-based program, is there a need? Is there a chance that an AFA vessel, it has to have an LLP license, right? So what would the extra restriction on the vessel get us?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I'm not sure that would give us any additional, I've thought about this a lot, and I can't figure out what additional protection it would be give the council if there was a sideboard both on the steel as well as the LLP license. I mean, ultimately, the QS is assigned to the LLP license, so in order for that piece of steel to enjoy the benefits of the PCTC program, they would have to have the LLP assigned. Obviously, would have to authorize that vessel. So I'm not sure I understand what additional benefits we would get if you both sideboarded the vessel and the LLP license. I think in this particular case, it might be better just to sideboard the LLP license.
Thank you for that, Mr. McCracken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McCracken.
All right. So let's see, where was I? Okay, so so option 4.1. This option would not include sideboard limits for the Central Gulf Rockfish program, primary and secondary species for 3 Rockfish program qualified non-exempt AFA CDs that qualify for the PCTC program while checked into the Rockfish program. Excluding the Central Gulf Rockfish program fishing activity when calculating Gulf sideboards could be calculated in 2 ways. The 2 ways are noted in the bullets below. It all has to do with the way the pilot program and the 2012 Rockfish program, the qualifying of the years associated with those. Under the pilot program, we had 9 non-exempt AFA CVs, and under the new 2012 Rockfish program, only 4 non-exempt qualified for the Rockfish program. So how you address that is that calculation. There's 2 different ways. Staff opted to remove the fishing activity for all 9 non-exempt AFA CB activity in the Rockfish program for the Rockfish from the Gulf sideboard calculations for the proposed COD cooperative program. And that's the way we did it, rather than, you could just remove the 4, for example, the 4 non-exempt AFA CDs that qualified under the 2012 program, but we decided to remove all 9 in our calculations. The next slide shows an infographic that we made to try to depict the complexity and the layering that is occurring as a result of adding another series of sideboards on top of the existing sideboards, and how the qualified licenses move through these different sideboard layering. So in the extreme left is the first sideboard that came on, which is from the AFA program. So we have 82 golf non-exempt AFA CVs that qualify for the PCTC. No, excuse me, 82. Sorry, there are 82 non-exempt AFA CVs under the AFA program. And then we move to the crab sideboards, and you can see there that we have 0 of those 82 that were originally from the AFA CVs, the non-exempt AFA CVs. 0 of them have additional sideboards from the crab program, have additional sideboards, and that's where it's depicted here. So 82 are non-crab CVs and LLP licenses. Then we move to the next layering of sideboards, which comes out of the Central Gulf Rockfish program. And you can see here, of the original 82 non-exempt AFA vessels, 79 are not qualified for the Rockfish program, so do not have Rockfish sideboards, but 3 are qualified for the Rockfish program, so they obviously are restricted by the Rockfish sideboards. And then we move to the new layering of sideboards, which is the PCTC, and here we see that the 79 that are not qualified for the Rockfish program, 45 would have PCTC sideboards and 34 would not have PCTC sideboards. And of the 3 that obviously are Rockfish program, as I've already indicated in my previous slide, those 3 are obviously qualified for the PCTC program. So you can see here the layering and the complexity of the groupings as we address this issue. So getting to the calculation of the sideboards. So the one approach from the onset, one of the things I thought about when I was preparing this is the first approach would be to simply just use the existing Gulf sideboard limits for the AFA program. I believe that there's some precedence to this because I think that the Rockfish program did something similar to that. So table 2-81 on page 175 provides annual sideboard limits, harvest and percentage of sideboards limits that were harvested by the non-exempt group. And you can see there historically that not harvesting the limit, I think it's obviously less than 50% in most fisheries. However, if the council wants to limit the non-exempt AFA CVs from utilizing their increased flexibility offered by the PCTC program to harvest a greater share of the existing AFA sideboard fisheries, new sideboard limits could be utilized. Table 2-82 on page 178 provides calculated non-exempt AFA sideboard groundfish ratios and estimated 2020 sideboard limits. These revised limits, after doing the calculations, are smaller than the existing AFA sideboard limits, which makes sense logically because since they haven't harvested all of their AFA sideboard limits. And so we're using that usage as the new ratios. And so we're in the table, it's in that table 2-82, the bolded text in the table signals that there would likely be potential fisheries that would open by the agency. The non-bolded are the ones that would likely be in jeopardy of being closed on an annual basis. Along with the Gulf groundfish sideboard limits, there are also Gulf halibut PSC sideboard limits to add to the complexity of this issue. Again, you could use the existing Gulf halibut PSC sideboard limits for the non-exempt AFA CVs, or you could generate new Gulf sideboard PSC limits. So staff used the same calculations that came out of the AFA program, but with different qualifying years with the qualifying years from element 2. Table 2-83 on page 179 shows those new ratios and the estimated 2020 limit. Obviously, those new limits are smaller than the existing halibut sideboard limits. So the last part of this section addresses a potential need for revising the existing non-exempt AFA sideboard limits for those who do not qualify for the PCTC program. And the only thing I'm trying to get at here is that with you qualifying and changing the sideboard limits and requiring new sideboard limits potentially for those who are qualified for the PCTC program, there is anywhere, I think, between 20 to 35 non-exempt AFA vessels that would not qualify for the PCTC program, and they would still be restricted by the original AFA sideboard limits. And so now the amount, the sideboard limits was based originally on sideboard activity back in the late 90s by all of the qualified non-exempt AFA LLP licenses that came out of the AFA program. And over time, that group of vessels that are restricted to that original sideboard has been reduced further and further. And now we are down to anywhere from 20 to 35 non-eligible PCTC non-exempt AFAs that would be, again, restricted by that AFA sideboard. So in a sense, they would be very non-restricting sideboard limits for those few non-nons, I think is what I've heard described, but basically they're not qualified for the PCTC program. Option 4.2, this addresses the AFA Gulf exempt sideboard limits. This would prohibit AFA sideboard exempt vessels from transferring their bearing solution on cod catch history assigned to the LLP license at as a condition to continuing to benefit from these sideboard exemptions in the Gulf. Suboption 4.2.1 would establish a threshold amount that could be transferred while these vessels or these LLP licensing vessels maintain their Gulf exemption. So staff interprets the motion to mean, so the wording in 4.2.1 is a little bit off. So basically the motion of transferring catch history is referring to actually leasing of QS, since you can't sever your history from your LLP license, as noted in element 7.1. So the language in the motion needs just a slight tweak to modify it such that you're just leasing quota share, not transferring your catch history. And that's shown in table 2-2 on page 149, that language change. The option is unclear on what the ramifications of leasing the BSAI COD CQ, other than they would not benefit from their existing AFA sideboard exemptions. So creating a groundfish and halibut PSC sideboard limits the traditional way for exempt vessels that lease their COD quota is likely not really feasible due to some exempt vessels leasing their QS while others may not, but the sideboards would be based on all the exempt vessels' history, so it would be non-restrictive for the most part, or at least very broad. This idea about the exempt group and trying to have ramifications if they lease their Bering Sea quota is similar to what the council faced back in the original AFA program for the exempt vessels. Ultimately, the council recommended that the AFA exempt vessels basically recommended the exemption for these group of vessels with the understanding the vessels would not lease their Bering Sea pollock in a year that the vessel exceeded their Gulf history, their Gulf 95-97 average harvest level. And so since this is not in regulation, and it's more of an intent language, the intercooperative agreement addresses and enforces this council intent, and it's been very effective and not had any issues since its implementation. This same approach could be utilized for the exempt AFA vessels in the PCTC program. Table 2-86 on 184 provides the number of exempt AFA CVs and their average percent of COD QS by qualifying year options. Table 2-87 and 2-88 provide vessel counts and retained catch of Gulf fishery as well. And suboption 4.2.1 this less than a threshold amount of BSA QS can be transferred while maintaining their Gulf exemption. Staff provided tables 2-87, 88, and 89 on roughly pages 184, which shows the average percent of COD QS for the AFA non-exempt vessels and their LLPs grouped by the percent to assist in determining the threshold. There's no questions on option 4.2. I'll move to option 4.3. So I'm almost done. So it'll only take a few more minutes here. So this option is the non-AFA Gulf sideboard limits. Option would limit the non-AFA LLP licenses utilizing Gulf groundfish sideboards and would utilize halibut PSC sideboards as well. Those eligible LLP licenses authorizing non-AFA CBs that qualified for the Central Gulf Rockfish program would not be restricted by these sideboard limits well checked into the Rockfish program. The option includes a Gulf sideboard exemption for those LLP licenses authorizing non-AFA CVs with less than a threshold amount of qualifying COD history. So let's see. So this option, it would, the sideboard limit includes vessels in addition to LLP licenses. So right now, the motion only speaks to LLP licenses and not steel. If you want to include steel, you'd have to modify the action, I believe. It is also silent on years used to calculate the sideboard limit. So staff, again, used element 2, the qualifying years, options 2.2.1 to 2.2.3. Tables 2-92 and 93 on page 187 and 188 provide the Gulf sideboard ratios and the 220 limits using two different denominators. First one is total retained catch of all vessels, and the other denominator was the TAC. Table 2-94 on page 189 show that sideboard ratios that are equal to 0. So these sideboard fisheries would be closed annually. In addition, other sideboards could be closed annually due to insufficient limits. These include Western Gulf fisheries, sablefish, deepwater flats, big skates, long-nose skates, and Gulf octopus. Also included in the sideboard limits for the non-AFA group is the Gulf halibut PSC. Two approaches used to calculate this: retained catch and halibut usage. Table 2-95 and 96 on page 190 provide the sideboard ratios and again the 220 limits based on these two approaches. In general, we found that retained catch approach results in a higher halibut PSC limit rather than the halibut usage. The option includes a Gulf sideboard exemption for the non-AFA CVs with a large Gulf sideboard catch history relative to their COD catch history in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Gulf catch history from Gulf exempt vessels would not be included in the sideboard calculations. Table 2-97 on page 191 provides a number of qualified LLP licenses authorizing non-AFA CVs with Gulf catch grouped by BSAI COD catch history for qualifying year options from element 2. We grouped them into two groups, 0 to 200 and 200 to 1,000. We were kind of limited in our groupings there so as to provide information because the number of non-AFA LLP licenses is obviously very limited. You can see there that we only have 8. So we had to come up with groupings so as to not be curtailed by confidentiality. And so you can see there, like for instance, that first line there, 0 to 200, we have 3 qualified non-AFA LLPs. The minimum Gulf retained groundfish catch is 9,888. The max of that 3 is 28,000 in the Gulf. and the average is 16,000 metric tons. Finally, suboption, suboption in element 4, there would exempt eligible LLP licenses from Gulf sideboards if the holders opt out of the PCTC program. This is a one-time option. The sub-option is not specific to AFA and non-AFA CVs. If opting out because of Gulf sideboards, it would likely have limited value for the AFA exempt vessels, obviously because they're already exempt. Would have limited value for the non-exempt vessels since they're already limited by AFA sideboards, but could have some value for non-AFA CVs with very limited QS relative to their Gulf history. So in a sense, they're highly dependent on the Gulf history and have very limited Bering Sea, Aleutian Island cod QS. Mr. Chairman, I think that is the end of elements 1 through 4. And I see I've got a few questions, so I'll back up before I hand the mic over to Daryl.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. And yep, we'll take some questions, and then after that, we'll take our morning break. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. It's an important section, and I was trying to follow along. I also note there's a big staff note in our analysis on page 165 that seems to be warning the council that sideboard limits have been developed in their laps that have been really complex and burdensome and difficult to enforce, and that it may be possible to simplify the sideboard structure. And after those several slides, I'm certainly in favor of that if we can still meet the intent. The option I see in the analysis is to implement a sideboard for pollock, Pacific cod, and halibut PSC. And my question is that the one, staff suggested approach to limiting the sideboards and retaining the same structure we have for these options, but limiting it to those species and PSC species? Or is there yet another approach that might simplify this section?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that was just one idea that was floated very early on in the process of going through the sideboard section and trying to understand and provide a thorough analysis of this issue. It was a difficult challenge for me to write this up, and I had to have a lot of help from the agency. And this was one of the ideas that came up in one of our meetings, was to have something similar to that idea. But I have heard of other options or other ideas from the industry that I think are a little bit more eloquent in dealing with this issue, but allows a similar format for similar formats. In other words, not changing too much of this concept of having sideboard limits, or at least for the non-exempt group, and having, like, for instance, an exemption for the non-AFA, while at the same time maintaining the exempt AFA exemption for them in this program. So I've heard of different ideas from the industry, and like I've indicated when I was first talking about this, that we're likely to hear from the public about some other ideas that are a little bit more eloquent than what we've got right now in front of us, which obviously is very complex and hard to understand. So that's the best I can do at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kraken. Can you confirm for me, since I follow up, Mr. Chair, and since you mentioned non-AFA and the previous slide on slide 42, how many non-AFA CVs are we talking about in terms of trying to be restricted under the sideboards? I see a total of 8, and I'm just wondering if that's what I should be looking at.
That appears to be what I have in my slide. So we have a total of 8 non-AFA CVs, LLPs that would be restricted by the sideboard.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. McCracken. I appreciated that discussion you just had with Ms. Kimball. I think it's important for the council to hear if there are other ideas. Appreciate the staff note in terms of potentially alternative approaches to addressing sideboard complexity. But my specific question is back on, I missed it during the review of option 4.1. And so I just want to confirm the council's motion as currently written. I know you've asked us to clarify some things, but my main question is, it says that all exempt CV, Gulf exempt CVs and AFA LLP licenses would be sideboarded as to all Gulf of Alaska fishing activity except for the rockfish program. So when it says sideboarded, does that mean all of the sideboards that you laid out to us? And by that, I mean groundfish and halibut PSC. Do we need to specify that? I just was thinking more about the halibut PSC as you were describing it to us. And I just wanted to make sure that that was included in the council's motion, or wondered if we needed to make that more clear, if we're going to continue on that route, along with maybe these other alternatives that are going to come our way.
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, I'm kind of looking at the other motions to see, I mean, are you referring to breaking out groundfish from halibut? So do you need, I mean, is that what your question is getting to, or is it more to the effect of, as I mentioned in my slide, that it was silent on whether it was, this option 4.1 was limited to the non-exempt group, or whether it was all AFA? Because the way I read option 4.1 with combination of 4.2, I quickly came to the conclusion that 4.1 must be addressing only non-exempt AFAs, since option 4.2 addresses the exempt AFAs. Is that more to your question?
Ms. Baker.
Follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, Mr. McCracken. I think that the staff request for clarification on to which LLP licenses and or vessels the sideboard would apply is clear. My question was more just following up on your presentation today, basically a reminder to some of us that not only are there groundfish sideboards, there is also a halibut PSC sideboard. And so I'm just confirming that under the option as currently written, we would be looking at sideboarding whatever LLP license and potentially vessels for the non-Gulf of Alaska exempt participants. We would be looking to sideboard them for groundfish and for halibut PSC.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct. So the way I interpreted this was that you would, the sideboards would include both groundfish and halibut. So that's the way I've interpreted the motion. Obviously, clarity is always better to some degree because of writing the regulations and so forth and so on. So if you wanted to clarify that it includes both groundfish and halibut, that would be, obviously it wouldn't harm the process, and it would clarify it 100% that it includes it, because right now it's just staff assumption that it includes both groundfish and halibut.
Ms. Baker.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McCracken, for that. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, with that, let's take our morning break and come back at 10:10 Alaska time, and we'll resume the presentation with Mr. Brannon. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to resume with our staff presentation on element 5 and have Daryl Brannon to walk us through that.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Element 5 has, let me forward the slide. Element 5 has 3 different provisions. The first provision states that the program would not create a closed class of processors. Element 2, if selected, would establish a limitation on the directed Trawl CV Pacific cod that could be delivered to catcher processors acting as a mothership. And element 5.3 would allocate harvest shares to processors based on their processing history during the qualifying years. Looking at more detail at element 5.1, staff recommends changing the language to include federal fishery permit holders, cover all floating processors, motherships, and eligible CPs. The current language in the council's motion is specific to federal processor permits, which covers stationary floating processors and shore-based plants, but does not cover the other types of vessels listed in the bolded language. This element would allow any legally permitted floating, shore-based, or true mothership processor to take deliveries of Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, Pacific cod from trawl CVs, and these are directed deliveries. There's no previous participation requirement, and based on the data that's available from 10 to 12 processors, and these are at the firm level, not the individual plant level, took directed Pacific cod deliveries during the qualifying years considered. Only 2 catcher processors qualified to act as a mothership is defined in BSAI FMP Amendment 120 that the council recently passed. And these are the only 2 CPs that would be allowed to take directed Pacific cod deliveries under this action. There were 6 other CP firms that took deliveries during the qualifying period, and they would be prohibited from taking directed BSI Pacific cod deliveries. Just as a reminder, there's currently no limitation on the amount of participation by true motherships, and these are the 3 FAA true motherships in the pollock fishery. And there's nothing that would prevent them from either entering the fishery if they haven't participated in the past, or increasing their participation in the Pacific cod fishery if the program provides greater operational flexibility. Element 5.2 is the limitation, a sideboard limitation placed on CPs acting as motherships in the directed Pacific cod fishery. Any sideboard that is limited would be calculating using the same qualifying years that are established under element 2. Sideboard limits calculated using the processing history of the 2 CPs qualified to act as a mothership would be considered confidential and may not be reported in this analysis, or after the sideboards are implemented, the National Marine Fisheries Service would still be prohibited from providing those numbers because it's based on the processing history of only two firms. If you look at the information in the table, it's table 2-100, and it's on page 195 of the analysis. I looked at the 3 different qualifying periods annually and with the sea season excluded, and I provided the information on the processing history of all the CP firms that participated as motherships during the qualifying years. This certainly overestimates what the limit would be, but because I am prohibited from providing information on the 2 qualified CPs activity because it's confidential, this is included just to give you an idea of more than what the upper bound would be on the sideboard amount, because I can't be specific on what it would be based on the participation history of those 2 vessels. Because it's a sideboard limit, if the 2 CP firms can't agree on how to divide the sideboard limit, it could result in a race to process the sideboard limit and reduce the benefits of the LAP program to those 2 firms. these two firms, and this would be highly dependent on what the size of the sideboard limit is, how much catch they would want to take in terms of their operational plans and those types of things. But if there is a relatively small sideboard limit and they're racing to process as much as they can of that limit before the other firm takes some of it away, then there would be this potential for a race and the loss of benefits accruing from the LAP program. The likelihood of the two firms being able to come to an amicable agreement to divide the sideboard limits is not known at this point. One of the firms owns LLPs that would be assigned quota share, and it's possible that both firms own LLPs that would be assigned quota share. And at a minimum, it's likely that the firm that owns CVs and the LLP licenses associated with them would want to be able to take deliveries from their CVs at approximately the same level of cooperative quota assigned to those LLP licenses. The firm that has contracted with CVs for deliveries in the past and may own LLP licenses would probably want to maintain those relationships and continue to take deliveries from CVs that have delivered to them in the past.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Daryl. Interrupt you there at the end of this slide. So, if it is likely that firms that own the CVs would want to be able to take deliveries from their CVs at approximately the same level of catcher quota assigned, they could voluntarily give us how much they've been receiving. That's the first part of the question. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, it is true that firms may voluntarily provide information. Whether the council asks them to or not, that's a different question. And the pressures that are put on firms when they're asked to provide information and not provide it, those are all issues that the council would need to consider when they think about that issue.
I guess my follow-up, Mr. Brown, is that if they want to have the same level of quota share that they've been receiving, they'd have to tell us what that is if we wanted to go down to try and meet that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, if they wanted to have a sideboard that ensured that they had their historic delivery amounts, then you would need to know that number to set the sideboard limit, or you could just base it on how much they took during a certain time period, and that would base the amount on their deliveries over that time period. But yeah, if you wanted certainty on how much the sideboard would be based on their previous activity, they could provide that information.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brandon, a sort of related question. If we do implement this kind of a sideboard, knowing with knowledge now of the data limitations, what kinds of complications could that pose for future councils in terms of understanding the effects of or the dynamics that are going on in this particular sector as part of this program? Can you just sort of give me a sense of what problems we could be creating for future councils?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, certainly one of the problems is that we will not be able to report the amount of processing that each firm has conducted in the past. I don't know if we'd be able to report, and I probably have to talk to other people, if we could report like when they cease processing, to give you an idea of when they reach the limit. But but certainly future councils would not have information available to them on what the limit was and how much of the limit was taken during a year by the two firms, if they had reached their limit or had not reached their limit. I assume that if the limit was exceeded, that there would be some sort of action taken, enforcement action or other action taken to close them down, and there'd be some sort of notice. But beyond that, Mr. Twite, you would end up having to rely on perhaps cooperative reports, voluntary cooperative reports on firms talking about how their cooperative has functioned, assuming that they would have separate cooperatives, or other information voluntarily provided in their cooperative reports to understand how the sideboard had functioned during the year.
Mr. Brandon, a bit of a follow-up on that. Is it possible that if we chose relatively low thresholds for cooperative formation, that there'd be a small enough number of participants in the cooperatives themselves that the cooperative reports would also not be informative?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, again, we operate under confidentiality restrictions in terms of what we can report based on the catch history data. The cooperative reports, as have been provided like under the Rockfish program, a lot of times those reports provide information released by the cooperative that could not be released by the analyst. And so depending on how those cooperative reports function, and if the cooperatives all comply with providing those reports on an annual basis, again, you could get information from there, but we certainly couldn't provide information as analysts on at the cooperative level if there's a single processor or fewer than 3 catcher vessels participating in the cooperative.
Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Daryl, it may be further along than this, but so given that we have the way that it is set up, and we have the sideboard for that sector, I guess, they could lease back and forth. So one mothership could be the one that could lease their harvest shares. How would that work within their sector if they wanted to? There was a fire on the boat. On one boat, could they transfer their harvest shares to another one? Could the other one take more? How would it work if it was a strict sideboard?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Crossan, I assume you mean at the processor level, the sideboard at the processor level.
Correct. Correct.
And so, because it's a sideboard, there would be no guarantee that they would have that amount of fish to process if it was taken by other sectors sooner. Assuming that it wasn't taken by other sectors before they are able to process their sideboard limit, then within the cooperatives, they could certainly have inter-cooperative transfers between the vessels that deliver to them and deliver more fish. There's also the uncertainty of whether the catcher vessel allocations that are given to catcher vessels that may be members of the cooperative or may want to do one-off deliveries to these processors, if they have more quota than an aggregate than is needed for the sideboard limit, then they could just do that and deliver it to the processor. I guess it's kind of a long-winded answer of saying there's nothing that would prevent the processors from agreeing how to divide up that sideboard limit if they can come to that agreement. And if they could work out arrangements with their catcher vessels to basically trade those processing privileges back and forth with an intercooperative agreement.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Frost. Mr. Brannon.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move on to section 5 or element 5.3, and this is the allocation of harvest quota shares to processors. This section would allocate a percentage of the available harvest quota to processors that took directed BSAI Pacific cod deliveries during the qualifying years. The range considered is 0% if the council does not select this option, up to 30% of the total available harvest by the trawl CV sector. There is an option to include only BSAI or BS processors, Bering Sea processors, and eligible CPs. And because that option is included under this element, we're just asking that the council clarify whether that also implies that there's an option to allocate harvesting shares to processors that don't qualify and are not eligible to process that fish as part of this program. It was clear in the other portions of this element that they would be excluded, but because that was an option to either include them or exclude them, we're just asking for clarification. The other part of that option is that it would only include Bering Sea processors, which means the Aleutian Islands processors, the shore plants, would not be eligible to receive processing shares under 5.3 if that option was selected.
Mr. Brannon, Ms. Miller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brannon, I see the clarification about catcher processors and whether or not they'd be included here. Did you contemplate whether or not stationary floating processors? I understand that's another operation type, but how would they fit under this element?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Miller, the only way they would be impacted under this is if they happen to be a stationary floating processor that only operated in the Aleutians, and I don't know that there is such an entity, but they would not be eligible to receive processing shares. My understanding of the intent of this motion, and if that's not the intent, then the council can certainly clarify and set me on the straight path, is that by including Bering Sea processors, it would only exclude the AI shore plants from being able to be eligible to receive an allocation under this provision. And there are other provisions as we move forward in the analysis that would take care of the one or two communities that are in that sector. Mr. Chairman, if there are no other questions, the analysis doesn't attempt to estimate. I'm sorry, my computer rebooting, so I got to catch up on my slides here. The analysis does not attempt to estimate an optimal allocation of harvest shares to processors because the data are not available to make those estimates, and the optimal division would likely vary annually. The analysis does include a review of literature on this issue. Much of the information provided in that literature review comes from Dr. Scott Matlich when he was providing information when the American Fisheries Act was being developed and the crab rationalization program was being developed, the impacts on processors. And the information that we would need to be able to make those calculations based on Dr. Madlich's work is looking at the quasi-rents. So assuming that the fixed costs that these processors have expended to develop their plants in these remote locations have no value as a sunk cost, then you'd compare the the variable costs and the revenues for both the harvesters and processors, and use that information to determine what the optimal allocation is. Again, we don't have the data, and we did not attempt to do this in the analysis. The Pacific Council, when they developed their processor share allocation for the whiting fishery, relied on an industry agreement to determine the division of shares, and that was a 20% allocation to processors. I think they ran into a similar problem that I just described. They didn't have the data, and they couldn't make an estimate of what in theory, an appropriate division of the rents would be. And so they relied on agreement with a large group of industry representing all the various sectors coming before the council and agreeing that they would like 20% allocation of harvest shares to processors. The options under consideration would either allocate only Pacific cod or both Pacific cod and the associated PSE species, halibut and crab. And Mr. McCracken, during his presentation, has highlighted some of the issues that we face here as well with allocating PSE species. And just how the allocation would work is my assumption is that only Pacific cod quota share would be assigned to this processor permit that would be generated and the quota share attached to the processor permit. Once that quota is allocated to a cooperative, either through a vessel or to the cooperative directly, however it functions ultimately, a pro rata amount of the halibut and crab PSC limits would also be assigned to that cooperative if the processors are allocated a portion. If the processors are not allocated a portion of the PSC limits, the entire PSC limit would be divided among the catcher vessels that have quota share assigned to LLP licenses, or perhaps endorsements for those 8 small LLP endorsements. And they would carry the entire amount of PSC with them into cooperatives. And so the processors' quota share would not carry any PSC into a cooperative with them. It would all be brought in by the Pacific cod quota share assigned to the LLP licenses.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daryl, or Mr. Brandon, on that point, is that a similar approach that is under consideration for vessels, for harvesters? I see that we've used kind of various language throughout the existing motion to talk about PSC, but the intent is that no one is allocated PSC, similar to other catch share programs, but that you're allocated target species, and then once brought into the co-op, it's assigned some level, some pro rata share of PSC. So that the ask here is we really need to clean up that language and make this clear. Did I get that right?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yes, that is correct. I assume that it would work the same for both catcher vessel harvest shares and processor harvest shares. The only distinction that is different is if processors were not allocated or not assigned any portion of the PSC, then they wouldn't have any to take pro rata with them into a cooperative where they assigned the catch. Would be the only difference. But the way you described it is correct for both harvest shares issued to licenses and harvest shares issued to processor permits.
Okay, thank you.
As discussed earlier, allocations of PSC would require the council to subdivide the current sector limits established for those species. And again, that's just what Mr. McCracken had gone over before with you under earlier sections of the presentation. Allocations to processors could allow market power to be more similar to what existed under the status quo, since allocations to only harvesters would create a stronger bargaining position for those harvesters. And really, as you all are well aware, that's the art of figuring out what the appropriate percentage of allocation to processors would be to ensure that that balance of power stays or moves to what the council intends. And again, it's a very difficult estimate to come up with, and as the Pacific Council did, relying on industry input may be one of your best options, as opposed to any modeling of coming up with those estimates from the analyst side. Just a little bit of information on the processors that would qualify under the various options, the time periods considered. This table shows the number of processors, if you include all CPs or exclude the CPs that don't qualify, and shows the amount of catch history. It also is presented for all seasons and excluding the C season. You can see the range of firms that could potentially qualify for an allocation. It ranges from 12 to 18, depending on the time period and whether the C season is included or excluded from the allocation. Looking at it a different way, this table takes the processing firms that were active in the fishery and, to the best of our ability, aggregates all the plants that are owned and controlled by those firms together, and looks and breaks the processing history out by the top 4 firms, the next 4 firms, the next 4 firms, and the last either 4 to 6 firms that took deliveries over the time periods. And you can see that the top 4 firms under all the options generally took between 70 and 75% of the deliveries from catcher vessels and processed it. So those top 4 firms would receive about 70 to 75% of the harvesting shares issued to processors if the council moved forward with this action. The second tier of firms, the firms 5 through 8, accounted for approximately 20% under each of the scenarios considered. The bottom 4 firms had a very small amount, as you may expect. It was less than 1% in each case, and in fact, 5% or 0.5% or less in each case. Just to give you an idea of what the distribution of these harvesting shares may be to the various processing firms. Another issue that comes up when you're talking about allocating,
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the previous slide, Daryl, and I was trying to read along in the analysis to get it myself, but did that table also include all potential processing platforms? Anyone that had any processing during the qualifying years? Whether they would be eligible to continue to take processing deliveries in this sector or not. That's what I'm getting at. Shoreside, CPs, everybody.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yes. I included everyone. I didn't try and make any estimates on who may or may not be excluded in terms of the CPs, and that's why there's variability on the bottom. In the bottom 4 to, it was either 4 to 6 firms, depending on who was included, who was excluded. And I did not, and I'll get into it a little bit later in my presentation, but I also didn't try to determine if processors were no longer active in the fishery and no longer held federal processing permit or federal fisheries permit, whether they would be included or excluded. So I have included all the history of all the firms that participated over the time period that's being considered.
Okay, thank you.
The council must define what happens to the history of processors that are no longer active. This is an issue that's specific to the processing sector because in the harvesting sector, the LLP license are a durable asset that can be sold and transferred and traded. But the LLP license, since it was program since it was implemented and those licenses have been available, they remain in the fishery as long as they're renewed and there's no issues with the licenses. For the processing sector, we're talking about creating a new permit where the quota share will be assigned to that processing permit. Recall that federal fisheries permits are allocated for 3 years. Federal processing permits are an annual allocation of a permit. If a firm doesn't apply for those permits, they go away. The same with the intent to operate permits from the state of Alaska. They're assigned on an annual basis, and they're more for taxation purposes. And so we don't have a durable permit going back through time where we're talking about assigning these harvest shares issued to processors. And so if a processor is no longer active and no longer a person is defined in the regulations by the National Marine Fisheries Service, what happens to the history of that processor? On the West Coast, the National Marine Fisheries Service was tasked with developing the criteria for use in determining the successor in interest. The Pacific Council discussed what constituted the business for the purpose of successor in interest, but left it to NIMS to determine. And I should say that they left it to the National Marine Fisheries Service to determine in their final rules of the EIS that was developed. I don't know that these transfer of the successor of interest rules were ever actually developed by the National Marine Fisheries Service for the Pacific Council, and that's something that I need to spend a little bit more time digging into before we release the next version of this draft. The Pacific Council did state that transfer of physical assets alone should not be considered a basis for successor in interest. Business relationships such as transfer of the company name and customer database might be reasonable evidence of a successor in interest based on direction from the Pacific Council. They also indicated that the value of the processing history in determining the sale price of the processing plant could also be considered as a successor in interest threshold. And so we have this information that the council kind of thought in developing a successor in interest. I don't know that any of this was actually ever put into regulations or used to determine an allocation of a processor that was no longer in business. And again, that's something that I need to flesh out a little bit more in the next draft of the analysis. Also, the council has not established any options that further define the limitation on use of the harvest shares issued to processors. The council could consider establishing further limits on transferability and severability of these quota shares from the permit that they're initially issued. They could consider limits on the use of processor of these quota shares on processor-owned or controlled vessels. These quota could be used to barter for quota in other LAP programs, and whether that would be permissible. In other words, a firm may want to trade some cod quota for pollock quota or crab quota or some other quota shares. Would they be allowed to do that? And do the processor shares apply to the processor ownership and CV use caps? And we'll talk about this a little bit more in the next sections of the analysis as we go through them. I also note that there's a bullet, the next bullet says that in the next draft of the analysis we'll include a section on the National Appeals Office process as the adjudicator of the Secretary's decisions regarding initial allocations of limited access privileges. This is a section that we probably should have included in this draft of the analysis. I did not include it. It was an oversight on my part, but just as a general discussion of the process that individuals, if they do not agree, and this is for both harvesters and processors, that the process that is currently set up at the National Appeals Office for them to appeal a decision made by the Secretary.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Daryl. Just following up on that slide regarding the options or limitations of use of shares, and then also back on the options within the element, the 0 to 30%. I think you suggested that, that's one approach, at least for the options, is for processors to work with catchers and work that out. I could see some challenges with this as well. Do you have a recommendation on how to proceed with evaluating the options under kind of both of these, and something such as pulling together a subgroup of processors and catcher vessel representatives to help try to define the best options going forward, or what do you recommend? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marks, certainly it's always best if we can get industry to come forward and provide information from both sides on how they would see this working in terms of the limitations that are put on the use of these shares. In the next version of the analysis, I can certainly try to do a deeper dive into some of these issues, but I would be hopeful that in public testimony and in the process, as I talk to more and more people, as we develop, or as this analysis is developed, as the analysts talk to more and more people, that we could flesh it out and provide a breadth of ideas based on input from more than just the analysts themselves, but working with industry to provide workable, reasonable solutions.
Thank you.
Please continue, Mr. Brandon.
Processors that do not receive an initial allocation or receive a small allocation of harvest shares may need to offer higher ex-vessel prices, better delivery terms, or other market incentives to make up for not being able to provide additional quota to attract harvesters. These firms may be at a competitive disadvantage, which may make it more difficult or increase costs for new processors to enter the fishery. And, this is kind of the same discussion that we have when we talk about harvesters not being included in an initial allocation. There's greater barriers for them to enter the fishery. They have to buy their quota. They have to, in order to begin participation, it increases their costs and just increases the hurdle that they have to get over in order to enter the fishery. This is, I think, there's similar issues on the processing side. If a processor doesn't receive an initial allocation and they can't offer a harvester, say the initial allocation was 20% to processors, they can't offer a harvester that 20% bonus to make them whole to what they were before the processor allocation was given, to attract them to deliver to their processor. They're likely at a disadvantage over the processors that do have that quota and could offer those incentives to deliver to them. I think it goes hand in hand with the discussion under 5.1, where there's no closed class of processors. And while there is no closed class processors, there is this extra hurdle if some processors have quota and others don't, that they will need to overcome to be able to effectively enter the fishery. And my understanding on the West Coast is that processors have been able to overcome that hurdle. And maybe that's something that the analysts could include in the next draft of the analysis. If there are no more questions on element 5, I will proceed to element 6.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brandon. I'm sure that in your inquiries about West Coast dynamics, you'll get to this, but so it may go without saying. But it obviously isn't just a question of whether they've been able to, but the dynamics that allow them to, that I think are going to be of real interest. I think, initially at least, it's hard for most of us to imagine what kinds of dynamics would allow that. I assume they have to be things like the ability to build essentially almost a year-round package that's not just dependent on a single species. But to the extent that, without obviously getting into confidentiality issues, to the extent that you can elucidate what sort of dynamics actually support processors being able to break in without having QS, that would be really helpful to me.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I'm making a note of that, and I will try to address. We will try to address that issue better in the next draft. Element 6 deals with the Aleutian Islands processor provisions. Element 6.1 would establish a set-aside of 10 to 25% of the A-season trawl CV sector directed BSAI harvest that cooperatives would be allocated, but they must deliver to the AI shore plants. Element 6.2 would establish an annual allocation of CQ to AI plant operators or entities representing the communities equal to the lesser of 5.5% of the total BSAI trawl CV Pacific cod quota, or 5,000 metric tons during the years the community notifies NIMS a plant will be operating in those communities. And so at the 30,000 foot level, element 6.1 would not reduce the amount of quota that catcher vessels or processors receive under this allocation, but they would be required to set aside 10 to 25% of the amount they would receive as part of an A-season apportionment that they would have to figure out how to get delivered to AI shore plants. And that would be done through the cooperative structure. Each vessel certainly wouldn't be required to deliver it, but they're within the cooperatives and between cooperatives through intercooperative agreements, they would have to ensure that no more than 75 to 90% of their A-season apportionment is delivered to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. The remainder would have to be delivered to the AI. And just a reminder, as Mr. McCracken alluded to earlier in his presentation, there isn't an expectation that there will be A-season and B-season quota issued. It would be up to the cooperatives to stay within whatever A-season or B-season limits are established in regulations. And we've gone over those percentages that are currently in regulation. But each quota share unit would not have an A-season designation or a B-season designation or a C-season designation, but it would be up to the cooperatives to monitor. Element 6.2 would reduce the amount of CQ that's allocated annually to cooperatives and that based on catcher vessel harvest. It would be reduced, and that quota share would then be allocated to the AI shore plant or a community representing the AI shore plant. The National Marine Fisheries Service would end up holding the quota, and it would be delivered, and the annual CQ allocation would be assigned to the entity, the appropriate entity. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if that's a residual hand or I need to stop.
Mr. Brandon, I think it was residual. Mr. Dwight, let us know if you do have a question though.
Apologies. I just didn't want to blow through a question, Mr. Chairman, and not appropriately stop. This slide talks about AI process provisions that the council would need to establish in regulation. You'll recall that when the council's Amendment 113 was vacated, these elements are no longer in regulation. They're still on the books, so to speak. They're still written in regulation, but they're no longer enforced. And so to have Amendment or Element 6 function as intended, at a minimum, the council would need to redefine the term AI shore plant in regulation. And I think it would be as simple as just taking the language that's already there and just re-implementing it. You would need to calculate and define the amount of AI Pacific Cod TAC available as a directed fishing allowance and the amount available as an ICA. And you may need to limit the amount of A-season Pacific Cod that may be harvested from the Bering Sea prior to March 21st. And that's the cutoff date that if quota isn't used under the AI program currently in the council's motion, that it would be reallocated in some form or fashion. You would also need to require that either the city of ADAC or the city of Atka notify the National Marine Fisheries Service of intent to process AI Pacific Cod during the upcoming fishing year in order for the AICQ reserve to be effective in the upcoming fishing year.
Sorry, Mr. Brandon, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you go back to the previous slide, Mr. Brandon? The third small bullet, I guess I might be misunderstanding that the council may need to limit the amount of A-season cod that's harvested from the Bering Sea prior to March 21st. Is that a request to address the March 21st limitation that was in the previous analysis that was such that we would need to direct where that unharvested quota goes, or is it something else? My confusion is around the fact that in this LAP program, I thought we were allocating everything out and we don't need to then hold back some amount of quota in order to ensure that Aleutian Islands has the opportunity to harvest cod in their A season, which is later than the Bering Sea A season. You think you could help me out with that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, in my view, there's two issues going on. The first issue is, well, we're allocating quota from the trawl CV sector allocation from the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. There's a TAC set for the Bering Sea. And since the trawl CV sector isn't the only fishery that utilizes that TAC, there could be a potential for the freezer longliners or pod vessels, or in conjunction with the trawl CVs, to harvest the entire Bering Sea TAC prior to the March 21st date. Then there would be and so that's one issue, and I don't know that would that could have an impact on how much. I don't know that that's as much of an issue as I thought it was, Ms. Kimball. I think I'm confusing myself. But the second part of your question was in regard to the March 21st date and the reallocation. That does need to be specified, and I get to that later on, and what actually happens to the reallocation after that date. And I apologize for the meandering answer that didn't provide a whole lot of information.
No, thank you, Mr. Brandon. We'll think about that first part of your response a little bit more. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next slide just looks at data under 6.1, looking at either a 10 to 20, 25% set aside of the Charles CV sector ACs and apportionment. And this slide just looks at data from 2003 through 2020. And it provides information on the TAC, the ITAC as a percentage of TAC, in other words, accounting for the ICA, the Charles CV percent of the ITAC, which is constant throughout this entire time period, the annual Charles CV total, the ACs and apportionment, since that's what the set aside is based on, the amount that would be established for the set aside if it was set at 10% or 25%, and the percent that you would have to set to equal 5,000 metric tons. And I only included the 5,000 metric ton amount in this case because that's what the council established under Amendment 113. And you can see that the amounts to get to 5,000 metric tons range from about 13% up to the most recent year when the TAC was at low levels to pretty close to the upper limit of the 25%. I also provided the average over the entire time period and the standard deviation from mean, one standard deviation from the mean to give you some idea of the variation that occurred over the period. And so that's the information of what potentially would be the allocation under those amounts. I did not attempt to project into the future using estimates of what the Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod TAC may be in the future to show trends into the future. That certainly could be done, but as we all know, we're kind of at historically low levels, at least recently historically low levels currently in the fishery compared to what it had been in, say, 2012 and the early teens of the 2000s.
Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Daryl. My question is on the effects of this element, and I know we're going to look at the effects of these alternatives at the end of the presentation here. But just because you'd in answer to one of the other council members' questions, you'd pointed out that there is a potential that the entire quota in the Bering Sea is taken early, similar to what happened this year in the Bering Sea closes. But you didn't mention the other issue which happens, and I think it happened a couple years ago in 2018, where we had, or I think maybe it was 2019 actually, last year, that the A season quota was, there is no A and B season quota in the Aleutian Islands, and because of that, the entire Aleutian Islands quota was taken very early on, and that Aleutian Islands was effectively closed for the rest of the year, and there was no B season in the Aleutian Islands. So I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that, or if that's a better question, Mr. Chairman, if that's a better question for the end. But since Daryl had commented on that, and we're talking about the Aleutian Islands, I was thinking about that. What's the best time to ask that question, when those effects are going to be looked at? Or Daryl, if you've had a chance to think about both of those issues, one, that the Bering Sea could close early and there's folks that have to go to the Aleutians to catch their quota, or where the Aleutian Island quota is all taken and people are not, that would normally fish in the B season, the Aleutians aren't able to go. That's my question for Daryl. I hope I've made that clear, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I certainly understand your question, and there is the potential, again, because there's a separate tax set for the Aleutians and the Bering Sea, that if the TAC in either area is taken, then the remaining fishing would have to occur in the other area if any sector has quota available, whether it's in the trawl LAP program that we're talking about or any of the other sectors. And so there is that possibility that could occur, and there would likely be costs associated with people not being able to fish in their preferred area. We did not get into that in a lot of detail in this version of the analysis. It's certainly something we can highlight and think about more as we further develop the analysis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may want to return with a question just on the effects of the alternatives at the end of the presentation, but I appreciate you allowing me the time to ask that question now here as well, why Daryl had that on his mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Mr. Brannon.
Mr. Chairman, this is simply a slide that tries to show some amounts of halibut that may be apportioned to based on the set aside. If there was concern that the cooperatives would not have enough halibut available to allow the AI fishery to occur under the set aside, then you could have a separate allocation of halibut assigned to the AI fishery. And because we don't have a division and we don't have information, I simply put together a table that shows a very broad consideration of how the PSE limit could be divided. Again, it's the 10 to 25% that's allocated to as a set aside, set up as a set aside from the A-season allocation. This is the percentage of the annual allocation, and if half the cod or half the halibut was assigned of the 391 metric tons that's assigned to the peacod fishery currently, if half of it was assigned based on this amount, then you get these metric tons of halibut PSC limit that could be assigned. As Mr. McCracken has indicated, the trawl CV sector typically accounts for 94 to 96%, I believe it is, of the halibut PSC usage, and the AFA trawl CP accounts for the remainder. And so it's probably these higher percentages of the division of the trawl C or the halibut PSC limit for the limited access fisheries that would be considered, and these are the ranges that would result. The sub-option under option 6.1 would reduce the amount of AICQ set aside by an amount that ADCA or ADAC processors receive as a direct allocation of harvesting shares under the program element 5.3. And any allocation under 6.2 or through any other legislation. The assumption above raises the issue that as written, option 6.1 could be established in conjunction with option 6.2 and or element 5.3. And we just wanted to clarify that that was the council's intent. And when I went through element 5.3, there was that option that the allocation would either be for only the Bering Sea or it could potentially include AI shore plants. The other question is, can you select option 6.1 and 6.2 together, or are they mutually exclusive? If more than one option may be selected to allocate quota to AI shore plants, shore-based processors, the amount would be cumulative but never exceed the maximum established under either 6.1 or 6.2, and that's another assumption that if the more than one option can be selected and a maximum is established under one of the options, that maximum limit would apply for all quota share utilized by the AI processors. Element 6.2 would allocate cooperative quota either to the AI plant operators or an entity representing the community. The National Marine Fisheries Service would hold the underlying quota share and only allocate annual CQ based on whether the community representative submitted a timely application indicating the plant would be operational and processing Pacific cod that year. The plant/community would then assign the cooperative quota to cooperative vessels or to a cooperative directly to harvest the AI Pacific cod and deliver the fish to the AI shore plant. And when the council developed their motion, it indicated that the way that the calculation would be done, that 5.5% of the combined fishery would be 1,961 metric tons in the motion. I just highlight that I did do the math correctly because that's the number I got as well. And so, again, similar to the table I generated for element 6.1, I'm just showing that for the years 2003 through 2020, based on the options of allocating either 5.5% of the total sector allocation, and this is not just the ACs, but the annual allocation, or 5,000 metric tons, to just show the difference that those two alternatives would have based on the various years under consideration by the council. And again, at the bottom of the table, I show the average over this entire time period as well as the standard deviation. And so the average over the entire time period is 12% of that would have to be allocated to get to 5,000 metric tons, compared to the 5.5% that's the other option. And in 2020, the year that the TAC is the lowest under the period considered, you would have to allocate 18.2% of the trawl CV sector apportionment in order to get to 5,000 metric tons. The proposed action is silent on the treatment of AI cooperative quota reserve if it is not harvested by March 21st. The motion does say that it would be reallocated, but it's not specific how that reallocation would occur. The council could consider reallocating any CQ reserve remainder to the eligible program license holders on the date selected by the council, or grant the National Marine Fisheries Service Regional Administrator the authority to determine where and whether to reallocate the fish after that date, and whether it would be assigned to directed and or incidental fisheries at that point. The motion states that to receive a percentage of the reallocation, the LLP license holder must have harvest history in both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. That's table 2-103 on page 212. And it shows that between 15 to 28 LLP license holders fished both areas, depending on the qualifying period that's selected. And so, well, the allocation could only go to those license holders based on their harvest history. That quota would then be assigned to the cooperative, and it doesn't restrict those license holders from harvesting that quota, but it would assure that at least one member of the cooperative is eligible to fish in the Aleutian Islands and preserve some possibility that some of the fish could be harvested from the Aleutian Islands. Mr. Chairman, if there are no further questions on element 6, I will move on to element 7. Element 7 deals with the transfers of quota share assigned to LLP licenses. Quota share based on catch history is assigned to LLP groundfish licenses. Once assigned to the LLP license, the quota share may not be severed from that LLP license. The council may wish to address how to treat quota share that were generated on the use of, based on the use of severable AI trawl endorsements, and these are the endorsements that Mr. McCracken talked about earlier, the 8 severable AI trawl endorsements that can be used in the trawl and the AI by vessels that are less than 60 feet, that were used along with LLP licenses that did not have a permanent trawl endorsement. for the AI. This could create a specific class of endorsements that are assigned the quota share instead of the LLP license that was fished. In that case, quota share could be non-severable from the endorsement, or could be transferred to LLP licenses that meet the size constraints placed on the use of the endorsement. Selling an LLP license transfers the quota share along with the LLP license. Any person eligible to purchase an LLP license may purchase an LLP license and the quota share initially assigned to the LLP license. Of course, the ability to purchase a license is based on restrictions under the LLP program that a person may only hold a maximum of 10 LLP groundfish licenses, and it's further restricted by the ownership caps that will be established under Element 8 that limit the number of LLP licenses a person could hold and not be over the ownership cap for quota share established under this program. Element 7.2 is specific to harvesting quota share issued to processors. The council still needs to specify transferability provisions for quota issued to processors. Staff assumption is that once quota share is assigned to the processor permit that will be established under this program, it cannot be severed. And we list some questions on, who can purchase the quota share issued to processors, because that hasn't been defined, and we have a discussion of it in the analysis, but the council has yet to provide specific direction on this issue. So we talk about who can purchase quota share issued to processors and purchase that permit. Would it be only active Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Pacific cod processors? Would it be any eligible processor? Would there be limits placed on quota share moving offshore or outside of a specific community? Would there be limits on the sale of quota shares to CPs acting as motherships? Would it be available for sale to non-processors? And could that include specific communities, other NGOs that hold quota share like they do on the West Coast? Could it be sold to LLP license holders? And there's probably numerous other potential buyers of the quota share that I haven't listed in this that could be considered.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one, Mr. Brannon, on the who can purchase quota share issued to processors. Based on your earlier bullet, you really mean who could purchase the permit? I think you said it both ways, so I just want to confirm your assumption is a new permit issued for this program. If the council selects that direction, the history stays with that permit, and you can't sell the history off the permit. You have to purchase a permit, for instance, if there's a sale.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that's correct, and I apologize if my language was sloppy. But the bolded language at the top says that the staff assumption is the quota share is non-severable from the permit it was initially issued. So it would be the selling of this newly created permit that carries the quota share with it.
Thanks.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, I have been struggling hooking this up with the discussion in element 5.3. And 5.3 talks about potential criteria for use in determining successors. And obviously it's the severability that determines whether or not you, or not obviously, I guess my first question is it this issue of severability that determines why you would need the criteria, or I'm left struggling with, isn't there a marketplace potential as well for dealing with the QS? And if there is, why would the staff assume that QS is non-severable from the permit? Because that would seem to preclude any marketplace solutions for transfer of processor QS.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Twite, let me restate your question to see if I have it correct.
That would probably help me too.
The first issue is the severability of the quota from the permit, and the question is it. Let me back up. There's the issue of who is issued quota share in terms of the processors that have gone out of business and the successor interest issue. That's completely separate from this issue, which is once we've determined who the quota share is issued to, the assumption is that it's assigned to a newly created permit, and that permit is transferable to whomever the council determines it's transferable, but the quota share assigned to that permit would be non-severable from the processor permit to which it's initially issued. That's not the same permit that processors need to process, and they could continue processing in other fisheries, continue doing pollock, continue doing flatfish, continue doing halibut or whatever other species they're processing. And so the issue of non-severability is, are we going to treat it like the LLP licenses, where once it's assigned to that permit, you have to assign that sell that entire permit along with the quota share? Or is there some reason the council would want to allow the quota share to be completely severable from that permit? And if it is severable from that permit, I guess the question then becomes, does it have to be sold to someone that also holds a similar permit that has quota share? Or if it's divided up into pieces and parts, would NIMS have to create new processor permits to assign the quota share to? And I'm not sure that I answered your question.
You did. You answered better than I asked. But doesn't your assumption, the staff assumption here, limit the analysis of those potential outcomes? You described several different potentials, and it seems to me that under your assumption, you wouldn't analyze all those. Again, maybe I'm misunderstanding here, but.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, my assumption is very limiting, and it probably would limit the analysis that we do in terms of the various other options. And because this specific issue wasn't very fleshed out, I guess consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, as Dave Frazier used to always say. And I was just trying to be consistent with how quota share assigned to LLP licenses treated in my initial assumption.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me a fair amount.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I probably don't need to ask a question. I was tracking that same issue, and so not so much a question, I guess, based on the language of the council's motion in 7.1, catch histories are attached to an LLP license and are non-severable from the LLP. I think that's a reasonable assumption, Mr. Brannon, but appreciate the discussion, and we'll think about that issue a little bit more.
The next question that is associated with the harvest shares issued to processors is, are there any restrictions on which catcher vessels may use the cooperative quota issued to processor? Can it be used on vessels owned by the processor? Are there other classes of vessels that would be restricted from using this quota? Does the quota issued processors count towards the ownership and use caps? And again, we'll talk about that more when we get to the next section of the analysis, which deals with ownership and use caps. For processors, the catcher vessels, or the cooperatives. The transfer of cooperative quota between cooperatives, and this is element 7.3. After being initially issued to a cooperative quota may be transferred between cooperatives with the approval from NIMS. And this is the way that most of the other cooperative programs work for the National Marine Fisheries Service, to be able to properly account for the use of a cooperative and make sure they don't exceed their allocation. They need to be able to track the quota and what with between cooperatives through these transfers. If PSC is apportioned under this program, both Pacific cod and PSC species may be transferred between cooperatives. Pacific cod and PSC species may either be transferred together or independently from each other. For all PSC, whether it's harvest or process control, it's assumed that the PSC is not assigned to the LLP license or permit, but is assigned to the cooperative or limited access fishery in the same proportion as the Pacific cod CQ. And this is the discussion that I had with Ms. Kimball earlier, that the PSC quota is not directly assigned to the LLP or the processor permit holder, but is assigned to cooperatives in proportion to the cod quota share or cooperative quota assigned to that cooperative. Element 7.4 deals with post-delivery transfers of CQ, and it allows those transfers to occur. However, to begin a fishing trip, a vessel must have CQ available through its cooperative. If the cooperative limit is exceeded, the cooperative may agree to transfer with another cooperative to cover any harvested overages. Post-delivery transfers must be completed by either December 31st or when the annual CQ permit expires. If a cooperative is unable to cover any overages before the annual CQ permit expires, they will be subject to enforcement actions. And this is the process that is currently in the Rockfish program and takes place in other cooperative programs. Mr. Chairman, that ends section or element 7. I will move on to element 8, which deals with the ownership and use caps under the program. Section 303AC of the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the council to consider excessive share consolidation or excessive consolidation in the harvesting and processing sectors to ensure that LAP permit holders do not acquire an excessive share of the program by establishing a maximum share expressed as a percentage of the total limited access privileges that a limited access privilege holder is permitted to hold, acquire, or use, and establishing any other limitations or measures necessary to prevent an inequitable concentration of limited access privileges. The council must determine both the rationale for its ownership and use caps and the appropriate level of those caps. In the analysis, we provide on table 2-107 a summary of the ownership and use caps that have been established for other LAP fisheries. I'm not going to go over that table, but it's there for your reference if you wish. Element 8.1 is calculating the harvester issued use caps a person may hold or use. Individual ownership and use caps for both catcher vessels and processors may be calculated using either the individual and collective rule or the 10% ownership threshold rule. The individual and collective rule is what we use in a lot of the catch share programs for harvesters. And so if you owned 50% of a license, 50% of the quota share assigned to that license would be accounted towards your ownership cap. The 10% ownership threshold rule states that if you own or control 10% or more of another entity, all of the quota share held by that company counts against your cap. A grandfather provision could be selected and applied to persons over the caps at the time of initial allocation. Looking at the data for the harvester issued quota share, cooperative quota caps, a person may hold use based on license holder address. And so what we've done in this table is taken all the LLP license holders and aggregated them by the licenses by catch history assigned to each individual licenses by whether the address in the LLP file is the same. So if this license was the same or if the address was the same for 3 different licenses, those licenses were aggregated together. And it's just the simplest way we have to try and determine common ownership of those licenses. And we don't get into the individual and collective rule trying to figure out percentages owned by various people in this table. But this is just a first cut at using the data that we have available. And so using those aggregations, we looked at whether a license holder would have been under or over the cap at 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, all the way down to 12%. And you can see that under the first option, this is the 2014 through 2019 time period, there were 19 LLP holders that would have been over the 1%, under the 1% threshold, and there were 24 license holders that would have had to have been grandfathered in at 1% because they exceeded the 1% threshold. As you moved up to 2%, you can see the number of people that would not need a grandfather increases until you get to the bottom where 43 individuals would not need to be grandfathered. And there would be no grandfather provision at the 2 highest levels under this option. And you can see the number of license holders under each of the percentages. And so this is just to give the reader an idea of if you applied one of these threshold percentages based on our best estimate of the ownership information, that this is the number of individuals that would be over the ownership threshold under all the options considered. Element
Brandon, it's just after 11:30 Alaska time and 12:30 Pacific time. So let's go ahead and take a lunch break and come back at 12:35 Alaska time, and we'll resume with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.
Council, please come to order. Okay, we are in the middle of staff presentation with Daryl Brannon. And before we move on, I want to make sure that council members don't have any questions about anything that's been covered already. Okay. With that, Mr. Brannon.
Mr. Chairman, the next issue is element 8.2, and this is the vessel use cap. And what I've done in this table is look at the top 3 vessels each year in terms of their catch of directed or targeted Pacific cod fishery. And that covers the years 2003 through 2019. And I sorted it from low to high based on the average of those top 3 producing catcher vessels. And you can see that the range was from just over 3% to just over 7%, depending on the year. And the broad range in the percentage of catch by the top 3 producing vessels varies for a variety of reasons, including the sector's annual allocation, ex-vessel price for cod, the number of vessels participating, the season length, and the regulatory changes that have occurred or are being considered. I would also note the bold print is this was the only ownership use cap that didn't have a grandfather clause included under the provision. And so I was just checking to make sure if it was the council's intent to not include a grandfather provision for the catcher vessel use caps or whether it was an oversight. Mr. Chairman, I'm just waiting for my computer to restart here. The next element is element 8.3.
Mr. Brennan, before we move on, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Back on that previous one, you mentioned several factors that affect that spread. You didn't mention whether or not you observed a trend over time, i.e., in more recent years with the season growing shorter and the and greater congestion on the fishing grounds, whether that has affected the amount that the top 3 have been able to get or not.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, thanks for the question. And that was one of the effects. And because of the compressed season and the increased number of vessels participating in the fishery, in the more recent years, they were towards the lower end of the percentage scale. And years that it was a longer season and there was just fewer vessels participating and spread out over more time, there were some vessels that are, I hate to use highly cod dependent because dependency is one of those kind of loaded terms. But in cases like that, there were some vessels that were able to catch a greater percentage of the cod fishery than in other years, as you mentioned, when it was very compressed.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might just, this isn't almost a question, but just sort of a realization. This may be one of the best ways of showing that the choice of years really does make a difference in terms of capturing history.
Mr. Chairman,
can move on, but I am interested in Daryl's reaction to
that. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, it certainly does show the impact on vessels, and when we've heard testimony over time about the longtime participants in this fishery that fished back when it was covering a several-week fishery, that they're able to make fewer trips and earn less revenue from the fishery. And I think that does show up in this chart. And I think I may be able to expand on this in future drafts, or with the analysts will be able to expand on this in future drafts and kind of bring out some of those issues a little bit better.
Thanks, Mr. Brandon. Ms. Campbell has a question.
Mr. Chair, Daryl, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So is this the top 3 vessels in each year? It's not the top 3 vessels sort of across the time period of qualifying years, and you're not looking at it in that way, right? If we wanted to look at it in that way, we would need to look at the beautiful figure on page 233.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Campbell, that is correct. This is the top 3 years, or top 3 vessels each year, and then I just sorted the years from low to high, just to show that trend over time. So it's easier to kind of pick out a certain range in the data and see how many fall within that range. If you want to look at each individual vessel capped at the 5% limit, then the spiral picture that I created shows each vessel's history, and you can look at it in that way. I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder for that chart, though.
Well, I like it. Thank you, Mr. Brannon.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, that just spurred another question. So the x-axis here is not a year, or the x-axis is years, but it's not like we're used to seeing it. It's not 1996, 1997, 1998. It's 1 year in an 18-year period. Did I get that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to advance the slide because Adobe is rebooting. The next issue is element 8.3, processor shares, processor issued cooperative shares. And just a staff comment to lead off, element 8.3 is defined in the motion as processor issued cooperative harvest shares. Staff has interpreted that language to mean any harvest shares initially issued to processors on a processor permit that is defined under element 5.3. The language could also be interpreted more broadly to include any cooperative quota that is derived from processors holding LLP licenses. In other words, there's some processing firms that have interest in LLP licenses. And the staff question is, when we're looking at ownership caps for processors in terms of shares, should we only be looking at the shares issued them initially directly under element 5.3, or should it also include the shares issued to LLP licenses under element 2? The council should clarify its intent to aid the discussion and implementation of the program. It should also be noted that broadening the definition will require additional consideration of linkages between processors and firms that hold LLP licenses, and the implications of using the individual and collective or 10% ownership threshold to determine the ownership and use caps at the firm level. And just looking at data, earlier in my presentation, I talked about the top 4 processing firms taking deliveries of about 75% of the targeted BSAI trawl CV Pacific cod quota under the various time periods. This table is simply those numbers divided by 4. And so instead of having about 75%, you get the 18% range that's listed in this table. And I did that simply to show, since we're looking at caps at the individual processor level instead of the top X number of processors, I'm looking at the cap this way is more relevant to this discussion. And I would note that because it's an average, there's going to be some processors above the percent listed here and some processors below. And so if you selected the percentage listed here, you would certainly understand that you would either need to grandfather at least one processor above this cap, or they would have to divest of some of their holdings after the initial allocation because they would be over the cap. The last element is the processing facility cap, and the previous cap looked at the firm level. This looks at the plant level. And so if the council was interested in implementing a processing cap at each individual plant level, then this looks at the average of the top 3 processing facilities on an annual basis. And here I didn't sort it from low to high. I just did the years across the x-axis. And you can see that the top 3 processing plants averaged from 14.2 to 23% of the sector deliveries over the time period considered. If you put a cap on the amount that a plant can receive in deliveries, then it could prevent certain firms that operate more than one plant from consolidating their BSI Pacific cod operations, and for efficiency reasons. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. McCracken and let him go through some of the next elements.
Mr. Chairman, so this part of the presentation, this is when we start trading the virtual mic back and forth amongst the rest of the team fairly often, and we actually pick up a lot of speed. So we should be done here pretty quickly. So this element 9, is the cooperative provisions. So each cooperative will be required to file an annual cooperative allocation to receive an annual allocation. NIMS recommends the application be submitted by November 1st to the regional administrator. This provides enough time for RAM to process applications, both from the Amendment 80, which are due November 1st, and the AFA program, which are due December 1st. Cooperatives are formed by qualified LLP licenses with QS. So each qualified LLP license may be assigned to one cooperative. A vessel designated on a qualified LLP license is a member of that license's cooperative. Here's an assumption by staff, I believe. It's not bolded here, but I think this is an assumption. Vessels not designated on a qualified LLP license may also allowed to join a cooperative. This would be based on provisions outlined in the cooperative civil contract and approved by NIMS of the cooperative membership application. So if that assumption is not correct, we would need some clarification on that. Cooperatives are intended for coordinating harvest activities of members and are not FCMAs. Right? Each cooperative will receive annual CQ of cod and apportionments of halibut and crab PSC if both PSC's limits are first apportioned between the trawl CV and the AFACP sectors and the trawl limited access sector allocations. There's a note there that element 3 does not include framework for apportioning crab PSC between the trawl CV and the AFACP sector at this time. And finally, for this slide, and there is an option under element 9 that would maintain crab PSC at the trawl limited access sector, since that is how crab PSC is currently apportioned. Element 10 is share duration. The Magnuson-Stevens Act, Section 303A.
Okay, McCracken.
Stop.
Hold on 1 second. Ms. Miller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping I'd get you, John, before you moved on to element 10. I just want to make sure I'm understanding how some of the earlier elements may influence the cooperative provisions, and how this would work out on an annual basis. So if the processor issued quota share from element 5, if the processors they don't need to be part of that cooperative, that association wouldn't need to be part of that November 1st application. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, as far as I understand, as far as I understand, I don't believe so. It's just an association with the processor. But I'm not 100% sure on how that lines out.
And if I may, maybe
maybe Daryl could provide a little bit more clarity on that because of the issuing of EQs to processors.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Miller, I think the issue is the timing of when the National Marine Fisheries Service has to know who's in the cooperative in order to be able to assign quota shares to those cooperatives. Because even though a processor holds quota share, that quota share still has to be assigned to a cooperative under the initial allocation process in order for the agency to know how much each process or each cooperative holds at the beginning of the year. And I think we just have to, as we work through this process, think back about when each of these, what's considered under each of these these dates, and whether that time allows sufficient RAM and the National Marine Fisheries Service sufficient time to make sure that all the vessels are assigned to cooperatives, all the catch history, or all the cooperative quotas assigned to the proper cooperatives at the beginning of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon and Mr. McCracken. That's helpful.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I have a question about what I believe you referred to as a staff assumption under the second high-level bullet. Vessels not designated on a qualified LLP license may also be allowed to join a cooperative. I just want to make sure I'm tracking all of those types of things that seem like fairly important decision points for the council. Are you going to cover that a little bit more when we get to the impacts part of the presentation? Or, I mean, I guess I'm basically just wondering, are we going to hear a little bit more about the impacts of that assumption versus not allowing that to happen later in the presentation? Or should I ask about it now?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I don't think that we have much in the analysis that elucidates the impacts of having vessels that are not designated on qualified LLPs being allowed to join a cooperative, as well as having LLP licenses without QS being able to join a cooperative. I think since the motion didn't specifically prohibit that, that was just the approach that we basically assumption that we applied, and I think that there's some precedence for that, but I'm not 100% sure on that either. And so that was just a clarification, or just letting you know what our assumptions were on that. And so if that's not the correct assumption, or it's not the intent of the council, then we should just be notified of that issue. Now, if you want to see a little bit more expanded analysis on that, obviously we could bring that back at the next iteration, rather than trying to describe the impacts of that if you were to include it, other than the obvious. And maybe Daryl could shed a little bit more light on it too, since he might have a little bit more experience on that issue.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, there is a modest amount of discussion in the analysis regarding that issue, and certainly under the Rockfish program, that you have to hold quota share on your license to be a member of the cooperative that you're joining. Because the council's motion wasn't specific to whether that was a requirement under this program or not, we discussed that it could be a possibility. And in the analysis, we briefly touch on there could be reasons for people to want to do that. If, for example, a firm owns more than one vessel, they have one license that's assigned quota share. They want to use their most efficient vessel in the cooperative. Would that vessel be allowed to join the cooperative and harvest the quota share for that firm? Or any other independent vessel that people thought was a very efficient vessel that they wanted to come in and harvest quota share for the cooperative, would that be allowed? The issue also comes up when we get into the element 14, the gear conversion, about whether it was the council's intent to limit that to the trawl CV sector or actually allow pot vessels. And the pot vessels, none of them would have quota share. And so if that was the intent, then it would have to be more open than just people that hold quota share. And so there were several kind of interrelated questions that we had as we worked through the analysis. And we're just looking for clarification on what the council's intent was in terms of how tightly to control the individual vessels that could be members of cooperatives.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. And so just following up on that, I think Mr. McCracken mentioned some precedent for perhaps different ways that councils address this in other programs. You mentioned, Mr. Brannon, the Rockfish program does limit vessels eligible to join the cooperative. And so just my question is it correct? Do we have another rationalization program that's not like Rockfish in terms of restricting eligibility? And if so, what were the two main or just main policy differences in taking that approach? If you happen to recall, if not, I can look it up later.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, certainly the AFA is vessel-based, and you have to be an AFA vessel to participate in those cooperatives. So you have to be a member to be in that cooperative program. The only other official LAP programs in that would kind of fit under this is the CRAB program, and that's a little bit different, and I don't know all the intricate workings of how the CRAB program is structured in terms of which vessels are allowed to participate. I know there's a great reduction in the number of vessels used to harvest the crab that was initially allocated, but I'm not sure of the restrictions that were placed on which vessels those could be, if they were required to have crab or not. That's something I could look into and provide more information later if you want to talk about that. The other programs are basically voluntary LAP programs, and they're limited by the LLP program that tightly restricts the number of vessels that can participate, and they divide up the catch amongst themselves. So to my knowledge, in the North Pacific, there isn't another program that allows vessels that aren't members of the cooperative to join and fish the quota. I can't speak for other regions of the country, and I may be overlooking one here in the North Pacific that's just escaping my memory.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Brannon. That's really helpful. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Okay, please continue.
Okay, so we were on element 10, shared duration. So MSA section 303A states that a LAP permit is expected or is limited to not more than 10 years, and that would be renewed prior to expiration unless revoked, limited, or modified. So NIMS would renew the permits under the proposed action without the council initiating a formal analysis to reauthorize the program. In general, council has not included sunset dates when developing LAPs. The one exception was the Central Gulf Rockfish program that was implemented in 2012, which had a 10-year sunset date. During reauthorization of that program in January of 2020, the council did not include a sunset date. Sunset dates create considerable time and expense associated with reauthorizing a lap when scheduled to sunset. These costs are in addition to the required program reviews from the MSA. And sunset dates could also affect the value of the licenses themselves that qualify for the program. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on element 10, I believe I'm passing the mic to Stephanie.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Stephanie Orpinski with National Marine Fisheries Service. I'm going to present element 11, which is monitoring. And this element starts on section 2.7.11, starting at page 241. This section describes the current monitoring requirements and monitoring considerations for this upcoming lap. The motion language specified a goal that all vessels under this program would be in the full coverage category. The proposed lap would change monitoring requirements for participating trawl catcher vessels to full observer coverage, retention of all allocated groundfish species, discards of PSC after the observer on board complete sampling, requirement of a computer with Atlas and at-sea transmission capabilities for observers to enter, transmit data, and communicate with NIMS, and deliver all catch to a processor that has a NIMS-approved catch monitoring control plan. Currently, all Pacific Cod trawl CVs designated on an FFP when directed fishing for groundfish in the federally managed or parallel fisheries in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands are in the partial coverage category. After the restructure of the 2013 Observer Program, NIMS allows some vessels to volunteer to be placed into the full observer coverage category. Typically, volunteers are owners of AFA CVs that participate in the limited access Pacific cod fishery to better manage their held at PSC limits within their cooperatives. In summary, increased monitoring will add costs to vessels and require new equipment and data transmission capabilities. This will affect vessels differently depending on the vessel's current monitoring requirements. These costs will be analyzed in the next iteration of the analysis. Depending on how the council develops the gear conversion element, which is element 14, monitoring requirements for fixed gear vessels participating in this program will also need to be specified in the next iteration of the analysis. And with that, I believe I turn it back over to John. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Borpetsky. Let's just make sure there's no questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could go back to the slide 77, Ms. Rapinski. Thank you. So I was wondering, I was trying to follow this section in the analysis, and it looks like we have a set of monitoring considerations, but that the agency has already come to the conclusion that we would require that fourth small bullet, computer with Atlas and at-sea transmission capabilities for observers to enter, transmit data, and communicate with NIMS. And my understanding of current regulations is that CVs under 125 feet are not required to have that capability, and I'm wondering why that's required under this program. The other monitoring requirements, all make sense and 100% coverage, but I wasn't sure why this program spurred the need for that capability over status quo.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a great question. And I don't know if I have a complete answer at this time right in front of me. And I can get back to you with more of a description analyzing this in the next iteration of the analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions before we move on? Okay, Mr. McCracken.
All right, the next element is reporting and program review. This element would request each cooperative to provide a cooperative report annually, kind of like what we do with the other co-ops during the April council meeting. However, given that the agency is recommending requirements for annual cooperative reports to not be included in the regulations, motion should or may likely should be revised to ask cooperatives for annual reports. In other words, more of a voluntary requirement because of the PRA requirements. So obviously asking for co-op annual reports must comply with PRA, and we do this, the agency does this on a regular basis for any request by the council during the cooperative report period and in the April council meetings. Cooperative reports are a resource for the council to track the effectiveness of the cooperative and their ability to meet the council's goals. Cooperative reports also provide the cooperative a means of feedback to the council. There is a table in this section on page 245 that includes a summary of current reporting requirements for existing cooperative reports, along with PRA requested information. Just a note that I believe that some of that information in that table needs to be revised given the reauthorization of the Rockfish program. Since the reauthorization of the Rockfish program removed the requirement for a cooperative report and basically asked for it voluntarily. Finally, via the Magnuson Act, a formal detailed program review would be undertaken at 5 years after implementation, and with additional reviews at a minimum each of 7 years thereafter. That is all for component 12. I'll pass the mic to Daryl, who will present component 13 and 14.
Mr. McCracken, before you do that, Ms. Baker has a question.
All right, I'll go back. Oh, somebody already did. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I know that I've talked to you offline about this, but I guess I just want to understand, I understand what the agency is recommending, but I just want to know what the council options are. And maybe you can't answer this right away, but I would be interested in knowing the answer. Does the council have authority to require that as a condition of this rationalization program that each cooperative provides a cooperative report annually to the council? That's my first question. And if it does not have that authority, is then this request to the cooperatives for an annual report like we received from other cooperatives, voluntary request, really the only option for the council to receive this kind of feedback?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I believe that the request has to be voluntary because of the ability of you're requesting the cooperative reports to provide confidential information in a cooperative report that is obviously made public or presented to the council meeting. And I think that is, from what I understand in my involvement with the cooperative reports during the April meeting, the council can't require that, from what I understand. It has to be a voluntary request, and then obviously the paperwork associated with the Paperwork Reduction Act needs to be completed to provide input from the individuals that are asked to provide this information, allow them input and comment.
Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah, I was waiting for Ms. Baker. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was talking on mute. And so thank you, Mr. McCracken. That was helpful. I am remembering some of the discussions that we've had related to reports on other rationalization programs. I think the reports that the council usually initially required in rationalization programs required the reports to be submitted to National Marine Fisheries Service because it did have confidential information, and we got into the situation where NIMS couldn't release those reports, and honestly, they weren't used to manage the fisheries. So I think the short answer to my question is it depends on what the council wants to see in those reports. If there's no confidential information, we could require it, but that might not be very useful to the council ultimately. Is that close to being correct?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, that sounds a little bit more closer to what I think would be how to walk that wire, in a sense, I believe. I think it all hinges upon, like you said, whether if you require it in regulation, then it would have to go to National Marine Fisheries Service. And I'm a little less sure on the fact that you could require a cooperative report that doesn't have confidential information and not run against the PRA issues. I'm not 100% sure on that, and I have to do a little bit more research on that.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. I guess maybe I think this is important to understand, and maybe I should just take your response that you'll provide more information, because I want to ensure we're not limiting ourselves. We are, as a council, allowed to make a requirement for an annual report. I guess we can't require that co-ops provide us confidential information, but I thought our standard was just that it has to comply with PRA. And that might be a hassle, but it's still something that we can do. And so I do understand that even if we ask for voluntary information, we need to comply with PRA. And I just am hoping you can provide some clarity on this issue, maybe at the next point that we get this back, because I think while PRA is maybe a pain, this is important for the council to try to understand the results of its actions prior to getting to a formal program review, some check-in every year to understand what's happening. So sorry, I did not make that as a question.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think I've gone about as far as I can with the knowledge that I have. And so rather than continue to belabor this issue, I think that I would recommend that I just come back at the next iteration with a little bit more of this nuanced requirement of or voluntary of confidential versus non-confidential, and just be able to provide a better, a better description of the issues.
Thanks, Mr. McCracken. I am the one that belabored this, so thanks for that response.
So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no further questions on element 12, I'll hand it over to element 13 and 14 for Darrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Element 13 is cost recovery, and Section 304D2 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act authorizes and requires NIMS to recover the actual costs directly related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of any LAP up to 3% of the vessel value of the allocated species. In the analysis, we currently propose that the cost recovery structure would be modeled after the AFA cost recovery program. And we suggest this because the AFA cost recovery program is also based on one species. And under the AFA program, it was determined that it wasn't necessary to do a collection of ex-vessel volume and value reports to estimate the ex-vessel value of the species. This assumption may need to be revisited if gear conversion is included in the program and we have separate prices for cod harvested with trawl gear and pod gear. But the reason that works well under a single species where there's a single gear type program, where it's assumed that the cost is the price is the same, then if you harvest in a cooperative, say 10% of the fish, then you would be required to pay 10% of the ex-vessel value fee. And the only thing the ex-vessel price would actually be used for is to ensure that we didn't exceed the 3% cost recovery threshold. Under the AFA program, core data was used to estimate the standardized prices. I think there's a little bit of delay, but again, because it's a single species fishery, it doesn't have that big of an impact on individuals within the program. If there are no questions on cost recovery, the next issue is gear conversion in its element 14, which is the final element in the council's motion. This issue was more of it became more of a discussion paper because we didn't really have any specific alternatives laid out on how to address the gear conversion issue. And so there's several questions that we've raised in the analysis that would help us to further define this element if the council wishes to move forward with it. This element would allow BSAI Pacific cod allocated to the cooperatives under this program to be harvested using pot gear, and it's specific to only pot gear. One of the questions we raise is who can harvest this quota with cooperative quota with pot gear? Is it only the trawl CVs that are members of the cooperative? Or was the intent to allow pot catcher vessels to be associated with the cooperative and harvest the cooperative quota? And this goes back to a discussion we had earlier in our presentation of who's allowed to be members of the cooperative and what's the intent of the function of this element. The council's motion states that the vessels would not be required to have a pot gear endorsement on their LLP license, but the vessel would be required to have the appropriate area endorsement. And so based on the 2020 LLP license files, there are 50 catcher vessel LLP licenses that are endorsed to fish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands that only have that have a pot gear endorsement. 47 of the LLP licenses are only endorsed for the Bering Sea, 2 are endorsed for both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and 1 is only endorsed for the Aleutian Islands. None of the trawl CV LLP licenses with an AI or BS endorsement have a pot gear, Pacific cod pot gear endorsement in the BS or in the AI. To account for the cod program landings of Pacific cod, it'd be necessary to clearly determine whether a vessel is in a cooperative or not, to be able to deduct the catch from the cooperative's quota. This is especially true if we're allowing the pot vessels to be members. We need to determine if they're in the open access fish or limited access fishery or fishing under the cooperative structure. We also noted that since the sector allocations are not altered, it's assumed that the quota cannot be permanently converted to a pot sector allocation. In other words, under the structure as it's envisioned by staff anyway, the transfer of CQ could occur to these vessels, but the underlying quota share would not be allowed to be purchased by vessels in the pot sector that aren't members of the trawl CV sector. If a Pacific cod pot gear LAP is developed, the council could then address any limitations on transfer of CQ and or quota share between the two programs and develop those types of regulations at that time. Because there isn't that other LAP, we assume that the assumptions above held, and it would be strictly limited to staying within the current trawl program. Just a quick summary, there's no halibut PSC mortality assigned to pot gear. It's currently exempt from the halibut PSC limits. And then the pot gear DMR for halibut is calculated at 27%. Historical crab PSC rates and the total amount of crab PSC usage in the pot sector are greater for pot gear than for the trawl gear used in the Pacific cod fishery. Mr. McCracken provided tables in the background section that shows the numbers of crab taken by the pot sector and the trawl sector in the crab fishery, just to highlight those differences. So allowing halibut or Pacific cod to be fished with pot gear is instead of trawl gear is basically a trade-off of halibut mortality for crab mortality. The council would need to determine if vessels opting for Pacific cod trips have different monitoring requirements, and this goes back to the monitoring issues that were just discussed. Typically, trawl laps in Alaska waters require catcher vessels to have 100% observer coverage to accurately account for the harvest of the quota. Whether these same monitoring provisions would apply to vessels using pot gear is a decision that needs to be addressed. EM could possibly be available for pot vessels prior to EM being available for the trawl sector, but there remains a lot of uncertainty regarding the timing of when those EM programs will roll out and be fully implemented. And again, Section 2711, that's definitely, Ms. Rapinski just went over, talks about some of these issues in more detail. Gear conversion could have implications on where fishing occurs in terms of state and federal waters, including potential interactions with vessels currently using pot and hook and line gear. Gear interactions may be greatest based on past years' distribution of cod in the Bering Sea area north of Mac Island, where vessels focus their fishing effort, especially trawl vessels, and there's some pot effort in that area in the recent past. And that's where Pacific cod congregate and Cod Alley, where we hear about in public testimony, is. The species composition of landings in the directed Pacific cod fishery differs between vessels using pot gear and vessels using trawl gear. Pot gear tends to be more selective, with groundfish catches being almost exclusively Pacific cod. Discard mortality rates of some species taken incidentally in the pot fishery also have lower incidental catch rates than the trawl fishery. Trawl gear vessels tend to have higher incidental catches of flatfish and pollock in the Pacific cod fishery. It is assumed that the cod cooperative program CQ is harvested with pot gear may only be harvested by CVs deploying pot gear. In other words, this wouldn't be a provision that would allow pot catcher processors to enter the fishery. And because of the problem statement focusing on protection of inshore processors and communities, the staff made the assumption that the gear conversion provision would only apply to catcher vessels. Catcher vessels that are less than 60 feet or greater than equal to 60 feet would be allowed to use pot gear to harvest as long as they were catcher vessels and with approval from the cooperative. Even those two classes of pot gear vessels fish off different allocations in their directed Pacific cod fishery. If this isn't the intent of the council, it should clarify the discussion and the decision points, and should be expanded to include the impacts on other sectors of pot vessels in the process and the processing sectors. The council will also need to clarify whether the fishery would operate under trawl seasons or pot gear seasons. Recall that January 1st is the kickoff date for the pot season. And if the date were moved up from January 20th, when the trawl season starts, to January 1st, it may have an impact on the deadlines for cooperative formation and the submission of the cooperative applications that we talked about earlier to the National Marine Fisheries Service. With that, Mr. Chairman, we're into the summary of the effects of alternatives, and I will turn it over to Mr. McCracken if there are no questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brennan. I don't see any. Mr. McCracken.
All right, summary of the effects of alternatives. This section is presented as a general summary of the impacts on the various sectors as a result of the straw man alternatives that staff prepared. Additional information and a more detailed comparison of impacts by the alternatives will be provided after the council selects a PPA. And obviously, depending on how you change or if you change the analysis or add elements, add options to the elements, we could theoretically, staff could look at the straw man alternatives between, say, this presentation and the next, and maybe adjust that, since I'm assuming that PPAs will not be developed until further along in analysis, since we're still working on kind of initial reviews, or at least trying to clarify all the assumptions and clarifications that the council staff is looking for. So moving to the first set of impacts, harvester participation in fishing practices. So consolidation of the fleet size is likely under both straw man alternatives. However, this will be less under alternative 2B relative to 2A, given it's more restrictive on ownership and use caps. Harvest of trawl CV allocation would likely increase, leading to a higher gross revenue per vessel and per vessel profits. Alternative 2B would likely have a higher gross revenue per relative to alternative 2A, since sea season would be allocated to the cooperatives under 2B. Bycatch avoidance, ease in transferring harvest privileges, and potential use of pot gear may lead to changes in the geographic distribution and timing of the cod harvest. Harvest will continue to be highly influenced by the timing and location of the spawning aggregation of cod. Both strawman alternatives will improve safety conditions. It slows down the fishery, allowing the vessels to pick and choose how best they want to harvest the fish. Reallocations of cod from the trawl CV sector to other sectors would be reduced under alternative 2B relative to 2A due to the sea season allocation, gear conversion, and benefits of cooperative management. This would likely have a negative effect on all sectors that rely on reallocations, particularly hook and line and pot CV under 60-foot sector. Moving to the effects of the alternatives on bycatch. Oh, let's stop. Looks like we've got a question back on the first one.
Thanks, Mr. McCracken. Mr. Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. So on the negative effect on the reallocations of cod from the trawl CV sector, I'm just thinking back to the our council comments from June 2019 requesting that information be provided in the document relative to the spillover impacts of trawl CV LAP program, which you're addressing here. But I'm just curious, you pointed out that we might have some negative effects on the hook and line pot CV sector, 60-foot sector, and I think you said in your comments the less than 60 foot, but on the greater than 60 foot hook and line CP and the pot CV greater than 60 feet, are those effects you're gonna listen to public comment on and then capture those in the next iteration of the document? Or I'm just finding it interesting that the CV over 60-foot pot guys, particularly, and the hook and line CP guys were a little absent in the document. The effects.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, we obviously will look at that a little closer. Definitely. and make sure that's brought out if there is impacts on those sectors. I'm trying to look at my sector profiles on the fly. Again, I shouldn't be doing, but to see if there's any information that I can glean from that. And it doesn't appear to be at this point. I think a lot of that information will just have to be better looking at who is utilizing reallocations. And I think that the hard part about this now is that obviously we can look at this a little closer, but I have to kind of figure out, I have to talk to the agency a little bit about this issue, because it gets to the heart of the matter that Ms. Campbell asked me earlier about, which is, can we tease out how much of the trawl CV reallocation is going to which sectors? And as far as I know, that is a really difficult nut to crack because of the way the data is collected. All we know is that the trawl CV sector is reapportioning cod, and it's going out to all the different sectors, but we don't know how much is going to, for example, the freezer longlines sector, or the. But we do know that a large portion of the trawl CV reallocation that does happen because of the sea season not being fully harvested does go to the under 60-foot group. And so that's why the statement on the bottom of the slide here, particularly the hook and line pot CVs, because we've researched this, we looked at it in the scoping paper, we looked at it in the cod allocation review, and we did notice that there is a trend that the sea season of the trawl CV sector allocation is reapportioned, and a lot of it does go to the under 60-foot group. The harder part is how much of that goes to the freezer longline sector, how much of it goes to the pot sector over 60 feet. That's a harder a number to provide, and we obviously will try to do our best to try to glean that out in the next iteration and be able to provide maybe some more information on what the likely impacts of that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John. I have another question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Down.
So, John, you covered the rollover aspects pretty well, and you know, I know there's complications I'm not aware of, but it seems like those are all documented rollovers to which sector they went to and how much of that they harvested. So hopefully we'll see more of that in the analysis. But my follow-up question is, you covered the rollovers there, but there's also a few other aspects, like I brought up a question with Daryl on the Aleutian Islands aspects that could have effects on these fleets that I mentioned, whether it's the Bering Sea that closes first or whether it's Aleutian Islands that closes first. Just the fact that there's no A/B season allocation or fixed gear trawl split in the Aleutian Islands. And the other, so you could speak to that, and then I'll include this as well, just ask you to speak to the fact of, I think one of the aspects that might be missing, that did you look at the CP permit can be used as a CV? I think there's a couple ways that can happen. You can just use it as a catcher vessel, and then you can also make a one-time selection to permanently become a catcher vessel, and these which could end up having effects in gear sections. So have you looked at that aspect as well? I know that was a long question, really two questions, but those two issues, the Aleutian Island issue and then this issue of the pot CP permits being used as catcher vessels.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, the first question, getting to, how harvesters can, when they're harvesting cod and you have potential for, and you're trying to deal with that underneath a AI tack or a BS tack, we, as I think Mr. Brandon had indicated, we will obviously have to do a little bit more work on that and think about that issue with regards to the effects section. Daryl might have touched on it in the processor section, but it's definitely, I didn't talk about it in the harvester side. As to using LLP licenses that are CP licenses as a catcher vessel license. No, I did not talk about that. And again, I would have to think about that and try to see where if there is a nexus to that piece of information and how it would fit in with this LAP program.
Thank you very much, John, and I'll wait to hear public testimony on this and may have more comments under our deliberations. But I'm sure you'll be listening to that. But thank you very much, John, for your presentation. This package put together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask those questions.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I'm having trouble with a statement that I heard you make several times, and I'm just not understanding it. And that statement is that we don't know where rollovers came from or where they went. Every time I ask Mary Furness this question, she, not about this, but about some annual action, she says, yes, we took 500 tons from the jig sector and we rolled it over and gave 400 tons to the hook and line under 60 and 100 tons to these people. So I guess can you please explain to me why it's not possible to track down rollovers over time? I'm not understanding the difficulty there, and I just don't understand what I'm missing.
Madam Chair, Ms. Campbell, rather than try to speak to that and make another error, how about I just come back with the next iteration and again fully flesh that out? I might be misinterpreting something, but that's the way I understood it.
Okay, that's fine with me, Mr. McCracken, and sorry to belabor this. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to get some clarity. So I'm perfectly fine hearing it when you've had a chance to look at it for next time.
So, Mr. Chairman, we were on bycatch, if there's no further questions. So the bycatch effects. So not apportioning how the PSC could jeopardize some of the potential successes of cooperative fishing. Cooperative fishing would likely provide flexibility to avoid periods of high bycatch rates, changes in gear configuration, and the elimination of night fishing. This action would rely on ICAs to account for incidental catch of BSAI cod while directed fishing for other non-T-cod groundfish fisheries. There is the potential that cooperative vessels could intentionally top off on incidental catch of cod while targeting other groundfish fisheries. If incidental catch of cod by cooperative vessels increases, there is the potential that the cod allocations to the cooperatives will be reduced to accommodate larger ICAs the following year. And then the last section that I will deal with is other groundfish fisheries. This is sideboards. Additional sideboard limits would likely add an additional layer of complexity to the sideboard management in the Gulf of Alaska. With the exception of some pollock fisheries, Central Gulf shallow water flatfish, Central Gulf arrowtooth, and new Gulf of Alaska sideboard limits for the non-exempt AFAs would likely be insufficient to allow directed fishing. For exempt AFA CVs, the additional limits for the PCTC program would rely on cooperatives to ensure that they do not lease their BSAI cod CQ while benefiting from the original AFA sideboard exemptions. For the non-AFA CVs, many of the Gulf species area sideboard ratios under this alternative would be insufficient for a sideboard fishery. Species and area fisheries sufficient for sideboard fisheries would likely be limited to pollock, Central Gulf cod, shallow water flats, fish, Rexo, arrowtooth, and flathead sole. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on
Mr. McCracken, I believe Mr. White has a question, perhaps on a previous slide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. Mr. McCracken, the point that one of the effects that you noted was that unless halibut PSC is apportioned, it's unlikely that cooperatives will have the same level of success. And I had a couple of different questions about that. One is just how, in your judgment, how much apportionment would need to happen in order to sort of optimize the co-op's ability to successfully manage halibut bycatch? Is there kind of a sweet spot in terms of apportionment, or and I'm thinking of essentially the range of everything from the rationalized sector and just apportioning to that, all the way down to essentially individual vessels as kind of the potential range for apportionment. And based on what you've looked at so far, do you have a sense of where in that range of potential apportionment we're most likely to foster the kind of bycatch avoidance environment that we're hoping the co-ops will be able to engage in?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I think that from my perspective, that sweet spot you're talking about is sort of the precedence that the council has always utilized in constructing LAP programs, which is to apportion halibut at the cooperative level in this particular case. Going much beyond that, obviously we have the other. I think I'm trying to understand the question and maybe how it fits in with option 1.2, where you have literally the potential for, if you select the right options, you could have a co-op of one, where then you would get halibut PSC at the individual co-op level with one holder of eligible LLP licenses that would be apportioned every year. I think that from my perspective, from that range all the way up to a cooperative of several LLP holders would have the opportunity, I think, to be able to facilitate PSC reduction similar to other LAP programs. Recognizing, of course, the trawl CV sector has already done a lot of the research up front and are already utilizing halibut reduction approaches, given their ability to, like for instance, the AFA group can form, in a sense, quasi-rational cooperative to some degree and manage their cod fishery a little bit so they can reduce their halibut footprint. But I think that under the PCTC program, I think they would have even more opportunity to do that. And then they could communicate, their inter-cooperative agreements to better manage their halibut as well. And I suspect that applies to crab in addition.
Thank you. You made a point that I hadn't considered at all, and I really appreciate that. And then right at the end, you mentioned the crab, which was actually my second question. You're not flagging it as the lack of apportionment on crab has a similar effect. You're not flagging that here, but it certainly has been mentioned a couple times. It is brought up some in the analysis and it's mentioned a couple times. Are you sort of highlighting halibut here and not crab just because the historical record indicates that crab has not posed nearly the same problems, or are there other reasons that you weren't highlighting crab here?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, no, it's the same as you indicated. Crab has not been a constraint historically for the trawl CV sector, whereas halibut has in the past been a constraint and can be a constraint, depending on how fast the fishing is. So thus the emphasis on halibut and not crab so much. But I think that there could be benefits to the crab PSC under a cooperative program, even though it's not a constraint. just having the ability to slow down and avoid crab if possible, and continue to use trawl sweeps and other measures to avoid their crab bycatch.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCracken, I'm looking at the bullet on the ICA, and it says we rely on an ICA to account for incidental catch in other non-cod fisheries, and there is nothing under our current motion that does anything different than that, correct? There's not. We would continue to rely on an ICA and have to adjust that up and down, I guess, as we do normally in order to account for incidental catch in non-PCOD directed fisheries. I do recall, and I've been flipping through trying to find it, that there was some other staff assumption or suggestion that to do something other than this in order to ensure that we put a limit on incidental catch. But I can't find that right now, and I'm wondering if you can provide that suggestion to us.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I don't recall that, and I guess I'm just thinking of it as, this particular bullet is obviously very specific to cod, and that is, I think, the prominent tool to avoid bycatch for cod and other non-cod groundfish fisheries. The only other thing I mentioned it in, I think it was element 2.5 where it came up is MRAs too, but that's a slightly a different issue than dealing with just the cod as an ICA.
Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions before we move on? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. McCracken, just I know we've discussed this, and so I sort of apologize, but obviously the Amendment 80 model is one way to deal with the issue that Ms. Kimball was just asking about, and it would not hurt if you reminded me why the Amendment 80 model wasn't part of this, but also equally, if we were to sort of change course and adopt something like an Amendment 80 model to address this, how much would that complicate the analysis at this point? It seems to me that it probably would have a sort of an overwhelming effect on the analysis to try to pick up something like that at this point. But maybe it's not as complicated as I think.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, and I apologize for not cluing into Nicole's or Ms. Kimball's question, and now I'm getting what you guys are getting to. So I believe, I think what you're referring to is another approach would be, instead of to allocate target in element 2, you would allocate total catch, which accounts for both target and incidental, and therefore it takes care of your cooperative incidental catch and other groundfish fisheries. So if they're out there fishing for yellowfin sole, for example, and they're catching a little bit of cod, it's debited from that account, from their cooperative account, as opposed to this approach, which we're talking about here in the effects, as well as what was written up in the motion in element 2, which is target catch. And I believe that the Amendment 80 approach goes even, well, it's a hard cap, obviously. That's if you don't want to exceed your allocation. So I think that's the issue here. So basically, they wouldn't be able to exceed their, like the Amendment 80 group, if you use total catch, they would not be able to exceed their total catch as QS CQ type, or CQ, I guess, is the cooperative quota. Is that, and that, if that's the approach that you're talking about, Mr. Dwight and Ms. Kimball, that would be a pretty extensive shift for staff to have to reposition the analysis. Obviously, most of our work is on target catch, and so we would have to rework it all to include, if it's an option, to include total catch in addition to target catch, and then obviously expand the analysis to reflect that. That help?
It does. You track. I'm not exactly sure that's what Ms. Kimball was suggesting, but that's certainly what I was suggesting. So, and again, not that I'm necessarily in favor of it. I'm just trying to work through this particular wrinkle. You've suggested that there'd be a lot of computational reworking. It seems to me that in going from targeted to total, that might also challenge some of the other architecture of the program as the council sort of handed it to you to analyze. But I couldn't quite see where. And so the other part of my question is, does that affect some of the basic architecture of at least this version of the program and the straw man that you created to sort of examine that architecture? Does it have some basic architecture problems as well as an enormous amount of recomputing?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dwight, I'm thinking about it with regards to my elements, and I don't see any major architectural lifts on my side other than element 2. But Daryl, I may require Daryl to come in and to provide maybe a comment or two on elements 5 and 6. I'm not sure there's a nexus there or not. Daryl, do you have any input on that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dwight, it's something that I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about exactly how it would interplay with the various elements and options. And so I don't know that I have a really good answer for you at this point. But you know, they would have to consider how we how the cooperatives get structured. If there would be additional cooperatives formed that are basically not cod cooperatives but are fishing other fisheries, and they would be just managing their incidental catch, because there are several new vessels that would be brought into the fishery and licenses. By adding that wrinkle, I'm not sure of the impacts that it might have on like the pollock fishery or the yellowfin sole fishery in the future. It's just something that I know that the National Fisheries Service would think that it would probably be easier to manage because they wouldn't have to worry about the incidental catch amounts being apportioned properly at the beginning of the year. But in terms of how it all flows through the various elements and options, I'd probably need a little bit more time to think about it.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. The point you made is, I think, is interesting, that it might change eligibility, and to me that's that would obviously start to be a pretty profound change to the architecture, because then, as you noted, it might change the interests of at least some, if not many, of the co-ops. So that's sort of what I was looking for, was that kind of thing. So that helps. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Schweit. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John and Daryl. I think Daryl might have got to the nature of the answer to my question, but if so, I didn't quite get the nuances. So on the incidental catch amount, John, you say that the allocations to the cooperatives will be reduced to accommodate a larger ICA if that ICA increases. But it's my understanding that that would reduce the allocations to all of the participants of the COD sectors and the bearing solution items. Anybody that receives any sector that receives an allocation, that you have your ITAC, and then you have your TAC, which is the ITAC minus the ICA. And so that would have an effect on other, that would have an effect, albeit it might be small for some sectors and larger for others, but that would have an effect on other participants outside of the co-op. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, that's a good question, and I may not be able to provide an answer for that, because I always assumed, and this might be my ignorance again here, that the ICA was applicable only to the Trawl CV sector. But so I guess I would need to be, someone else would need to maybe provide a little bit more clarity, if they have clarity, either Daryl or Stephanie on that one, because again, I always assumed that the ICA would be only applicable to the Trawl CV sector, and then if they were utilizing a larger share of their cod, or they were catching an incidental catch of cod in like the elephant sole fishery, the ICA would be raised, and it would only impact the Trawl CV sector. But I could be totally wrong on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if Daryl or Stephanie had a addition to that, I'd listen to that first, and I have another question on the same issue. If not, or if either way. So.
Mr. Chairman, I will give it a shot. I don't know that I'll do any better than Mr. McCracken in terms of providing all the answers. We did have a discussion with Mary, and I know a similar question might have been asked of Ms. Farunas during the NIMS management report. And my understanding of how ICAs and bycatch of cod impact other sectors is that with a lower cod TAC and maybe higher catches of pollock relative to the cod fishery could result in more ICA of the ICA being used in the early seasons, which means there's less to roll over later in the year, and it's those rollovers that could impact other sectors, as opposed to just changing the ICA for the Trawl CV sector. Because as Mr. McCracken indicated, I think my understanding, and again I could be wrong, is that the ICAs are set at the area, which in this case would be the BS or BSAI, and the sector level, and it only affects other sectors if the ICA is taken or overshot or undertaken, and there's less available cod available to roll over to other sectors because of increased usage of the ICA. But again, this is something that we could certainly flesh out in more detail and have additional discussions with in-season management folks at the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that gets to my question. I had a second question. I'll go ahead and ask it. I don't know that we've got any more clarity, but just so that we have this, so that we're clear what might need to be added to this. John, it's my understanding that there's currently one ICA that's set aside from the overall TAC before the allocations to the sectors. So I think that the point is, are we talking about adding to that ICA? Or are we talking about in this document creating a separate new ICA that would be just an incidental catch amount for trawl catcher vessels? I guess that's my question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I think that I would have to rely on my previous statement that I thought that this would be a separate ICA for the trawl CV group, but I think that given the number of questions and the scratching of heads here a little bit, obviously it is an issue that needs further exploration. People have questions about it, how it functions, whether we're adding when we raise an ICA, we're taking it out of all sectors or just a trawl CV. So I would anticipate that we would have a little bit of ICA 101 in our future analysis and clarify a lot of those questions, Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, John and Daryl, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any additional questions, so I think we're ready to move on.
Mr. Chairman, I think that I'm passing the mic to Mr. Brannon, who is going to walk us through the effects on some other effects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. And as Mr. McCracken said when he started his discussion of the effects section, these are what we have included in the analysis at this point are very high-level impacts, and this will certainly need to be refined more as the council specifies their preliminary preferred alternative or restructures the straw man that we put together. But I'm going to walk through impacts on shore-based floating and true mothership processors first. If there's only an allocation to harvesters or there's a relatively small allocation of harvest shares to processors, it could result in an increased cost for raw fish because of the change in bargaining power between the sectors. There's the potential for regional shifts in landing under the control of the processors. However, we do recognize that the communities where the processors are located and the processors do have ongoing dialogue in terms of ensuring that the community isn't disadvantaged in some way. And we're certain that those discussions will continue to take place. However, there is the potential for regional shifts in landing as a processor may try and consolidate their processing in one location if they have multiple plants, or there could be changes in the structure of the fishery. There could be potential increases to the process value of bycatch species taken incidentally to the cod fishery because processors had more time to process the catch and better match production capacity to the amount of fish available. It's also true that they could improve the process value of the pollock or the Pacific cod that they take in the directed fishery because they could have more time to process the fish. They can better time the deliveries from the catcher vessels, maybe improve the rates at which they're making fillets or other high value products. There could be lower costs of production in the Pacific cod fishery due to better timing of deliveries, longer season lengths, increased harvest and better utilization of processing capital to improve the Pacific cod production. And there could also be consolidation that occurs across processing firms or within firms, reducing the total capital costs, improving technical efficiencies. The impacts on the catcher processors, and these are the catcher processors acting as motherships because catcher processors cannot harvest under this program. Maintaining the CP endorsements to act as motherships will likely give these entities some certainty over delivery volumes, but that's highly dependent on being able to reach agreements within the sector and defining the levels of processing limits that are imposed on the sector. The amount of processing capacity in the fishery is expected to remain the same. The cost of processing Pacific cod may decline because of increased in season length and the ability to participate so that deliveries are timed better to match production and capacity. overall, there could be improvements in technical efficiencies within the sector. Is whether there's improvements in technical efficiencies is dependent on whether the two firms are able to reach an agreement on how to divide the processing limits if a processing limit is imposed. Impacts on consumers in the nation, yet the effects on consumers of the different program alternatives are likely to be greater than the status quo, but be very similar across the LAP options being considered, since they provide the opportunity to provide higher quality and more diverse products. The greatest change in net benefits to the nation will result from the council selecting a version of the COD cooperative program to replace the current management structure that will increase both consumer and producer surplus by lowering the cost of production and by producing products that have greater value, all else being equal, and having those products that are being produced, fillets, for example, staying within the U.S. economy instead of being shipped overseas for additional processing. And Mr. McCracken touched on this issue, but we also expect there to be impacts on safety, improvements in safety. Management of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands trawl catcher vessel fishery under this program is expected to extend the A season, allowing vessel operators to fish under better weather conditions, reduce conflicts with other fisheries and gears, and reduce crowding on the grounds. In the B season and C season, could also be improved, a better time to fish when the weather is better. Under the C season, may not be included under this program under the alternative 2A that we lay out, but effort during that season is relatively small and vessels could still time their fishing to avoid bad weather, since traditionally rather large volumes of that fishery is reallocated to other sectors, and it's not the TAC that closes the fishery early. And there still may exist incentives for persons to fish in inclement weather. Those include market opportunities, delivery schedules, and operational cost savings. However, overall, we expect there to be improvements in safety as a result of the program. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I will turn it over to Dr. Downs to go over the community impacts, and Ms. Lipinski will conclude our presentation.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Brandon. It looks like Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brandon, can you go back to the summary of effects on CPs? I'm still struggling some with that. And I'm not even quite sure how to ask the question in a way, but given that there's as far as we understand right now, the two firms have such different business models that it's trying to put them in together into a single and trying to sort of come up with some common conclusions about summary of effects is really difficult. But then equally, because there's only two, it's difficult for you, I know, as the analyst, to really talk much about the tension that I think is created by clumping two firms with very, very different business models in together. But is one of the effects of this, at least as we've currently drafted it, that we've essentially created an almost untenable situation as you look at it as an analyst?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, it's a hard question. I have talked to representatives of both the firms in conducting the analysis, and it remains unclear to me whether they will be able to reach any sort of agreement on how to divide up a sideboard limit that's imposed. And and that's really the key. You know, we're talking about forming cooperatives, and cooperatives are all about cooperating with each other. And if we don't have cooperation, then we don't get the benefits of the program and benefits from the program. And so, you know, for me, it's difficult to see how this sector will function moving forward, because I really don't have a good feel for how they will work together and whether they will have those discussions and how they may go in the future. And so we end up relying on, well, if they're able to agree, then there may be some inefficiencies within the sector because of the way quota matches up in terms of the harvest and processing side, or other issues in the sector that I'm sure we'll hear about in public testimony. But if they're not able to come to any sort of an agreement, you know, the processing sector is unlikely to receive any great benefits from the program, and there could be some negative benefits to the catcher vessels that deliver to them because of, you know, the increased pace of the fishery. All that being said, I'm not sure how it will play out in that sector, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot of public testimony expanding on these issues as we move forward.
Thank you. Follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Twait.
And Mr. Brannon, I apologize in advance for rewarding what I think was a very good and useful answer with another question. But when one of the tools that the council turns to at times when we are confronted with situations like this is trying to create an environment that's conducive to essentially level field negotiating between the parties in order to facilitate the agreement that you talk about. That and I understood from your answer that without that agreement, these benefits probably very likely do not accrue, and in fact, we actually may create more trouble than within this one sector than exists currently. So, as you've thought about this, do you have a sense of the kinds of things the council could do at this point that might create an environment for a negotiated solution between these two very different entities? And I apologize, it is a tough question, because typically when we're trying to do that, we're dealing with entities that, you know, fundamentally have reasonably similar objectives. And to the best of my knowledge, these two have such different business models that they have pretty different objectives. And so I'm pitching that tough question at you because I haven't gotten anywhere on it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, as I said, I'm sure we'll hear some discussion of this in public testimony, and you know, I don't want to get out in front of people in terms of what their suggestions may be in terms of how to address this. But to me, there are methods that you could use to help individuals within the CP sector. Some of those may come at a cost to the inshore sector in terms of, you know, balancing deliveries. And so, you know, it's not only a tension between protecting the offshore sector, but it's also the shore-based at sea tension that basically drove the development of Amendment 120 to ensure that there's no increase in deliveries going offshore. And I'm not doing a very good job of answering your question, and I think I may just punt for now, and maybe we could circle back after public testimony and talk about issues that arise there and flesh out this discussion if it's necessary. But in terms of coming up with ideas, I think you'll hear some from both sides that may help solve at least some of the issues in one sector or the other.
Thank you, and again, apologies for throwing that at you, but the one thread that you reminded me of that has also stymied me as well is that connection back then to inshore with at least some of the possible solutions, and that creates another set of problems too with that thread. So thank you. I look forward to the public testimony on this, and I intend to take you up on your invitation to return to this after public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Cross has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Daryl asked you an earlier question today about some of the things in this sector, confidentiality on data. So given that there is a lack of data because of confidentiality on this, and if we can't get that, do we have the option, given that we can effectively develop some good rationale, do we have the option just to pick a percentage to either give to that sector as a sideboard, like say 5%, and they figure it out, or say that each CP in that sector gets 2%? I mean, do we have that option as a council? And I think we've done this in the past when lacking because of confidential data. You've just said that we have the option to just pick a data. Is that one option that we have?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, certainly the council has either of those options. I've provided as much information I could at the processor level in the analysis, which kind of shows an overstatement of the maximum that the two firms historically took as deliveries in the fishery. The council has that number in front of them. They could certainly pick any number that they feel is appropriate based on information available to them, either at the individual processor level and set individual sideboards, or at the combined both processor levels. Those decisions may have impacts, and we would have to discuss those, and then the analysis for both the harvesters and those processors and inshore processors as well. But certainly those are all options that are available to the council.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's 2:20. Let's go ahead and take an afternoon break, and then we'll come back and finish up the staff reports and move into AP report after that. So let's come back at 2:30 Alaska time. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are continuing with our staff presentation. We're just moving on to Dr. Downs. Mr. Cross, do you have a question before we move on?
Sorry, forgot.
No problem. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Downs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Mike Downs, Westlow Research. And I'm going to present a summary of effects on fishing communities. Like the other summary of effects topics, please consider this a 30,000-foot overview, pending clarification of some of the analysts' assumptions and selection of a PPA. In section 268, we identify the fishing communities relevant to this action as defined through use of quantitative indicators of engagement and dependency for the years 2004 through 2019. And just to point out a few trends that are obvious or apparent in that section, we associated trawl CVs with their ownership address communities, like we have in multiple other analyses. And one of the things that is often a concern for communities with LAP programs is the potential for consolidation of vessels and effort toward fewer and larger communities. And within Alaska, if you take a look at the data there, there has been already a trend toward vessel ownership, trawl catcher vessels, toward Kodiak. And since after ownership of Kodiak ownership address of vessels participating in the fishery has been exclusive since 2010. However, in terms of the larger picture, the largest aggregations of vessel ownership by far are in the Seattle metropolitan area and Newport, Oregon. And if you look at that in terms of ex-vessel gross revenues, over that time period on an annual average basis, the Seattle metropolitan area accounted for about 70% of revenue and Newport about 19%. In terms of understanding the data on crew, we're limited in the information we do have. There isn't EDR data collection for Bering Sea trawl catcher vessels. There is data collection for Gulf of Alaska trawl catcher vessels, and some of those same vessels participate in the Bering Sea trawl fishery. And so the data that's presented in the report are for the 4 years that those data are available, and then only for those subset of vessels that participate in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands areas, and filled out a EDR form in the Gulf. So we're a little limited there, what we could say about crew, and crew ties back to communities. We did also look at LLP license ownership by community of ownership address, and those two have consolidated towards Kodiak over the years, except there is one LLP with a Homer ownership address for most years starting in 2011. We also did crosswalks like we often do to look at the relationship between ownership of vessels and LLP license ownership, as well as home port, so that those data are available. And then we looked at participating shore-based processors by community of operation. There are the number of processors involved in taking deliveries of Bering Sea, Aleutian Island trawl caught peacod, a target fishery. It's a relatively small number, so we have to aggregate the data for more than one community. So we've aggregated Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, Akutan, and Anchorage together. Anchorage may seem a bit out of place there, except the processors that are shown as operating in Anchorage during this time were in the paperwork are actually known to have operated in Unalaska, Dutch Harbor. So we've combined those. And then we've had to aggregate ADAC, King Cove, and Sand Point due to data confidentiality considerations. One thing that's not in the document right now is good operation location information for floating processors. That isn't available in the existing secondary data, but I would note that industry reached out to us after the document was posted and provided operational information, operational location information for floating processors. And we will be adding that information qualitatively to the next go-around. In summary, the relevant floating processors, there's been 1 or 2 operate each year in the communities of Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, and Acatan for the entire period that's being considered for the qualifying years. So we will add that information. And the other sector we provide data for is the under 60-foot hook and line and pot catcher vessel ownership address communities. For reasons you heard about in earlier presentations, the potential for affecting this sector through potentially changes in patterns of in-season reallocation or rollovers. And in characterizing those communities, there's much more widespread ownership of those vessels in Alaska than among trawl catcher vessels. But that ownership, while widespread, it's pretty broadly distributed, but it's also pretty shallow. So for example, among the hook and line vessels within that sector, over the period 2004 through 2019, there's only 2 communities over that time period that averaged more than 1 vessel participating in the fishery among Alaska ownership communities, and that's Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, and Kodiak. And in terms of the pot vessels in that sector, it's a little bit deeper of communities greater than averaging 1 vessel per year during that time. And it's Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, Kodiak, Homer, and Wasilla, as you see there. And the thing that I would point out to you there is we do provide information on relative dependency of those vessels by community. For those few communities we can discuss in terms of percentage contribution to gross revenues for those vessels and for the community fleets, all commercial fishing vessels for those communities as a whole. And for Unalaska, Dutch Harbor in particular, the revenues from this fishery account for about 47% of the total annual ex-vessel revenues for the participating vessels, and about 20% of the entire Unalaska, Dutch Harbor small boat fleet. So it's a pretty high level of dependency on that fishery. And as you heard earlier, there's some that sector, the under 60 hook and line and pot CV sector, historically over this period has had about half of their total harvest, a bit more than half of their total harvest, accruing from rollovers. And then based on the discussions that you and questions you asked earlier, we can and will do a better job of sort of digging into is that how much of that rollover is attributable to the A and B seasons and how much is the C, because that makes a difference, as you've heard in discussions before, in terms of the 2 strawman alternatives. In terms of the context of the communities themselves, these communities are described in section 2.6.8.2. We make that brief by incorporating readily available detailed Alaska fishing community descriptions that are available elsewhere, readily available elsewhere. We've incorporated those by reference. But we did update with a summary of recent demographic data in terms of population, percent Alaska Native population, minority, group quarters population, and income indicators for each of the communities. And as a special demographic marker, we looked at school enrollment because there are a couple of the relevant communities that are close to being to a threshold of the minimum number of students needed for a local school to qualify for state funding. We also do an institutional summary for those communities, looking at their borough, municipal government, corporation type and date, their ANCSA status, their federally recognized tribal status, and CDQ status. And then we look at the summarize the history of fishing engagement and dependency of the communities, and for the communities most directly involved and potentially most directly affected by the proposed alternatives. We do provide information on fishery-related taxes versus general fund revenues for those communities to give you a sense of scale of the that portion of the fishing economy versus the total community economy as reflected in taxes. And to anticipate a question that was similar to one was asked for the Cook Inlet salmon presentation you had yesterday, those taxes are not available by species or particular fishery, but it's for all shared fisheries taxes as a whole, as well as local taxes. So on to effects. Under alternative one, our assumption is that patterns of fishery engagement would be very similar to what is occurring at present, and similar trends would continue, similar to the other topical areas you've heard. So I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes on alternatives 2A and 2B, the strawman alternatives, which surely will change over time. But important for you now, I think, for me to communicate to you is that there are several elements that you've heard described that potentially together, individually or together or in combination, can function at least in part as community protection measures. Excuse me. Those include element 2, the non-severability aspect of the quota, which could tend to limit consolidation. There's element 4, the Gulf sideboards, which are designed to protect, in part, Gulf community fleets. There's element 5, the processor and community provisions, which are intended to stabilize landings in communities. There's element 6, the Aleutian Island processor provisions that are intended to benefit communities in the more western portion of the Aleutian Islands, which may, as a trade-off, create adverse impacts elsewhere, because fish that may have been processed elsewhere would be directed toward the Aleutian Island processors, which is a policy decision, obviously, that you would need to make. There's element 7, transferability, and element 8, ownership and use caps, both of which would tend to limit consolidation if they function as designed. One of the things that I would also point out to you is in terms of the 3 qualifying year options you've got in front of you, options 2.2.1 versus 2.2.2 and 2.2.3, is that history based on those 3 different periods reflect sort of where those fall on that line of consolidation toward Kodiak that I mentioned before. So for example, if you choose option 2.2.1, 2014 through 2019, the vessels with history that would qualify for the program among Alaskan communities would be limited to vessels whose history was earned while they were owned in the city of Kodiak or had ownership addresses in the city of Kodiak. And the LLP licenses similarly would be limited to history earned in Kodiak and Homer. The next greater time depth option, the 2009 through 2019, would include history of vessels, that vessels earned while variously owned in Kodiak, Sandpoint, and Petersburg, and LLP licenses owned in Kodiak and Homer. And then finally, the alternative with the greatest time depth would be from history earned of vessels when they were owned in Kodiak, Sandpoint, Unalaska Dutch Harbor, anchors in Petersburg, and LLP licenses owned in Kodiak, Homer, Falls Pass, Sandpoint, and Juneau. Now, of course, that doesn't mean those communities would derive benefits from a longer time depth qualification period, because those licenses may have changed hands, and their present community and their present owners may have little connection back to that former history. But that's at least illustrative of sort of the differences in the community of historical participation that would wrap into that history. And I see there's a question at this point. Mr. Chairman, if you want me to pause here.
Sure, Dr. Downs. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Downs. As I was listening to your discussion about measures to limit consolidation, I was thinking about them both from the perspective of processors, and I was tracking you and the points you're making relative to processors. But as I was thinking about harvesters just as a general class, I kept going back to the point you made a little earlier that the large aggregations of trawl CV ownership at present in the Seattle MSA and Newport, Oregon, constituted, I think you said, roughly 89% of total ownership. Why would we be thinking about, from the perspective of, I mean, obviously, those two communities don't need protection per se. So are you suggesting that the council continue to consider measures to limit consolidation for large trawlers in order to address that remaining 11% that aren't in one of those two areas? Or were you really focused more on just the processor end of it, or was I missing a message of yours?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. It's actually both. In terms of the consolidation, there's several types of consolidation, and I should have started off with that. There's the consolidation of, ownership toward aggregating toward communities, tending to aggregate underlaps in some of the programs we've seen toward larger communities and toward fewer communities. Another type of consolidation is where vessels not only stop participating actively in the lap fishery, but may stop participating in other fisheries altogether. And in the with the things like the non-severability portion of this, in terms of that vessel doesn't have an incentive to sell their LLP license to potentially get an increased value for that, for having increased value based on for the quota. They still can have that quota fished in a co-op and participate in other fisheries. And that, to the extent that a vessel can participate in the co-op, keep fishing in other fisheries, they're still employing crew members from the Alaska, a number of Alaska communities. They're still supporting support service businesses in the communities. So there is a value in sort of not to putting a brake on overall consolidation, if that makes sense.
So I'm hearing that it's primarily then directed at the 11%.
Well, through the chair, Mr. Twite, I guess I didn't ever think of it that in a way in terms of develop toward the 11%, because the other vessels, the ones you referenced that have ownership in the Pacific Northwest, do hire crew members from Alaska, do patronize support services in Alaska ports, do pay taxes in Alaska. And so it's not that there wouldn't be any community impacts of losing vessels that were not from those communities.
Okay. Thanks.
Right. So let's see, the next point I wanted, oh, sorry.
Dr. Downs, Mr. Marks has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Downs. Mr. Dwight kind of prompted a comment and a question. One is that Newport isn't very comparable with Seattle from a scale standpoint. So it's a very different community in its diversity, a lot of service industry, and certainly a fishing fleet. But my question gets back to the stability you were talking about, or the way I interpreted it, that I think that was one of the main benefits of this, was to provide stability to the fishery. And my interpretation of your characterization of the communities and possible effects was that the biggest risk to communities is change, and that at some level, if we develop a program that somewhat maintains the current character with respect to, at least within the recent years, is that my takeaway as kind of one of the better option within this is to develop a program that meets that goal. Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Marks, if I understand your question, is the question is, should one of the goals from a community perspective under National Standard 8, if you are providing for the sustained participation within the conservation goals of the FMP, if you're providing for the sustained participation of fishing communities and minimizing economic harm to communities, stability would be one of the, I would agree with, I think that what's inherent in your question, that stability would be one of the contributing factors to being successful as measured by those portions of National Standard 8. Does that answer your question?
Mostly, and I guess I was trying to take that as just a step further and thinking about development of the program, and that if we develop a program that resembles kind of the current relationships in the fishery and process of representation, that's a big step in what we're looking for on the broad scale of communities, both Alaskan communities and Washington communities and Oregon.
As I understand your question, I think the answer is yes.
Very good, thanks.
Thank you.
Please continue, Dr.
So, Mr. Chair. Okay. So, among the straw man alternatives, an important distinction from a community perspective between alternatives 2A and 2B is whether allocations to cooperatives would include the sea season. And that was what I foreshadowed before on the first slide, and has already been discussed under several other of the effects topics, and that is the annual reallocations from trawl to the less than 60-foot hook and line and pot sector have accounted for more than half of the total harvest of that sector. And as I mentioned before, there's the specific vulnerability of the Unalaska Dutch Harbor fleet in terms of percentage of dependency of the local fleet on that particular sector, and Pacific cod within federal waters. And the table that is based on, in terms of the overall amount of rollover per year, during the span of years we're looking at. That's the table 2-25 on page 85, which kind of lays out the amount of harvest that rolled over from the trawl sector to the under 60 hook and line and pod sector by year over that time span. In terms of ADAC in particular and its relationship to element 6, in terms of the importance of that, ADAC is in a complicated position in terms of processing ownership and in terms of historical qualification, because there has been multiple changes of ownership. There's been gaps when that processor has not operated. And so in terms of the operational history, the qualifying history, it's fragmented. And so the history associated with any one entity is only a fraction of the overall history that would have occurred to the community had there been a continuity of ownership, even during the operational years that it did operate, much less continuous operation through the entire time span. So I guess that in terms of highlighting the specific vulnerability to potentially either unintended changes in patterns resulting from the design of the program, or flipping that around, the value of a particular community protection element, that would highlight the importance of either adopting or not adopting element 6. And then back to the consolidation, sort of the 30,000 foot level of consolidation. The efficacy of consolidation limitation elements that we've talked about are potentially important to the support service sector as well as to direct participants. And within the Alaska communities that participate, clearly the greatest concentration of support service providers in the communities are in terms of closest to the fishing grounds on Alaska Dutch Harbor, and then obviously the support service businesses in Kodiak are obviously important to the trawl sector as well. And then for my final slide, in terms of effects on fishing and processing crew, again, another 30,000 foot overview. In terms of alternatives 2A and 2B, a decrease in captain and crew positions is anticipated under a co-op system. If not all vessels participated in the harvest of the co-op, you would expect a decrease in positions related specifically to the trawl, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Pacific cod fishery. However, crew earnings per remaining position would potentially increase, given that fewer vessels, more harvest per vessel. Crew earnings could be adversely affected if crew shares are adjusted to cover quota use costs, depending on how co-ops address that. And employment stability and working conditions and your safety earlier would potentially improve. I would also note too, something that we talked about a little bit earlier, is that in terms of overall decreases in captain and crew positions, that's not limited to just the Pacific cod trawl fishery. If the vessels chose not to harvest part of the co-op quota, they could still be active in other fisheries, still employing the captain, still employing the crew. So that would tend to mitigate, at least in part, whatever sort of consolidation of effort took place inside the co-op structure. In terms of processing crew, with processing likely to occur over a longer period, that would result in fewer positions on site during peak demand periods. However, in terms of still having overtime opportunities for processing crew, unless processing firms change their basic approach to hiring and retaining workers, you wouldn't necessarily expect earnings per crew position to decline because in terms of especially those communities that processors operating in communities that recruit outside of the local labor pool, a huge incentive for worker recruitment and worker retention is the availability of overtime. And as I say, unless processors would change their basic approach, you wouldn't expect for the remaining crew overtime opportunities to decline substantially. And I see there is a question there.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Downs. And I do recognize that, you know, it's just a little bit of analysis really on the strawman alternatives, since those were put together by staff for the purpose of this analysis and not the council. But on those last couple bullets, I'm just wondering how you really get to that point. I think we always expect a LAP program, and they have thus far, would mean that any kind of fishing activity or processing activity would be extended over a longer period when you eliminate the race for fish. But how do you balance, you know, given where the TAC has been and continues to go in this fishery, you know, really what gains we might see in terms of a lengthier season? I'm just wondering if you've been considering that, and also considering the fact that what we may see is, as is in the previous part of the analysis, you know, more time and opportunity to spend on higher value-added products, which also take more labor. So I'm just wondering how you balance all those things to kind of come to some conclusion about what we might see in crew effects, both on vessels and in processors.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that question. The way we've done it in the past and plan on doing it once the alternatives get a bit more focused is through a combination of looking at experience in other programs, as similar as we can, as similar as some of them are, and obviously they're all a bit different. But also important is outreach to industry, and 2020 is a challenging time to do community analysis when you can't go to communities and you can't talk to people at the plants in those communities. But one of the things that we would certainly intend to do is outreach to industry, the contacts we've developed over the years and knowledge of the operational round for the different plants involved. They're the same plants that we've worked with over the years on many different actions and have a decent idea of the operational round, and just make sure our information is current, make sure we understand the dynamics of the timing of this fishery compared to other things that are going on at the plant at the time, and do the best we can with a combination of existing employment information, quantitative information, and qualitative information developed through discussions with industry about current operational dynamics. Does that help?
Yes, I thank you for reviewing that process. I appreciate it, and I do think the level of analysis we have in this community section is very appropriate for what you had to work with. So please don't take that in any other way, but thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, I would turn the presentation over to Ms. Wapinski, who's going to talk about impacts on monitoring enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Downs. Ms. Wapinski.
Thanks, Dr. Downs. Hi, yeah, this is Stephanie. I am going to round out this presentation with monitoring enforcement, and then I'm briefly going to touch on the EA. So I'm going to describe the impacts of monitoring enforcement, which starts on page 301 of the analysis in section 2.8.10. As the council develops the alternatives, NIMS will continue to evaluate the tools necessary to implement the proposed LAP and this section largely identifies the types of effects that will be analyzed in future iterations of this analysis. Table 2-127, starting on page 302, is a good summary of some of the impacts we will be looking at in the future. So this table contrasts alternative 1, status quo, with the action alternative. Under the first header, industry costs, there's a description of the potential industry costs associated with various elements that the council could select at this time. Monitoring and enforcement effects were related to several elements. Element 9 would require an annual application for cooperative quota share that would be submitted to RAM annually. At this time, NIMS recommends November 1st as a deadline for this application. For element 11, observer coverage would be placed, vessels under this category would be placed into the full coverage category, and data transmission entry equipment would be required for all. This includes vessels using flexibility under element 14, which may mean they would move, which would mean fixed geared vessels would move from partial coverage to full coverage. Element 12 would require annual reports to the council. The council should specify what they want in their report when appropriate. Element 13 would administer a cost recovery fee for all program participants. In my next slide, I go over agency costs, and there's a description of potential costs to the agency associated with the various elements the council could select. The Enforcement Committee developed a set of advantages and disadvantages for enforcing elements of a LAP program. These are found in Table 2-102 on page 303. Some of the key enforcement recommendations for this program in particular are on page 304 of the analysis. And they include considering the addition of dockside monitors with authority to conduct hold checks, clearly identifying prohibitions against fishing activity when monitoring measures fail. Regulations must be strong to protect observers and observer work environments, sample areas, and data. Effectiveness of enforcement depends on observers, technologies deployed, and monitoring of landings. The council may consider electronic monitoring technologies such as VMS. VMS is the established vetted method for documenting vessel location for enforcement purposes. Consider mandating program adoption versus elective enrollment. Doing so simplifies regulatory understanding and enforcement measures as well. Maximizing retention enhances the ability for enforcement to detect quota retention violations. And consider electronic reporting to provide near real-time debiting of quota accounts. In addition, RAM and information services staff will require additional staff time to process and issue annual quota applications and transfers. Staff will also be involved in initial allocation issuance, including development of applications for the program, quota share, and transfers, and developing that annual process and monitoring use caps. Staff time will also be required to develop and publish standard prices and administer cost recovery billing. Lastly, the observer program could possibly incur additional costs for training and debriefing if this program increases the number of observer deployments. And the partial observer category could see a few impacts as well. This program would not be subject to the observer fee, reducing overall observer fee revenues. Trawl fishing effort under this LAP program would not be included in the observer annual deployment plan. All observer coverage days under this LAP program would be contracted with a permitted observer provider. Yeah, and with that, if there's any questions, or I can move on to the summary of the EA.
Thanks, Ms. Warpinski. Ms. Campbell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quick, I was curious about your statement that these program landings would not be subject to the observer fee, reducing the overall observer fee revenues. And my understanding, and please correct me on this, is that a lot of the vessels that we're talking about are already opted into the full coverage program. So can you explain a little bit more the interaction between that and this statement?
I should have said the LAP program would not be subject to the observer fee, reducing overall observer fee revenues, because I think the partial observer category collects an observer fee, and so there might be a decrease in that fee if those vessels are moved into the full coverage category.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't think I was being clear. So these vessels are not already opting into the full coverage category?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, not all of them are currently in the full coverage category, and especially and we do not have a complete analysis for that. That would be something we would look at in the future. And the other component that we do not yet have information on is the fixed gear category and how many vessels would also be opting into full coverage under this action.
Right. Mr. Twite has a question.
Two now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Warpinski, first question. I completely missed what you said about fixed gear vessels now needing full coverage under this program. I mean, I heard you say it, but I wasn't tracking the logic at all.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, apologies for that. It's been a long day. I guess I was referring to element 14, which is gear conversion. So I believe that would be pot vessels that would be able to fish quota in this program. And so if that's the case, I believe at this time that most of those vessels are in a partial coverage category. And so this is an element that we would need to analyze further if the council continued to go down this route of allowing gear conversion, if that makes sense. Did I answer that question?
Yeah, you did.
Sorry about that.
Exactly. And
Sorry.
Now I understand your logic, that it was just, you were just talking about the gear conversion part of it. Thank you. My basic question though is the point about observer fees talks about reducing overall observer fee revenues, but doesn't get at the issue of cost. And one of the things that we've, as a council, one of the dynamics that we understand in the current partial coverage program is that some sectors contribute a lot of revenue, other sectors have higher costs under the program. And just presenting the revenue aspect of it without also talking about whether or not moving these out might also change costs strikes me as not giving us a full picture of the potential impact on the partial coverage program. So this is a question, actually. Is there a way for the next iteration of this to talk about changes in the current costs of the program as a result of this, along with changes in revenues?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, I think at this time I was laying the groundwork for an upcoming iteration of the analysis where we would be looking at costs to the extent that we can. And so, yes, your point is taken, and we will try to look at that in the next round.
So it's actually possible then that the partial coverage program might actually find itself with more resources, or at least the ability to reallocate resources in a way that's beneficial. Is that the sort of thing we'll be getting at then?
Through the chair, yeah, I think that would come out in the next iteration. I don't think I can answer specifically on the spot right now, but yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. On this same line of questioning, I just wanted to be sure I wasn't hearing you wrong. I thought the monitoring and enforcement provisions necessary, for instance, to implement element 14 in gear conversion was not yet determined, and that those kinds of provisions that would need to be applied to pot gear, if someone did take advantage of that, opportunity is still something we'd see in the next analysis. So I might have misheard, maybe thinking that that determination had already been made that they would need to move into 100% coverage, but my understanding from the analysis is that hasn't been determined. Could you clarify that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think we were assuming all vessels that entered into this catch share program would be in 100% monitoring at this time, but if the council's intent was not that, we could definitely look at that in the next iteration.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Sure, Ms. Kimball.
I do think that is a council decision, and my read is that we were looking for NIMS to provide some analysis or discussion on what might be necessary if we move forward and develop those options under gear conversion. So I guess do you think that could be provided in the next version, either a discussion of those so we could approve the appropriate monitoring requirements?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I think we can provide that in the next iteration, and we can look at those effects.
Yeah, great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
If there are no more questions, I'm going to go on to the summary of the environmental assessment. And I'm going to briefly discuss this summary of the EA, which starts in section 3 on page 316. This section addresses the probable environmental impacts of the current proposed action alternatives. And like many sections of this analysis, this EA is based on the current interpretation of the strawman alternative and is subject to change as the council further develops the alternatives. Overall, the EA of the current alternatives do not identify any significant effects on the biological, physical, or human environment. This initial EA analyzes the cumulative effects of each alternative, and the cumulative effects on the other resources have been analyzed in numerous documents, and the impacts of this proposed action and alternative on those resources is minimal. Therefore, at this time, there is no need to conduct an additional cumulative impact analysis for those resources. The sections presented in this EA focus on Pacific cod in section 3.2, incidental catch, which is in section 3.3, prohibited species catch, which is in section 3.4, marine mammals, which is in section 3.5. No significant effects are presumed for ecosystem component species, seabirds, habitat, or the ecosystem, because harvest limits, habitat protection such as closed areas, and current or proposed fishing regulations as described in previous documents would not be changed by any of the alternatives. Element 2.4 discusses seasonal allocation changes and its impacts on stellar sea lions. John discussed that earlier. Gear conversion needs council direction, but at this time, no halibut PSC mortality is assigned to pot gear, and crab PSC rates are greater for pot gear than trawl gear. And as the council continues to develop its alternatives, the effects of the alternatives may change. This is the last slide, and I'm going to just highlight a few key points from the EA here. At this time, no change in the number of incidental takes for stellar sea lions is expected under either alternative. As compared to the status quo, these alternatives may have potential impacts on a portion of the western distinct population segment of the stellar sea lions in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands due to any changes in the availability of Pacific cod, but not in a way that may be measurable or discernible separate from all the other variables that affect fishery operations and natural variation. In general, PSC rates may decrease slightly from the status quo if fishing effort moves away from periods with relatively high PSC rates, or the fleet implements fishing practices that are known to reduce PSC rates. Any effect to habitat continue to be limited by the amount of groundfish attacks and by the existing habitat conservation and protection measures in place. Overall, the combination of the direct, indirect, and cumulative effects on habitat complexity for both living and non-living substrates, benthic diversity,
biodiversity, and habitat suitability is not likely to be significant under any of the alternatives. Considering the direct and indirect impacts of the proposed alternatives when added to the impacts of past and present actions previously analyzed, the cumulative impacts of these proposed alternatives are determined to not be significant at this time. With that, that is my very short overview of the EA. If there are any questions, I can take them, or yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Werpinski. Let's see if there's any additional questions. Okay, I don't see any. So that concludes the staff presentation, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all very much for the thorough presentation and the answering all the good questions the council members had. It was a very important conversation here today, and a lot of information to go over. So thanks again. Okay, it's 3:20 and time to take our advisory panel report. And I believe we're going to have both Matt Upton and Ruth Christensen available for the report. It's fairly lengthy, so I'm not convinced we'll get all the way through it today, but we should at least stick our toes in it, and we'll just see how it goes. So, and the report being put up, and both Mr. Upton and Ms. Christensen available. So take it away.
Can folks hear me? This is Matt Upton.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, and Ruth is here too. And we're gonna team up to present the advisory panel report on agenda item C5. I will be the one to start the report, and Matt is going to back clean up on this. So we have 3 motions under this agenda item, and I'll go ahead and get started with motion number 1. The AP recommends the council revise the purpose and needs statement to specifically include reducing bycatch and bycatch mortality as an intended goal of the program. The new language is indicated in bold as follows. Over the last several years, total allowable catch for Pacific cod in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands has steadily decreased. The pace of the fishery has contributed to an increasingly compressed season, resulting in decreased ability to maximize the value of the fishery and negatively impacting all fishery participants, catcher vessels, motherships, shoreside processors, and communities. This race for fish also discourages fishing practices that can minimize bycatch and threatens the sustained viability of the fishery. The council is considering the development of a cooperative-based program to improve the prosecution of the fishery with the intent of promoting safety and stability in the harvesting and processing sectors, increasing the value of the fishery, providing for the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities, reducing bycatch and bycatch mortality to the extent practicable, and ensuring the sustainability and viability of the resource. That motion passed 12-6. So we can pause there, and both Matt and I can answer any questions that the council may have.
Council members, any questions on motion 1? Not seeing any. Please continue.
Okay. With that, we will get into motion number 2 for this agenda item, and this is the lengthy motion. So I will begin, and Matt will take over about halfway between. So the AP recommends the council adopt the following additions in bold and underlined and deletions, which are in strike through, to the suite of elements and options for a second initial review analysis. And it's important to note that the additions and deletions are all captured in detail in the written motion. And so the PowerPoint we're going through will only highlight the changes. And this main motion as amended passed 22-0. So to start, element 1, cooperative style system. Option 1.2, voluntary harvester cooperative with no minimum number of licenses required. Clarified that the license processor equals FFC and FPP. Suboption 1.2.1, add clarification that unique LLPs are not required to form a cooperative. Element 2, allocation to LLP licenses. Option 1 or option 2.1, eligibility. Add eligibility criterion for an LLP license assigned to an AFA trawl CV that had BSAI Pacific Cod in 1997. Add new sub-option, establish a range of minimum threshold percentages for eligibility to receive harvest shares. Option 2.3, harvester allocation. Add new option 2.2.5, allow less than 60-foot catcher vessel trawl vessels with only Aleutian Island endorsements to drop years where the ADAC plant was not in operation during A season. That amendment passed 21-1. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to pause along the way for questions, since this is quite a lengthy motion, or how you would like to handle that if a question does come up.
Thanks, Ms. Christensen. It might take a little longer to take questions as we go, but I think it'll probably lead to a more coherent discussion. So I think we probably ought to pause on occasion like now to take these questions. So
okay, I'm happy to do whatever you'd like. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go to a question from Ms. Kimball and then Mr. Twice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the AP discuss under your second bullet on this slide what the realm of a range they're talking about? I see your sub-option to establish a range, but then a range is not included. Was there discussion to give the council direction in that regard?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, the AP did not discuss specific ranges for analysis, and it was felt that maybe in the next iteration of the analysis, a natural breaking point would come to light that those minimum threshold percentages be based on. So we did not identify any specific threshold percentages.
And through the chair, the only thing I'd add is that we had some discussion of kind of at the bottom quintile, how that could really change depending on what's selected. And I think that's part of the reason why you don't see us proposing a minimum threshold at this point, just because there's a huge variation based on some other things that the council may decide to select on the kind of lower end of the threshold that we'd be talking about.
Okay, quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball.
Did the AP talk about the results of the last bolded change with staff potentially on what impact you have if you drop years just for a subset of vessels? Or was this more in concept, the ability to try to get trawl vessels with only air endorsements to find more opportunity under this program? To me, it reads like they would actually receive less. So I'm just wondering if there was a discussion or if I'm off base.
Through the chair, the the discussion was really limited around, I think, the latter point you made, even though it might not reflect it, with the idea being that some of the trawl under 60 Aleutian Island vessels had sporadic history, with the idea being that if you drop those years, it would allow for there to be more relative quota award to them, although this wasn't part of an ask that we heard from one of those stakeholders. So we didn't go into the nuance that you're getting at in terms of if you have drop years, what that looks like and how that can be impacted in terms of what's being dropped relative to. It was just that second part of your question, with the idea being to try and have these vessels that sporadic history for things that may not be either controlled to somehow get more out of the program.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thanks. No, Matt covered it. Thank you, Matt.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen, my question's about your first bullet under 2.1 and the addition of the language assigned to an AFA trawl CV that had BSAI Pacific cod in 1997. Could you help me understand how that differs from the blend option, or how that might change the outcome? Was there any discussion with the AP on that?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Miller. Through the chair, the intent behind this modified language under option 2.1 was to match the blend option that's contained in 2.2.4, and so the intent was not to modify consideration of the blend, but to capture those vessels that may be eligible under the blend within this option 2.1. So it was an attempt to match 2.1 with 2.2.4.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're ready to move on.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on with element 2, option 2.5, option to allocate, there's a typo in here, option for an allocation of A and B season BSAI trawl CVP cod only. Add sub-option, reallocate a range of 1/3 to 2/3 of the current C season allocation into the A and or B season allocation. There was an amendment to include the and or language, and that passed 17.5. And there was a substitute motion related to this discussion. And that substitution motion did fail, but it is included in the AP minutes.
I don't see any questions here.
Okay. Moving on to element 3, PSC limit. Option 3.1, status quo methodology. Sub-option 3.1.1, establish trawl CV peacock halibut PSC and crab PSC apportionment. That amendment to add crab PSC passed 14-8. Option 3.2, reduce halibut and crab PSC apportionment in this program by 10% to 40%. Any reduction from this program should not then be available as an increase to PSC for other sectors and should result in an overall PSC reduction. Again, that amendment passed 14-8. Add sub-option 3.2.1, set halibut PSC apportionment limit to BSAI trawl CV cod sector using a lookup table utilized in IPHC halibut setline survey and NIMS trawl survey measures of halibut abundance. This stair-step approach would result in an annual PSC apportionment limit correlated to a high, medium, low and very low abundance of halibut as determined by the lookup table. That amendment to include that sub-option passed 13-9.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen, this looks very much like it's an anticipation of council action on another issue. Was there discussion at the AP about what the outcome might be, how this would work if the council does not choose to take this kind of an option for that other issue?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, that your point was brought up during discussion on this amendment, and it was pointed out that we do not know what action council may ultimately decide under the halibut ABM action, and that it seemed premature to include a similar type alternative into this cod trawl lot program.
However, through the chair, despite that being noted, there were those on the AP that felt strongly that, notwithstanding that may be an outcome, that they still would like to see the kind of stair-step apportionment approach that's outlined in the sub-option looked at. So we kind of had a discussion that encompassed the range of what you see here.
Follow up, if I might.
Mr. Twite.
So, Mr. Upton, from your characterization, it sounds as if this was more for purposes of analysis than actually because it was thought that this might be workable. And I'm reading into your use of the words "to be looked at," and maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Yeah, through the chair, those are your words, not what I would say the maker of the motion would characterize. This was something that a subset and a majority of the AP felt that they wanted to have looked at, and I would assume, given that they want to have it look like, their expectation is if that proved to meet the goals objective, they would have it in there. So I don't think that the folks who put it on the table and spoke in support of it would view it as something that would just be looked at for the purpose of analysis, but wouldn't necessarily be part of the program. My assumption is that they're putting it in there because they think it's something important to include, although others, as you can see, disagreed with that for some of the reasons that Ruth outlined.
I have more questions, but I shouldn't monopolize. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so following up on that conversation a little bit, I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Upton, but the sub-option 3.2.1 as passed the AP doesn't actually include a lookup table or any values for the high, medium, and low. And so was there any discussion with staff about should this go forward in the next version of the analysis, how that would be addressed?
Through the chair, we didn't have a specific discussion I could recall of the different break point that would be put in there, just that would be a modification to the different reductions that are being included. But I don't know, Ruth, if you had anything else to add on that question.
Ms. Baker, the only other item I might add to Matt's answer is that it was brought up in the discussion that given the low amount of halibut PSC generally apportioned to the trawl cod CB fleet, that the functionality of a lookup table with that small amount might not actually work or be appropriate.
Ms. Baker.
Okay, yeah, I think thanks for that addition. That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Baker. Okay, looks like we are ready to move on.
Okay. Moving on to element 4, GOA sideboards. Option 4.1. All AFA GOA non-exempt COD and non-COD qualified CVs will be sideboarded as to all Gulf of Alaska fishing activity, except for the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program, based on their Gulf catch history during the BSAI Pacific Cod qualifying period. Option 4.2, AFA GOA exempt and non-AFA CVs will not be permitted to lease their BSAI Pacific Cod cooperative quota as a condition of benefiting from a GOA exemption. Suboption 4.2.1, AFA GOA exempt and non-AFA CVs with LLP licenses of less than 200 metric tons, 400 metric tons, or 600 metric tons amount of qualifying BSAI COD history may lease their BSAI COD history and benefit from GOA sideboard exemption. Add suboption, AFA GOA exempt and non-AFA CVs can only lease their COD to vessels in their own class, meaning AFA GOA exempt can only lease to GOA exempt and non-AFA CVs can only lease COD to non-AFA CVs. Continuing on with element 4 GOA sideboards, option 4.3, non-AFA LLP licenses would be sideboarded in the GOA based on their GOA catch history. There was an amendment to remove this option 4.3, which was struck out in the original amendment, or in the original motion, excuse me. So that amendment passed 14-8. Add language, the cooperatives will be required to monitor GOA, AFA, and non-AFA exempt vessels to ensure that they do not lease their BSAI Pacific Cod DQ and level penalties for those that do so. Cooperatives will be required to report leasing activities and any penalties issued in their annual report. Add 2 additional suboptions. Suboption, sideboards will be license-based, applies to any option in element 4. Suboption, apply sideboards to AFA LLP licenses only.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was rapidly scrolling through my actual AP motions and trying to find the actual strikeout language in 4.3 in the AP motion, and I'm not finding it. And I'm clearly just blind at this point, but can you direct me to the actual language that had been struck out that was reinstated?
Mr. Twite, I believe if you are looking at the actual AP motion, it's going to be on the top of page 5.
Correct. But I don't see which text it. I'm sorry, I'm being dense tonight, but what text exactly was affected by this?
So it's under option 4.3, non-AFA. So in the original motion, that option was in strikeout. So the amendment to the motion was to retain option 4.3.
Thank you. That's where I was. Okay.
Okay. I apologize for that not being clear.
All right, looks like we're ready to continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving on to element 5, processor and community provisions. Add option 5.3, limit number of trawl CVs and directed BSAI Pacific Cod that can deliver to eligible CPs acting as motherships. Number 1, an LLP license that is owned in excess of 75% directly or indirectly by the owner of a catcher processor LLP eligible for the offshore sector of the target non-CDQ BSAI Pacific Cod fishery as of February 7th, 2019, will qualify for the offshore sector. Number 2, Council will develop other eligibility thresholds for independently owned LLPs on catcher vessels to deliver directed BSAI Pacific Cod to CPs acting as motherships. Only CQ arising from the history of an LLP license qualifying for the offshore sector will be permitted to be delivered offshore. Only vessels that are assigned LLP licenses that qualify for the offshore will be permitted to make offshore deliveries. Vessels using LLP licenses that are permitted to deliver offshore may also deliver any or all of the CQ derived from the LLP license to shore-based or floating processors. There was an amendment to strike out the word "or" between bullets number 1 and number 2, and that amendment passed unanimously.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there a discussion here, again, Ruth, on what we meant by other eligibility thresholds for vessels that are not similarly situated to the company that's targeted under number 1? Was there any discussion about what that might look like?
Ms. Kimball, I'm actually going to see if Matt wants to answer that question.
Sure. Through the chair, there was some broad discussion in terms of different thresholds that could be developed around years of participation, metric tons, or other ways for the other firm to have a functional cooperative structure. But we didn't recommend specific ideas, and partially because there's 2 different firms and we didn't hear at the AP from the other firm in terms of what exactly could work for them. So that's why number 2 is not that prescriptive, for example, with specific thresholds.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, though this is not regulating the 2 firms, the 2 eligible CPs, it's regulating the catcher vessels. So there may be additional catcher vessels, am I correct, that would fall potentially under number 2 that could deliver to eligible offshore CPs?
Through the chair, the concept is looking at what are limit that could be developed on the number of catcher vessels that would have the option to deliver offshore to 2 CPs. And so, yes, in terms of the different ways that could be developed, that's the second, which is more of kind of a catch-all that flags that there's within that sector, there's independently operated vessels and vessels that are more vertically integrated. And the 2 is to just kind of identify that would be something that would need to be further looked at for the independent vessels.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen and Mr. Upton, I'm wondering if I have a similar question to Ms. Kimball's. And it's looking at it looks like it's a different approach rather than regulating the CP acting as a mothership. We're looking at regulating the catcher vessels. And so I have 2 different pieces of this question. The first is, this is proposing 2 different thresholds, and I'm wondering if there's a reason why we'd want 2 different eligibility thresholds instead of treating these catcher vessels all similarly. And the second part is, and sorry for the 2-part question, is related to what role would the cooperative have in the provisions at the end that's making sure that specific catcher vessels are delivering offshore versus inshore.
So through the chair, in terms of the idea of the kind of two different approaches, it was to reflect that there's two different patterns of ownership, but it's likely that any of the independently owned vessels that would qualify would also qualify, that criteria would also qualify any of the LLPs that are also owned by the catcher processor firm, but to make sure that there's a kind of a catch-all provision so that, for example, if there was some reason that the tic-tac-toe didn't bring in an LLP license through some eligibility thresholds, that there would still be a way to have the LLPs that are owned by the CP firm be able to be processed aboard that. And then to your second question, in terms of the cooperative structure, we had some discussion about trying to have a functional cooperative where there wouldn't be a race under the sideboard approach where the catcher vessels and the processor wouldn't be able to necessarily plan out their year in the same way that could happen if there wasn't a lot of interference with, for example, the catcher vessel not knowing if they would be able to deliver all of their catch to the processor of their choosing within the larger restrictions on the numbers of vessels that would be delivered. So I hope I answered your two-part question. And Ruth, I don't know if you had any observations too.
I don't have anything to add at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Upton.
Go to Mr. Twice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is to Mr. Upton. I had a similar question to Ms. Miller's, and so I just want to make sure I understand then your answer to her question. So under that number 2 there, when it references other eligibility thresholds, I think I heard you suggesting that that was eligibility to participate in the program at all, and not just eligibility to deliver directed offshore. Am I correct?
Through the chair, no, the eligibility needs to be thought of in terms of at the top, the option 5.3, limit the number of trawl CVs in the directed cod fishery that can deliver to eligible CPs acting motherships. So that's the overall limit. So in terms of the eligibility, it's just what's the threshold if the council wants to consider looking at limiting the amount of fish that can be delivered offshore by limiting the number of catcher vessels that would be able to presumably have the option to do it. So no, it's not meant to somehow change the threshold and, for example, bring in vessels that wouldn't otherwise qualify for the program, but just to look at the subset of vessels that have done this in the past in association with the 2 CPs that continue to be eligible to act as motherships. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it does, but then I missed the significance. You described how this could help companies with offshore processing capacity that own catcher vessels, how this could give them some additional flexibility. And I thought by that you were meaning using vessels to deliver offshore that weren't necessarily. So what kind of additional flexibility were you referring to then?
In terms of the flexibility through the chair would be for the cooperatives that would form around each of the different firms to be able to have the same type of flexibility to basically make a fish plan for the year, as opposed to, I think, the race, which doesn't provide that type of flexibility, where both the firms would be likely having to start fishing right in at January 20th, so wouldn't be able to necessarily fish in the Aleutian Islands and would not know that they would be able to actually take the deliveries of the vessels that intended to associate with them for that year in their cooperatives.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry if I missed this already, but can you give me some insight if there was discussion what independently owned LLPs on catcher vessels means in number 2 on that slide?
Through the chair, given it's an LLP program, it would just look at what catcher vessels delivered offshore with an LLP that allowed them to do that delivery, and then that would create a pool of catcher vessels that would have the option to go out deliver offshore based on some type of criteria that the council would develop, reflecting that that's a pattern of participation that happened in the past.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I had some background noise. I hope that's not coming through, but I'm still not sure what independently means, independently owned.
Well, through the chair, I think of it in terms of whether or not the LLP is owned by the CP that's acting as the mothership. And so for my understanding, for both the firms, they also own catcher vessels that have LLPs on them. Or at least for one of them, that's the case. And for the other firm, I believe that they own LLPs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Upton.
Thanks, Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Upton. So I'm looking at this and I'm still struggling a bit with what it is you're trying to do here with option 5.3 and this number 1, number 2 for that matter. But my question will be on number 1 first. But I'm assuming this came from some public testimony that you received, and if you could just help me by using perhaps a hypothetical with company number 1. The way I'm reading this, I'm thinking like company number 1 owns a catcher processor LLP that's eligible to participate in the offshore sector. And that company 1 also owns in excess of 75%. So they own 76% would be the 75 point something or above. They would be able to use that to take deliveries that would go to the offshore sector. But could you give me some hypothetical like that would help me to understand what it is you're trying to do here? I'm guessing this is kind of a limited option for a few companies that maybe need this, and so I just want to understand what it is that they're asking for that develop this number 1 bullet point. Thank you.
Through the chair, we received a comment and a public testimony, which was one of the firms basically saying that the most important thing for them in the program is to make sure whatever quota they get through their vessels / LLPs is able to be harvested on their catcher processor that they own. And so that's where that language was drawn out of the comment letter from that stakeholder, who I'm sure you'll hear public testimony from. And then in terms of the scenario that they outlined, is absent this provision, you would basically have them not have the ability to take deliveries from the vessels that they operate that presumably would want the option to be able to deliver to the CP that they also operate. In the same way that a shore plant that may also own catcher vessels would presumably want the option to take deliveries from those catcher vessels as part of the program. I hope that helps. I'm sure you'll hear more about this in public testimony.
Yes, that helps, Matt. So then with the scenario that you derived, that provides the need for this number 2, because that catcher vessel LLP that they own, that they would like to have delivered to their CP, we may want to add some other eligibility thresholds, such as a historical level of some kind, so that it doesn't take fish away from the inshore and deliver it to what would become offshore. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so that's what the second provision is getting at. It's some of those different scenarios that you outlined, but then also making sure, since there's 2 firms that have very different business plans and investments in the fishery, and making sure if there's a change that still works to the extent it can for them. And then we just talked realistically about that scenario, whether or not, if a vessel qualifies under 2 to go offshore, whether or not it's likely that they would necessarily go offshore. For example, if predominantly they had delivered shoreside, and when you're no longer racing, the shoreside sectors can have the ability to be a more competitive market in terms of price or other abilities to process pollock or other fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was helpful to clarify for me. I'm hoping that was helpful to other council members. I'm sure most of the other council members understood this already, but that clarification was helpful to me, and I hope helpful to others as well. Thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Ms. Kimball.
Just a quick one, Mr. Chair. Did the AP have this full discussion, or is this your explanation of how this works?
Through the chair, I was trying to be really careful. We did have a pretty extensive discussion around this, and so I tried to kind of limit my comments to what was captured in that discussion. I don't know, Ruth, if you felt like I went beyond that discussion or if there's anything I missed, but we ended up having a lot of questions similar to what council members asked here.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, and Ms. Kimball, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay, it looks like we are ready to move on, and just for planning purposes, I'm planning on a hard cutoff time of 4:30 Alaska time, and I understand that both of you would be available for more in the morning if needed. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. We can talk.
I'm not sure that was an option.
Yeah. We're happy.
We will be available.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to element 6. Aleutian Island processor provisions. Option 6.2, in any year, when community files notice of intent to process, strike word in sub-option 6.2.1. In the event any Aleutian's community shore plant allocation is not harvested by March 21st, and the amendment to strike the word fully passed 12-9. Add sub-option 6.2.3, Aleutian Islands trawl vessels less than 60 feet LLP will be eligible under the program to receive and harvest of the annual Aleutian Islands Community Shore Plant Allocation. Option 1, 50%. Option 2, 25%. Option 3, 10%, of which must be harvested by these vessels. These vessels will be eligible to join a cooperative annually in association with the ADAC and or ACTA plant, regardless of whether they otherwise qualify for the program. Language edits to the sub-option for the amendment passed 22-0, or in Amendment 18 passed 22-0. continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen, I'm trying to grasp the impact of deleting the word fully. Can you explain?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I believe, and Matt can weigh in here too, when we go down to the sub-option 6.24 that was added, and also in the sub-option 6.23, striking the word fully better reflects the options that are presented in those two sub-options. And Matt, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Through the chair, I think that's the only other thing I could add is just if you would have left fully in there, then it would could be contrary to the performance standard, because the performance standard basically adds different threshold amounts. That you can't. I think our take was that you can't have both. That's my recollection.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Sorry, I was getting myself off mute. So regarding the sub-option 6.2.3, was there any discussion regarding the relationship of this sub-option with option 2.2.5 that you talked about earlier?
Mr. Mark, go ahead, Matt.
It's all you, Ruth, if you want, or I can add too. So maybe you go first, and then I can.
No, go ahead. I was just scrolling up in my notes to figure out what exactly 2.5 said.
So through the chair, so I believe both those have to do with the under 60 Aleutian Island trawl vessels that have sporadic history in the program. So that was the first part, which was to try and increase their percent. However, this was directly in response to a comment letter we received in public testimony, where one stakeholder who operates these vessels said that his biggest concern has been his inability to get a market, and that if there were to be some type of community allocation, that it also be harvested by these smaller vessels, with the idea being that without that, the plant would probably have the incentive to harvest on some of the larger vessels that could bring other quota in, because presumably that small Aleutian Islands only vessel would not have much quota, even if you were to, so to speak, kind of bump it up by dropping years. We also had some people who were concerned about that, the other side, that being that it waters down some of the ability for the plant and community to bring vessels over to ADAC through the kind of extra fish, so to speak, that they would get through this allocation. So that's why I think you saw a range added, just reflecting that people want to see a larger range analyzed, with, of course, the stakeholder who's asking for this to be looked at wanting to have enough to have make a go of it out there, so that they would be able to fish in the Aleutians. That absent this, their concern would be that they wouldn't get much quota, and then two, there's no guarantees that the shore plant would want to take their fish.
Oh, okay, thanks. So these are really kind of two approaches to the same issue.
Through the chair, that's correct. The only advocate that we heard from the stakeholder with the 60-foot trawl Aleutian Island vessel was for this approach. They did not ask for the other approach in terms of the drop years. And they, I believe in the letter, they talked about why that doesn't really do anything for them.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm trying to think earlier from our staff conversation or staff presentation, and this may not have come up in the advisory panel, so please just tell me if it didn't. In sub-option 6.2.3, AI trawl vessels less than 60 feet, does that refer to vessels assigned to an LLP license that has one of the transferable Aleutian Islands endorsements? Is that sort of the group of vessels that is being focused on here?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. We had different ways of calling it, but it's the 8 or so transferable LLPs under that are under 60 foot and under trawl vessels that can only fish in the Aleutians. And there was, yes, that's correct in terms of the staff talked about how those rights are a little bit different than others, just in terms of them being transferable, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then I think I was going to ask a question about the last sentence in that sub-option, but I think it's pretty clear. Even if those vessels that we're talking about here under the sub-option don't qualify under element 2 for quota, they would be able to join a cooperative in association with the plant and fish this portion of the allocation. Just to make sure.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. For example, if they didn't meet, if it was hypothetically a 2014 through 2019, and for whatever reason, maybe they hadn't, one of them hadn't participated in those years, they would still be eligible to have access to this portion of the set aside if the council were to select the kind of suite of options and sub-options that we've presented here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Upton.
All right, it looks like we're ready to continue.
Okay, continuing on with element 6, option 6.2. In any year when the community files notice of intent to process, add sub-option 6.2.4, a performance standard of 50%, 60%, 70%. The amendment to add that sub-option passed 12 to 9. Add sub-option 6.2.5. The AP recommends that staff explore a framework similar to the emergency delivery exemption regulations under the BSAI CRAB program that would allow the city of ADAC or ATCA to withdraw its intent to operate notice during the season in the event of emergency, and that amendment passed 12 to 9. Okay, moving on to element 7, transferability. Option 7.1, catch histories are attached to LLP licenses. Add the sub-option for the LLPs associated with the non-exempt AFA vessels within 90 days of publishing the final rule of this program. The owners of the LLP licenses that are associated with AFA non-exempt catcher vessels that had engaged in fish transfer agreements during the qualifying periods will be allowed to transfer the quota shares between other LLPs associated with AFA non-exempt vessels. Upon redistribution of the initial allocation to the designated LLP license, the BSAI Pequod Harvest quota shares will no longer be severable from its applicable LLP license to which it was reassigned.
Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Christensen, I'm pretty sure I understand the why here. The one part I'm trying to think about is so in order to take advantage of this, you have to be an owner of an LLP license associated with an AFA non-exempt catcher vessel that had engaged in fish transfer agreements during the qualifying period. How is that latter one going to be determined? Did the AP discuss, or did they hear from staff any ideas and how it might be determined whether or not an owner had actually engaged in fish transfer agreements and therefore were eligible to do this?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, the AP did not discuss how that actual transferability would look, that would look like. The focus of our conversation was more as to why this provision why the addition of this sub option is, why we are adding it to the packet for analysis. But the mechanics of the transferability we did not discuss.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
Heard
Twite.
some public testimony. Through the chair, the only thing I'd add is we just heard public testimony that these transfer agreements do exist, and there was some public comment on that. And so I'm sure the people that are part of these transfer agreements would be the folks that would be approaching NIMS about this.
Okay.
Okay, I'm taking over at this point if we're ready to keep moving.
Ms. Baker, did you have a question?
Mr. Twite asked my question, thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Mr.
this is element 8, ownership and use caps. Add statement, vessels over the cap at the time of implementation are grandfathered. Element 9, cooperative provisions, no change. Element 10, share duration, no change. And since these are shorter, maybe we'll just keep going until people stop me, if that's okay. So I'll just keep going with element 11. Monitoring, add option, exempt CVs that delivered unsorted cod ends to an at-sea mothership from the full coverage observer requirement. Element 12, reporting and program review, no change. Element 13, cost recovery, no change. Element 14, gear flexibility. Specific cod allocations associated with trawl CV licenses may be fished with pot gear. A pot endorsement is not necessary, but the LLP license must have the appropriate area endorsement. Harvest of cod quota in pots would continue to be deducted from the annual trawl cooperative quota counts to which the LLP is assigned and will not affect SEC allocations. Vessels identified to harvest cod quota with pots specified by the quota holder would be eligible for cooperative membership on an annual basis without having cod trawl history. And it continues on the next slide. 1, PSC use. Vessels using pot gear to harvest cod cooperative quota would adhere to all PSC practices and directives adopted by the cooperative. PSC would be assigned along with the CQ to vessels using pot gear. PSC use would be deducted from the PSC allocated to cooperative. Consider whether sideboards are necessary to protect your pot cod CVs that aren't part of cooperatives or don't have benefit of the quota. 2, monitoring requirements would be the same across gear types. 3, season dates would be the same. 4, eligibility, only pot catcher vessels are eligible for participation.
Okay, take just a quick second here. Look for hands. Okay, please continue.
This is in addition to the specific changes above, the AP recommends the council include the following into next analysis. Under element 5, develop use rules or restrictions for use of the harvest quota that processors receive that considers the following potential concerns. Distributing cod quota so that members vessels have approximately an amount of available cod quota that they as they would have had before the processor's harvest shares were deducted. Assigning more cod quota to the vessels the processor owns or controls. Using the quota as a bonus to entice new members to join. Creating cod quota for deliveries of other species, pollock, crab, or other groundfish. Establishing a right of first refusal or some way an independent vessel can get access to harvest shares they contribute to a processor, and transparency or an accounting of where vessels harvest shares went so they know what processors to negotiate with. The analysis should consider impacts to TLAS fishery participants if trawl CDs would secure quota in the cod fishery, increase their participation in TLAS fishery, and whether sideboards are necessary to protect the other participants of the TLAS fishery. For the Yelk and Sole segment of the TLAS trawl fishery, include discussion of the 8 qualifying offshore CDs and of latent capacity on AFA CPs. The AP recommends the council ask staff to analyze and quantify the history of reallocations from CV trawl to other sectors and examine options to maintain that catch history under any new management structure. Specifically, analysis should include clear data on amounts transferred, percentage of sectors final allocation, transfer timing and season origination of the reallocation A, B, or C, include secondary reallocations, include description of how reallocation decisions, including the state water fishery allocations, are currently made, including factors that result in unharvested quota that influence timing and determine reallocation recipients. And then the Western Alaska communities through the CDQ program, as well as coastal communities across the Gulf of Alaska, are invested in and or will be impacted by this cod trawl CD rationalization package. The information provided by initial review drafts on these potential community events is limited and needs to be more fully analyzed and understood in order to properly weigh the various national standards under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The final motion has amended past 22-0, and I just propose that I just read the second motion, our final slide, or we can stop here and take questions, whatever your preference is, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Upton. On this particular part here, I wonder, was there a specific discussion between the AP and staff on this particular recommendation? I'm just thinking normally this would be something included in our analyses, and so I was just wondering if there were specific things that the members of the AP did not see in the current analysis or expressed that they wish to see in the analysis and had that discussion with staff. Did that happen?
Through the chair, I mean, Ruth, you may have to help me here, Liz. What stands out to me from our discussion is some comment that some of the cod trawl catcher vessels had CDQ group ownership and capturing that, and then a more general point that within any rationalization package that there is going to be impacts across coastal communities in the Gulf of Alaska. But I don't recall specific back and forth with this staff on this. I mean, Ruth, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, Matt, actually, I think you covered it. We did not have questions with staff, and it really was about this ownership interest by CEQ and CEQ groups that it was felt needed more attention in the next analysis.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baker.
And then for the, go ahead.
Motion 3. Go ahead.
This is motion 3, Mr. Chair. The AP supports initiating a discussion paper on fishing community allocations in response to small boat entry level and other community access challenges identified in Alaska and Akutan, depending on Pacific cod. The discussion paper should review the applicability, utility, and challenges of a fishing community allocation as provided under Section 303A(c)(3) of the MSA. Council staff may use the FCA proposal submitted by the Unalaska Native Fishermen's Association in public comment as a straw man to analyze the administrative and operational components, questions, and benefits of FCAs as a tool for addressing community protections for vessels under 58 feet. That motion passed as an amended 19.3, and that concludes the slides in the AP report. We'd be happy to answer any questions about the motion generally or just some of the stuff on the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you both very much. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Matt. I'm wondering if you could tell me what the AP is recommending here that's different than the discussion paper that the council has already passed that's in the batter's box. That's the BSAI PCOD small boat under 60 access paper. Is this a replacement for that paper? Are you just sort of reiterating that paper? Can you talk through that with me?
Through the chair, we had some discussion of how that there was already a small boat discussion underway that you referenced. In particular, we went into the jig allocations and if that was a avenue that the stakeholders who were advocating this through the letter they submitted and around the table could approach. And I think why you see it as a motion here is just that the recommendation that since we're considering a lap, that this be one of the areas that they wanted to highlight and that they wanted to see some action on. But there was specific discussion about how some things were currently underway addressing many concerns, but yet a majority of the AP wanted to, I guess, both reiterate those ongoing efforts and then also signal that this letter in particular had some more specific ideas that might be a little bit different than what's currently on the table. But they didn't really go into the too much of the detail there. Ruth, do you have anything more to add on that?
No, Matt, I think you captured it. I would just, to Ms. Campbell, to your point about if this was a replacement for the paper that is already tasked, the intent was not to replace that. So like Matt said, it was to highlight what is already undergoing and then to also highlight the letter that was submitted in public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for that explanation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any additional questions before we break for the evening? Great. Well, thanks again to both of you for providing the report. So let's go ahead and break for the evening, and we'll come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow and start up with public testimony. We're adjourned.
Night all.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Night all.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.